Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the show today. Very happy to have you all here with us on this wonderful Sunday evening, or depending where you are, Monday for me. It is another rainy day, but it hasn't. We did have some heavy rain to the north and some flooding, but it hadn't hit me. This summer hasn't been particularly wet. But it's also been a little cooler, which is nice because certain places are getting hit with higher temperatures. But it's kind of the way it is every year, isn't it? But I do have myself a nice cup of hot coffee. I'm sitting with some friends, and we're going to have ourselves some fun talking about current events, entertainment, and various things as we do here. Nothing so serious, really, like, end of the world stuff or anything, you know.
You know,
Yeah.
none of that.
No, none of that.
No apocalypses.
No, 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 no. You notice the World War III has kind of dipped out of the mainstream media. They've stopped screaming about it.
Yeah. Well, it's
Yeah.
because nobody really wants it.
No one wants
The
it.
the only
And,
the only
you know,
countries that would fight it, one, we can't afford it, which is us. China's incompetent on a level that's unbelievable. It's
oh,
hard
yeah.
to even fathom for most Westerners. And Russia doesn't want it either at
Mm-mm.
all. They have no
No, they
desire
have
for it.
zero interest. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, of course, I guess it depends on how you count it. If you look at all just the hotness going around, I guess you could count that. But yeah, no, they were really, really excited about a
Yeah.
world war. Real excited. And it's like, really, dude? You know, I think most of us would agree that war, what's it good for?
What is it good for?
Yeah,
What is it good for? Well,
yeah,
it's pretty good at, removing people from certain land masses, but that's only if you're gonna do it right.
it's
Don't
true.
go to war unless you're willing to go to total war
Yeah,
and
you
wipe
gotta,
entire populations out.
yeah, you gotta do it or you gotta don't do it. That's true. I agree
Yeah,
with that. But
don't half-ass it.
you know, me personally, I'm like, yeah, how about not? Maybe
Well, we
not.
could just not. We could
Yeah,
just talk about it, come to
yeah.
some kind of or maybe we could just get real old school and just send our best fighters out and, one-on-one, build a big coliseum and solve it that way, if you really want bloodshed. But do we
Hmm.
have to kill millions of innocent people who want nothing to do with your bullshit? Is that
Yeah.
really required to solve this problem?
I wonder who has the best warrior in the world currently. I mean, odds are
Mm,
America simply because we have such a system of developing
mm.
warriors, but not necessarily, dude. Them Jews over there in the Israel, they're pretty good at that crap. I
Well, they
wonder
have a
who. I wonder
massive
who.
technological advantage against their enemies. If you put them
And free
against
money.
somebody with equal technology, they get stomped because Jews are weak physically. They're frail.
Yeah,
Uh, and regardless of what they want to tell you, the ones who win wars have the best breeding stock always.
true.
Always. It's
But
not even. I mean, even when they're massively outnumbered, it's whoever has the best soldiers is
I
who
wonder
wins.
how we'd even figure it out, though.
We could have games.
We
We should
could.
have games, actually. We should have war games. That would be so much with modern technology, that could be so cool. We
Yeah,
could
imagine.
stream it.
Dude, imagine the old Olympics, because that was the purpose of the Olympics, right?
Yes.
Non-lethal, who's got the best warrior type of thing was what it was for. That's what it was for.
Yeah.
I know these days we look at it as, yay, gay sports. Yeah, but that could be fun. People could have fun with that. But I
Yep.
don't know. I mean, I think America would have a fair shot. I think we'd have a fair shot. But we're
Yeah,
talking about an
our elite are pretty
individual.
elite.
Yeah, but we are talking about a single individual, so it kind of throws the whole
He's out
book
there.
right out the window. You
You
know
know
what I
how we
mean?
always say, "Oh, there's always somebody bigger and badder." Yeah, until there isn't. There's
Until
one
there
guy
isn't.
somewhere on Earth who's the
Yeah.
baddest motherfucker right
Dude,
now
I,
on
I
Earth.
I say we promote it. I think we make it a thing. We make billions off of it. We should do that.
We could do it.
We could
We
do
could do it.
it.
Who's the baddest motherfucker on the planet? Who
Uh, We
really is?
we could
Who's the
call
guy?
that. So, who's the baddest motherfucker on the
Yeah.
planet? So let's see. Yeah, who's the big kisses? Yeah, no, it doesn't really just roll off the tongue. Well, that's come up a better
Who
name.
is the guy that all the other bad people send Christmas cards to? Who is he?
Hmm.
Who's
And we
that
all
guy?
and we don't have separate leagues. It's just one, ladies and
That's right.
transgenders. You want to send your best.
Hey, if the women can get in and win, they
Hey,
can
shit,
win.
yeah,
If they
well,
can do
dude.
it, let them.
Before we put in Title IX in America, and then of course everybody
Yep.
copied us because that's what the world does, no matter what they say. Yeah,
They pretend.
yeah, our sport, which is everyone calls men's sport, has never changed. By the way, keep in mind, as it is today. If a woman wants to go and try out and be able to get into the NFL, she can. There's
Yep.
never been a restriction on women entering any sport.
And
The
a
problem
couple have
was,
tried.
then they have tried and been successful. We've had some female kickers, right?
Mhm.
But what happened was they found like, ooh, no, it's really not. And you had all the lesbians from the women's movement of the '60s, and they were like, we want to be men and do sports, but we can't. And then the guys were like, okay, well, how about we create your own sports league? And like, you should do that, you sexist. Oh, okay, here you go, Title IX. Yeah. And we gave it to them, and rock on. Why not? Have fun and go be merry and gay and all that. But now I think we should just rescind that. I think we should get rid of that. It seems
Well,
that
that's
there's a
the thing,
problem.
right?
That's the
Is
solution, really. Just get rid of it.
a lot of conservatives, quote unquote, so called, for some reason have decided that this is a hill they're willing to die on to defend women's sports.
Mm,
Why? Like, I'm not
mm.
saying women can't be athletic. Some women are badasses, no
Oh
no
yeah.
doubt.
No, most certainly.
But
Yeah.
nobody cares, guys. I'm sorry, nobody
Well,
cares.
now let's be
These
fair.
leagues, these female
No.
leagues, don't make money unless the chicks are hot.
Right, and there's a couple of things that the women dominate in. For instance, if you want
The
to watch
shooting,
figure skating,
shooting
I'm not
stars.
suggesting you do, but if you did, okay,
Yeah.
wanted to watch yourself some figure skating, even though the dudes are way better with their multiple flips and all that kind of stuff, man, come on now, you want to watch the ladies, don't you? Don't you?
Well, yeah, because they're
Yeah,
hot.
because they're hot. Yeah, it's true.
Like, well, you can't get away from it. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm
Ooh.
sorry, ladies, but if they were exceptional, like way better than the men at it,
Oh
I
yeah.
think men would watch regardless of
Oh,
their
if
sex. I
if you
really
had
do.
a sport that women dominated, yeah, that would be
Yeah,
100% true. But
yeah.
another one I'll give the ladies. This one's going to be out there, guys. So just hang on to the trousers. But I would say pole vaulting. Men's pole
Pretty good
vaulting.
at
When
it.
the guy breaks a record, you're like, oh, that's cool. That was badass. I can't do that. But dude, I don't know what it is, man. But the female pole vaulters are absolutely gorgeous, man.
Yeah.
They
They're
are.
up and down poles all day long.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Setting their future
Well, it's
careers firmly in
it's
place.
strange how them and volleyball players, for some
Yeah.
reason, are just
Oh
beautiful.
yeah.
Like, why are
Oh
they
no.
all so good looking?
They are the volley sports. I'll definitely watch the women over the men
Yeah,
because the
yeah.
men it's just they're too strong.
Yeah,
There's no
it's
volley.
less competitive. Yeah, they just
Yeah.
blast each other and that's
Uh,
it.
but
Whoever
the
gets the
ladies
hardest hit usually
tennis,
wins.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's much more entertaining if you want to watch it. Now, I'm not suggesting you want to watch tennis because God, it's a god awful boring. Volleyball's better though. I can sit and watch a volleyball game. My wife loves volleyball, so I do get to
Volleyball's
see a
fun.
lot. But yeah, I'm cool with that, and I much rather watch the women because it's more entertaining. It just is.
Yeah.
So I
And
mean,
they're
it
hot,
depends. Well, uh,
most of them. Yeah,
uh,
especially the American like top teams. I've never seen a chick on those teams that wasn't
well.
at least very doable,
I
right?
live
Like,
in
yeah, okay.
now we'll put a little bit of brakes on there, okay?
Uh-huh.
I live in Japan.
Well, it's Japan.
Yeah, they're not the prettiest people, dude.
Japan.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
not the
but what's
prettiest
weird
people.
about Japan is when they're
Oh
gorgeous.
my
The
God, yeah.
women.
No, that's true. Yeah,
It's
dude,
unbelievable.
I ran into a girl in Tokyo that made me have to check my 20-year-old brain, dude.
So you're like, mistress.
No,
Just for a second. Just
dude,
for a second, you
because
thought about it.
no, dude, she was pressing me hard too. She wasn't even playing. She wasn't even playing. And she had a little pixie haircut, smoking. Her English was good enough, and she was
Yeah,
coming at me, dude. I don't know why, but she was. My wife's right over there, but my wife was busy talking to someone else, but she was coming at me big time. And she was
you got
smoking
that.
hot, dude.
You know why. You're tall and white. That's why. You
Yeah,
know that's what it is.
yeah,
In
and
Asia, tall, white, you're getting all the pussy you want. It's gonna be
it's
you're like a
true.
hot chick
And
everywhere else in the world.
I may well have been paying for everything as well.
That does,
Yeah.
yeah. Why was she into me? Oh, I don't know. You basically walked in and slapped your dick on the table and said, "Look, ladies, it's bigger than anything you've ever seen." What do you think
Dude,
she was into, Chester?
she was a full-on smoke show, dude. I'm telling you what. And she had one of those. Yeah, I like smiles. I really, if a girl
Yeah,
has a good smile, that's got me all day, right?
Mhm.
And she had a beautiful little smile, and she tried real hard because I asked her if she would. What was it I asked for? As a drink I usually get, and she'd never made it before. And it was she did a horrible job, but she tried. Bless her heart. Um, I
Well, you
can't.
can
Well,
teach Chester.
I
Just go on back
could.
to Tokyo.
I
You
well,
can
dude,
teach him.
I used to be an emergency bouncer, bartender when I was a bouncer. I used to do that, but I just read the book, right? I mean,
Teach her all
anybody can.
kinds of things,
Uh huh.
Chester. Really get
Uh
her
huh.
learn. Get her
Oh
learned.
goodness.
Learn it.
Yeah. Learn it. Yeah. What was
Tokyo's
it?
too expensive though. You'd have to move her out of there if you're gonna
Oh,
have her be your
dude, Tokyo
mistress.
was stupid expensive.
Yeah.
And the bad thing is, I have just enough money to move in Tokyo freely,
Yeah.
which is dangerous because I don't even want to look at what I spent when I go.
Yeah.
Right? Because the problem with me is, and this is a problem, when I'm out on vacation, when I'm holidaying, you know,
Mhm.
I don't look at the cost of anything.
That's future Chester's problem. That's
That's
not
future
current
Chester's
Chester's
problem.
problem.
Well, I'm just
Yeah.
saying I don't because that's not why I'm there to have fun. I don't give a shit what it
Yeah, it's
costs.
not fun. It's not
Yeah,
fun if you have to worry about your
yeah.
bankroll. That's not
But
fun.
Tokyo dents me. It does.
I'd imagine.
Yeah,
Tokyo is one of the most expensive cities in the world.
it is bad.
Uh,
Yeah.
it's pretty. That's what I'm saying. If you were going to get a sweet little 20-year-old mistress,
Mhm.
Chester, you wouldn't want to shack her up in Tokyo. You'd want to bring her
No,
down
no, that's
one of the
true.
cities around there where it's
Yeah,
cheaper.
yeah,
Got to be. I mean, listen. You want a mistress for the luxury, but let's not get stupid, right? Let's
yeah.
let's keep it under control.
Yeah, it's true. Well, I mean, the thing is,
Oh.
I am it's rare that a woman actually catches my eye. I mean, to
Mhm.
be honest, I maybe I'm
Mhm.
just older. I don't know, but it's rare that a woman
Oh, I'm the
actually
same way.
catches my eye. It's rare.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I'll smile and be friendly and a slightly flirtatious just because it lets you it greases the wheels and lets you through life better, right?
Yes.
But I'd not actually give a shit, right? Very very rare. But that girl caught my eye, which means I won't be going back to that place again.
Or if you are, you will have something attached to your hip called
Yes,
your wife.
yes, that's right. That's right. I can't for the life of me remember what I asked her to
Mm.
make that she'd never made before. It was god awful though, but I smiled as I drank it.
It
Uh,
wasn't a baby, was it?
no, and then on the menu because it was something that wasn't on the menu that I usually get. I can't remember what it was, but it doesn't matter. But she tried. She actually snuck over the corner. I saw her hiding around the corner, looking at her phone, trying to find a recipe of it. Right? It was cute.
Yeah.
Very endearing. But after that, I just stuck to mint juleps because that was on the menu, and they were excellent. Which do you prefer, a mint julep or a mojito? They are similar.
I prefer neither because I don't drink, sir.
Yeah, but I mean, sure, I don't drink either. But I mean, when I go out and
No, I
with
don't
a group
I
of
don't drink
people,
at
I'll
all.
have some drinks. Oh, okay.
No,
Um,
ever. I'm completely straight edge.
well, I have that
The only
advantage where I'm a
reason
big white guy, so I can drink a lot, and it doesn't matter.
yes. Well, trust me, with my genetics, I could drink
Sure.
outrageous amounts if I wanted to.
Yeah.
But the only reason I'm not is because I promised my grandfather when I was 8 years old I'd never be a drunk like him and my father were. So I
Oh,
don't
I see.
touch it at
Well,
all.
okay, so you
Because I
have.
do have an addictive personality.
I see.
So
Yeah.
I could pretend I'm not saying I'm going to, but I could see myself becoming an actual alcoholic. My father was,
Oh.
my grandfather was. It's very possible for me
No, I
genetically.
get it. No, I
So
get it. I get it. I
yeah,
get it. I don't
I don't
have
touch
any
it.
of that around me or that problem. Like I
Yeah.
said, I never drink on my own. It's just when I go out with groups because, let's have a little bit of fun. And I usually drink cocktails, and I don't care if you want to call me gay, fuck off.
They taste better.
They taste way better.
No,
Let's
I
be
think if I
fair.
was a regular drinker, I'd just be probably a Scotch guy.
Yeah,
It
whiskey's
just seems like to be
fine,
my
but,
my style.
since I'm
Nice
not a
smooth
drinker, I just
Scotch.
want to enjoy it.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but nevertheless, yeah, it's been a long time since a girl caught my eye. She definitely caught my eye like 10 times. But pretty little girl. I hope she's I had my wallet. This was the worst. This is the worst, dude. Listen to this. I took
Uh-huh.
my wallet out and I paid for everything, right?
Mhm.
And because it's odd. There's a lot of places in Tokyo where you have to pay with cash. It's weird, right? In the modern world.
Right.
But
Mhm.
I took out my wallet and I paid for everything. And I was talking to my brother-in-law because he had just bought a brand new wallet. So I took it and I was looking at it and I had mine in my hand and I was like, "Oh, this is like 30 years old." And she's listening to the conversation because she's right
Mhm.
there. So she's our bartender. And she chuckled and said, "Hee hee hee, that's old. That wallet's older than me."
And Chester de-aged 2 decades in that moment.
I did. I did. I might be able to carry you
Oh.
in the other pocket. Okay. Uh,
Oh,
oh well, but I mean,
probably not
it's
for 30 more years, unfortunately.
no harm, no foul. No harm, no foul. I'm sure occasionally my wife comes across a handsome man she thinks is good looking. I'm sure,
Yes.
but it's no
They
big
don't
deal.
admit it though, which is strange to me. Have you ever actually asked her? She probably won't admit it.
No, they only admit the ones that they're obviously they could never get. My wife is
Yeah.
absolutely enamored with Keanu Reeves and has always been so.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's who isn't? Come on, it's not even gay. He's so pretty.
Yeah,
Um,
no, he's cool. Yeah,
yeah. But no, but it's weird to me because I know it happens. I'm not an idiot. Of course it does. But for
yeah. Who
some
cares?
reason, every woman I've ever been with just will not admit it that they saw a good look. Like genuinely, not just always over there. Like, whoa, like that's happened to me. It's very
Sure.
rare, but it has.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, I don't know. It's strange to me why
You
women
know,
are like that. I
you,
think they think we're all so insecure we can't handle it, but it's like it's not a big deal. Did you suck us off?
no,
Like,
there's a
what
big
are we worried about
difference.
here?
Yeah, there's a big difference between saying, "Oh, that dude's freaking hot," and
Yeah.
chasing after him. Those are different, right?
Yes.
Because
Maybe it's not for women. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe in their mind it's the exact same thing because it doesn't happen very often for them where they're genuinely
mhm,
attracted to somebody.
yeah,
So as soon as they are, their brain is immediately in gotta have it, hunt mode. Whereas men, we're attracted to freaking everything. But
that's
then
true.
then we'll have moments where we're like, whoa.
Whoa, yeah,
But
yeah,
but we're
yeah,
never like it's very rare where we go, whoa, I gotta have that. It's usually like looking at beautiful art. You're like, whoa,
yeah. No, no, no. That's definitely
whoa.
true. It's not that kind of hunter thing doesn't kick in because I already
Right.
captured I'm married, right?
Right.
But yeah, no, I think that's true. You know, the weird thing though, when we talk about just raw human beauty, yeah, as you mentioned, the
Mhm.
most beautiful human I've ever seen in my life was a dude.
A
Is
dude.
that gay?
Was it a Thai lady boy or
No, it was just I
oh,
was young. I was with a girl actually,
you're
cute
just
little
a
thing.
handsome man. You're like, well, my goodness, look
Well,
at
he
this
was kind of
gentleman.
short though, but he had
How short
long
we
hair,
talking?
which is was a bit too long to be honest with you. But he was just a surfer at the beach. He had that perfect tan, and he literally
No,
glowed as he walked by me. I was like, Jesus, fuck,
he was
man.
glistening. He
He
had aura.
was.
Yes, sir. Even you got pulled in. You're like, damn,
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't
I'm
it
not
wasn't
gay, but
any.
damn.
No, it wasn't sexual at all.
No, I know
But
what you mean.
it was just wow. That is an absolutely stunning human.
A
Uh,
non-sexual man crush is what you're saying. You had that
Yeah, oh,
non-sexual man
he
crush.
was a beautiful human. It is that simple.
Yeah.
And of course, I think the other one beauties that have caught me in person, not something on screen, right?
Yep.
Have been a lot of females. There was actually one lady. She was probably 50 when I saw her. This is a long time ago, but it
Hmm.
didn't matter. It was just freaking angel dropped to earth, man.
Hmm.
You
Hmm.
know,
The one I remember the most, it was long, long ago. It's almost wow. This was 21 years ago. I was 19.
I might have boosted.
Uh,
Maybe I saw
and I
Jesus.
was I was yes, he walked past Jesus. I was at a sports bar, just watching the game with my buddies because this is when I was still into sports, and they invited me out to it. And the waitress came up, and I have never had this happen before. I don't think I've ever had it happen since. But I was literally dumbstruck. She was so beautiful.
Yeah,
I couldn't even
yeah,
talk to her. She
yeah,
she asked me what I wanted. My buddy literally like a cheesy rom com or something had to elbow me to get me to
yeah, yeah,
talk to her.
yeah,
I was gone. I was like,
yeah, yeah.
whoa,
No, no.
brain's
And
not working.
the thing is, we can all agree on something's universally beautiful. We can all do that. But
Yep.
it really is the individual, though. Because, like, if I see a woman for me that's just dropped dead, maybe for you, it's like, yeah, she's pretty, right?
Yes.
I mean, it is an individual thing. That is definitely true. But beauty's a good thing, man. I got no problem with that. Whether it be art or nature. I mean, actually think the most, literally using the word correctly, awestruck. Literally
Mhm.
because people never use the word awesome or awe incorrectly whatsoever. But
Yes.
it's been for me. It's involved nature.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, me too. Um, First time I saw the Grand Canyon, I was
Hmm.
awestruck because
Yeah, it is
it's
impressive.
genuinely a wonder.
It
And
is.
the first time, when this I was younger, but when I saw Niagara Falls from the Canada side and got up close, I said, "Wow, that's amazing. That's
Yeah, no,
impressive."
yeah, that the Niagara was certainly impressive. I think the most, for me, the most awestruck I've ever been, I was because I was doing the Eastern Circuit, and
Mhm.
they use buses, and there's all kind of ways you move with the tour, right?
Right.
And but there was I was going through Virginia. I was on a motorcycle at that time,
Mhm.
and I think it was a little CB 750 actually.
Mhm.
Anyway, I was up in the mountain and I just had myself a little box lunch,
Yeah.
and I just kind of pulled off the side of the road and I sat on a gigantic rock. Shenandoah Valley laid out before me
Mhm.
with the mountains in the back, and there was like a valley. You could see through a valley and see multiple mountain type of thing. It was like
Yep.
that. And this
Yep.
and the sun was just going down. The Shenandoah Valley is one of the most beautiful places on earth anyway.
That's true.
And oh my God, dude. That was like
I'm
the
trying to think.
perfect Reuben sandwich ever.
So I have a funny one. So when we went to Israel, when I was a
Mm.
teenager, um, I had never obviously been to the Mediterranean, never seen the Mediterranean. So I'm in our hotel room looking out the window, and the sun's setting over the Mediterranean, and it was obviously gorgeous. And I was like, oh, I was awestruck by it. And then as I'm looking at it, I look down the beach, and here's this big, had to be 300 pounds of fat guy walking down the beach in a speedo. I said, oh, it just killed that moment
Oh, that's
entirely for me because
unfortunate.
now
But
all
good
I
for
have
him
in my
though.
brain is him
Good
just
for him
marching
though.
down the
Good
beach,
for
just
him though.
fat rolls just
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, you know something else that's really cool, that's actually quite beautiful, and I suggest if you've never done it, go to one of the great museums in the world, or
Oh yeah,
maybe just specifically art galleries, because a lot of the art you've probably seen online or in a book or something like that, you'd be surprised how large the paintings are.
yeah, they're
Right?
huge,
They're not little
huge.
teeny things like you have in your house.
Right.
They take up walls. They're
Yes.
so gigantic, yeah. And go check some. There's one down in New York. What's it called?
Hmm.
It's like a famous one. I can't. It's an art gallery. I can't remember the name of it. But that one's got a lot of American, revolutionary art in it. That period, right? The founding of our
Right.
country, or at least when I went, they did. And wow, dude, some of those, like George, a lot of the George Washington stuff. It's
Hmm.
gigantic, dude. It's beautiful. I saw
Yeah.
some Rubens once on a tour, and holy shit, dude.
Well, we have effectively, not even effectively, we have deified Mr. Washington.
Oh, we have.
Uh,
Yeah,
yeah, he's got giant
that's true.
monuments to him. He's
Yeah,
got huge paintings to him. We've named cities after him. Like,
and
yeah,
I
you
think
don't
he
get
would.
much more godly than that on
Yeah.
paper, anyway.
Now, I've always kind of wondered about Little George there because, of course, he's probably taller than me. But
Yeah,
but
he
George
was
is an
pretty tall.
interesting character because when you read all the stuff around him, and there's a lot of course, information from that time. We have really good records because it wasn't that long ago.
Yes.
And But you get this sense that everyone wants to affirm him as being magnanimous,
Yes.
right? Everybody. And everybody wants to put that forward, even his enemies, right? Say
Yes.
this about him: he's so gracious and he's so true and
Beloved.
beloved. But I mean, the way he speaks, and it's almost lame to how
Mhm.
patriotic he is, right?
Yes.
I mean, you know what I mean? But then again,
Mhm.
if you look on the little edges of everything and read between the lines, I think that dude had a mega ego, dude.
Oh, probably. I mean,
Uh,
he was a living legend by the time of his
yeah,
death.
but I mean, I'm talking to extreme though, buddy.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't doubt it. Um, he was also though. There's a lot of reports. See, this is the problem. Is a lot of it's been mythologized.
Yeah, yeah,
But I don't know who knows what's true and who knows what isn't. But there's a lot of reports of people like because George Washington was famous to go off and pray, right? Allegedly,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and there's reports of people seeing like people walking over to where he was praying and seeing him surrounded by angels, and
Right.
there's
Well,
reports of finding bullet holes in his jackets that should have killed him, and he never even got hit.
right, right,
Stuff
right.
like that.
And of course, he also
I don't
saw
know if any of it's
aliens in one of
true.
those prayers.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of it's true, but these are the legends
The
we're dealing, or the
reports.
stories
Yeah.
we're dealing with. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's a very interesting figure
Yeah.
because the first true American deity was him. Right?
Oh
He
yeah,
he has
no,
been
100%.
deified
That's
100%.
100% true. Yeah, they deified
Yeah.
the hell out of him. And yeah, it's fine. They were
Yeah.
trying to create legacy.
Which he would probably hate.
Maybe.
Unless you're right about his ego, if he's the man, at least half the man that he's portrayed as, he would hate that
He
because
would
he didn't want to be
publicly hit it for sure. That's for
Yes,
sure.
he didn't want to be emperor.
And I
He
think
didn't
he
like the
actually
idea
did.
of
I think he did hate it publicly.
he didn't like the idea of political parties rallying and having them at all, really, because he believed they would cause infighting, and he was correct. And they'd cause, like sports teams, basically sports mentality.
Mhm.
So he was very conscious of public opinion and how important it was and stuff. So I think plus he was, by all accounts anyway, a fairly devout Christian. I don't think he would appreciate it very much being
No.
treated this way personally.
Well, keep in mind at the time they wanted to make him king, and he refused this. And
Yes.
of course, John Adams and many of the other ones was like, "No, no, we fought this to get away from that shit." But you have to
Right.
remember, a lot of those people, particularly in the Continental Congress, they were royalists, right?
Yeah.
They
Yes.
didn't want to. They tried everything they could to make a deal with King George. They did.
Yep.
They were fighting tooth and nail. To keep that. And they were, if you go back and read all the files and stuff like that, they were quite mean to Massachusetts, dude.
Yes, they
Um,
were.
but they really,
They
really tried.
also they also weren't most of them weren't really upset with the king. Now, obviously, he's the
No,
king, so he takes the brunt of it, but
right.
they were upset with the
The
crown
the
corporations that were
parliamentarians.
acting in his
Yeah,
name.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were trying to get him to listen because he was
Yep.
the only one who could actually help them,
Yep.
and he just was not interested. He just didn't
No,
care. Uh,
he was more than not interested. He was like, well, we'll just kill you and be done with it then.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, how'd that work out there, buddy? How'd
Yeah.
that work out there, Georgie Pooh?
But my
So quick.
point is, a lot of them were royalists, and of course, it didn't work out for them at all. They had to fight, and they all had to. They all agree there's no choice. We either fight
Right.
or die. It's that simple.
Yep.
But at the end, they were still royalists, and they liked that system, and they wanted that. And of course, we didn't get that. We got our republic,
Right.
our democratic republic.
Mm.
But
We have given you a republic if you can keep it.
if you can keep it. But I don't know if we make the right choice.
No, we did
Yeah.
not. A constitutional monarchy is the best,
Yeah.
scientifically, the best form of
It
government there
is.
is.
It is.
Yeah.
And you say, well, that's just a dictatorship. But they are
It
quite
is not.
significantly different because
Yes.
there's nothing to challenge a dictator. Whereas in a
Right.
monarchy, there is all the family and all the other noble families around that are constantly looking for any opportunity to take you
Yep.
out and get in power. And if you're
Keeping you honest.
that's right. If you're a good king and you're doing a good job, they have no opportunity to do so.
Because the
Right?
people won't tolerate it.
That's
People would
right,
never
and the
let
other
you
nobles
depose
won't
their good
either
king.
because they all want
Right.
the same thing. So
Right.
that assassin-minded, nobility is what makes monarchy work, right?
Yes.
Over, say, dictatorship, because a lot of people in their mind they assume it's the same, right?
Right.
But it is not. It is not.
Well, and
Monarchy
the
does work.
reality is a constitutional monarchy, like similar to Britain, but you need a real constitution, not the made up one they have. Works because most of the government is still Republican, right? It still operates like a republic in
It
every
does.
other
It does.
functionary.
It just king
It's
has
just you have
oversight.
that executive
Yeah,
over
yeah,
it, right?
that's right.
And that's important because you need one person. The reason why one person's important, I'll get to in a second, to be the judge of last resort, to be the person who'd be like, no, 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 you're way out of line here. We're not doing that. Whatever, and the king can still do that in England if he wants to. They
He
never
can. They
do,
just
but he
don't.
can.
No.
Um, You need that though. It's good. It's not only good for the people, it puts the people at ease because then they can kind of deify their monarch a little bit and be like, he's got it under control. He won't let it get too bad, blah 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 blah, which
Yeah.
isn't always true, of course. But it gives you that peace of mind to some level for the general public, especially the really stupid ones, which is most of them. Um, so that's a good thing. It's also a cultural force, but also the reason why you want one person is because one, you can only have one captain on a boat.
Yeah.
Right? There's only one captain. If the captain's fucking up, you get rid of the captain. It's much easier to get rid of one bad king than it is a bunch of tyrants who call themselves senators. Much easier to
Oh
get rid of
yeah.
one bad king.
It is, and to be fair, in Britain, they do have that system,
Yeah.
but the current Stuart family that are in charge there, from we just lost Elizabeth, and of course now Charles is on the throne. Um,
Mhm.
they they never, because Elizabeth set the precedence. They never use their power ever.
I
Well,
think she did
she
once in
did
like the
once or
70s or
once or
something.
twice,
Yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah.
generally they don't, and I think this is a mistake. I understand
Yeah.
what they're trying to do, but I think you should flex your muscle every now and then just to
Yeah.
remind your people that the monarch still is there.
The monarch is on your side. The
Right,
monarch
well,
has got
or
your
if
back.
you like.
Even if it's not true,
Yeah,
the perception is
that's
important
right. I think
because
they
you
should
don't want the
flex.
people to turn against the crown. You don't want the people because the
Right.
crown is supposed to represent the nation. That's the
Mhm.
idea.
And of
And
course,
the royal family does, and blah blah blah
that's
blah.
right.
So if the people turn on that, you get French Revolution nonsense, right?
Right,
That's what you
you
get.
do. And of course, in that case, everyone, Marie Antoinette and Louis, the image you have from Hollywood is they were horrible, evil, and decadent, and they weren't. They were quite the opposite. It's
Hmm.
the most disgusting is Marie Antoinette. She was Austrian. We get a word
Yep,
from them called austere. Yeah.
that's right.
She'd never said let them eat cake ever. She was
That's right.
very controlled in her wardrobe. She was not frivolous at all. She was incredibly austere. And Louis, her husband, he meant well. He wanted to help, but
Yeah.
he wouldn't just take the balls, the bull by the balls and get it done. That's the
Yep.
problem with him.
Well,
He
eventually the
was
French
too.
got that guy. His name was Napoleon Bonaparte, and they
Yeah,
didn't
they
like
did.
him much either
And
by
then,
the
well, they
end.
made him emperor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe the moral of the story is don't be a pussy king.
That's true.
Don't
No,
be a
that
pussy
because
king.
that was Louis's problem. He wasn't a bad man. His intention was
Yeah.
good. If you go study it, his intentions was good, but he didn't
Yeah.
have the wherewithal to get up there and push against the frickin' parliamentarians. That was the problem.
Yes.
But the most disgusting of that is Marie Antoinette. It's truly disgusting because any movie they make about it, she is this decadent, deviant, airhead,
Libertine. She's very
valley girl.
libertine.
And
Yeah.
she was literally the exact opposite. She
No.
was an Austrian at that
She
time,
was raised to be a queen. She
and
was
she
like it
was
was her whole life to
yeah,
be a
but they
queen.
were extremely austere, right?
Yes.
It's so ridiculous, especially let them eat cake thing. What a dumb thing, man. But we've
Yeah.
had a lot of now. You were talking about something earlier, and maybe I
Hmm.
should go ahead and bring this up real quick because
Yeah.
I didn't plan for it, but screw it.
Screw
Um,
it.
so let
Do
me
it
go.
live.
Do it live, dude. All right, let me get back over here and stop being stupid. Okay, hold on a second.
Oh, Pedro, you are a very ugly man. You're not
He
handsome.
is.
I don't think he's a handsome guy. I don't
No,
like
what?
it.
No, what did I do here? I did something wrong. What did I do wrong here? Hold on a
He's done
second.
something wrong, folks.
Okay,
He's done something wrong.
don't know what I did here. Okay, I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it. All righty. That's not what I wanted to click. I'll get it right here. Give me a second. All right. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
He's
All
still
right.
thinking about that bartender.
I
Give
have
him
to give
time.
me a second. All right, here. Let me go over. Now, you mentioned something. I'll come into my
Oh,
set of things here in a minute. But you mentioned something on the Discord.
hmm
Oh, here we go.
Mark. That's funny. I was just going to ask you if we should. I was going to ask you about this.
Now, let me just get an image of old Marcus here, one of his
There he
statues.
is.
Yeah, let's go with this.
That curly
Oh no,
hair.
this one's cool. Let's do it. Is that no? Let's do this
Look
one.
at that curly hair. Look at
This
him.
one's better. This one's better.
Was Marcus Aurelius a
Well,
Jew? What's up with the hair curls? What's going on?
well, they all were.
Chester, don't give away. Not all of them. Germanicus wasn't.
Well, there was they started that way anyway. All right, so here's our little thing. We'll just use this. Yeah, no, they're all German, but I mean they, of course, keep in mind when the Grecians lost to the Spartans and they escaped to their western holdings.
Yep.
They eventually along the way they ended up renting some land, or leasing, I guess would have been the word, some land from
Mm.
the Etruscan people, and in the Palatine Hills, and they called it Palladium, of course, which is,
Mhm.
and then centuries, like 1,000 years later, more than 1,000 years, they eventually came back to it, and the Vatican's like, hey, well, this is where it all started, so let's set our religious base here. So Rome, it's not like it doesn't have importance, but it's not what they tell you it is. But nevertheless, um, but those when they did that, eventually they just took it because they took everything because they became, Rome. But
Yes.
when they were building their power, ended up all in the north. The
Yep.
Germany and of course the Gallia and Britain to a point became Rome. That was the center of it. And then of course when the business, well, I'm not going to go through that. But we're talking about Marcus Aurelius. Anyway,
Yeah.
um,
Oh,
uh,
Marky Mark and the
now
Funky Bunch.
you made an interesting statement, a question about Marcus. Why don't you ask it again?
My question about Marcus. It wasn't my question. It was Elon's question.
Yep.
And it is Elon, Mr. Musk says, I wonder if Marcus Aurelius could have done more to carry Rome to greater heights, or whether that was as good a job as could have been done.
Now, that's an interesting question because when we think of Marcus Aurelius,
Mhm.
or at least when I do, I never think about his tenure as an emperor.
Yes. Yes.
I think of him as a man who took the ideals of Stoicism and encapsulated them into a memoir.
Yeah.
That's what I
Basically a
think of.
doctrine.
A doctrine, and I
Yeah.
love his thinking. I agree 100% with his thinking. I am a Stoic.
Mm. He's correct. Yeah.
He's correct. And we've seen a huge shift in the past decade. This is a good thing that's come out of this feminist destruction of the West.
Yeah.
Is a lot of men have embraced Stoicism, and that's a
It's good.
good thing, dude.
It
That's a
is.
real good
It
thing,
is.
right? Because that, you see, like Andrew Tate is one that comes to everyone's mind immediately. Now, I don't agree with a lot of the things that guy says because,
Yeah.
well, he is actually a misogynist. I mean, let's be fair, and I don't throw
Yeah.
that word around lightly. But beyond all that, if you remember, as this started, what, 15 years ago, I guess. Um, you had a lot of men that were just kind of lost, didn't know what to do, and they were just whining, right? And
Right.
that's never a good thing for a man to do. But you had these guys who were reading into Marcus Aurelius in Meditations, of course, and finding Stoicism, whether they realized it or not. And you started seeing this big shift. No, don't whine. Get out there, get yourself in shape, get your finances in order, make yourself worthy of something, which is an
Right.
amazing message. And that's exactly what Stoicism is,
Well,
right?
it's also the message of the chivalric era, like the middle, what we call the Middle Ages. It's also the message of all that fantasy, of fantasy in general, up
Sure.
until very recently. The
Yeah.
reason this is why the feminists are retarded. There's many reasons, but this is one of the main ones. When they say they don't want to be a prize, right? They don't, I'm not a prize for someone to win, sweetheart. The story
That's
wasn't
good,
about
Alan.
the girl. The story was about the young man becoming worthy of you. You understand? You're not being a prize, darling. It's about his growth, his development.
Well,
So, like you just said,
men are the
that's
prize
the
anyway,
point.
but
That's
okay.
the well, yes, but that's the point. Is the point of the stories of these old stories and of stoicism, all these things, is to make the man into
Worthy.
something because
His journey to
women,
be something worthy.
yeah,
That's right.
women already have value. You
Oh,
have the
and
ability
instant built
to
in, like
carry
that little
light.
20-year-old bartender I met.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you were
Hmm.
married, Chester, we both know what would have happened. We
That's
know
true.
it. Everybody
That's
knows
true.
it.
I am a devourer of worlds.
But my point is, all this messaging, like you're talking about, is is coming back into fashion, and I do think we're going to see a resurgence in masculine art again. I think we've already started to see it actually,
Yeah. But yeah.
where the ideal is the stoic man. You're trying
Yeah.
the best example in modern times is Luke Skywalker. He goes from a whiny little bitch to a complete stoic by the end, to the
Yeah,
point
yeah.
where he won't
That's a
even
good
raise his
example.
blade in
It
anger
is.
because he knows it's wrong.
That's right.
Um,
And we've
yeah,
seen I've seen a lot of them because they don't know. No one reads anything and they don't know shit. So they're kind of recreating the wheel and think they did something. And
yeah,
you've seen a lot of it these days. They call it the Sigma male. Well,
yeah,
no, that's stoicism.
yes.
But you see that a lot. It's like with that stupid little girl Jennifer Lawrence saying, "I'm the first action hero female." It's like, oh Jesus, um,
Sweetheart, Snook
sweetheart.
on,
Yeah.
darling. What are we
But they
saying?
because they don't read anything, they don't study, they have no knowledge of the past.
That's right.
And of course, that's what the the Marxists want. They want you to be ignorant, foolish. They want no family. They want everything broken down. They want you to be an individual taxpayer that obeys the rule. That's what they want. So success, right? But anyway,
Yep.
back to Marcus here.
Back to him.
Like I said, that's how I remember, and I remember him fondly, as many people do, because he didn't create stoicism, but he did encapsulate it, and he lived it,
Yeah.
which is more
Yes.
important, right? Now, when we talk about him as an emperor, uh, if you want to get into that, I'm like, I don't know that you do, because
He had a pretty long reign, actually.
it
He was
wasn't
emperor
bad.
for a while.
It
Yeah.
wasn't bad. I mean, I think he was in there for like almost 20 years, I guess.
Mhm.
See, 160, 161 to 180, I'd say, is when he died.
I think
Now
that's
he
correct. Yeah.
is considered the part of the Nerva Antonian dynasty, and is
Mhm.
one of the five good emperors. I don't know why they quantify it that way, because honestly, under his reign, there were some problems. Now, keep in mind,
Yep.
back in these days, they were kind of taking on what Julius Caesar had done, where he adopted Octavian, of course, Augustus,
Mhm.
right? And a lot of them were adopting people and putting them in line to heir, which is an interesting take, right? It's not like my son automatically becomes the next emperor. No, they were adopting people they thought would be good emperors, like Julius did. And that was going
Which
on
is
for quite a while.
smart,
Yeah, it is.
actually.
It
Not
is
a
a good
bad
thing,
idea.
and
Yeah.
and it had generally some good success. During the time that Marcus was, emperor, it was called. That was the time that they called the Pax Romana, the peace
That's
of
right.
Rome, because it was they. I don't know why they say that, because it's not really true. During his time, there was plenty of wars going on, and he got credit for it. Although I don't think he was really heavily involved with it.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of,
Well, that's
unfortunate
probably
things.
why they say it, because he was a good ruler for the most part, but
Yeah,
he let the empire do its thing.
he did.
See what I'm
There's a lot
saying?
of war in
I
the
think that's
East,
probably why.
especially. In the
Yeah.
West, it was peaceful. That is true. But in the East,
Yeah.
there was a lot of war under him. So I don't know why well, whatever. But of course, the biggest one of those, if you remember your history classes, would have been the Parthian Wars. Um, of course, that was being run by Lucius Verus, right?
Mhm.
But the
What
Parthian,
a name.
yeah, I
Lucius
know, what a
Verus.
great name.
What a
Yeah,
name.
Lucius Verus. That is a badass name. Uh, uh, One of my favorite names of all time was a Gallic during Charlemagne's time. Was a guy. His name was Xerxes Getarex.
That's cheating. What are
That's
we
shit.
doing here?
That's badass, dude. That's too badass. Took a Persian emperor's name, and of course
Yeah.
Getarex being one of the royal
Well,
families of the early
Xerxes is
Gauls.
already a great name. I mean, that just
Yeah,
invokes power. Xerxes.
yeah,
That's just
yeah.
powerful.
I think I'm going to change my name officially to Xerxes Getarex.
I don't know if your wife
Dude,
would
I could
approve.
wear that. No, I could, shit, give me, I could wear that shit. I could walk into a room says I am Xerxes
Well,
Getarex.
especially in
Shit
Japan,
get
where
fucking
you
mad.
tower over everybody like
Yeah,
a kaiju. They're gonna be like,
yeah,
"Oh yeah, I believe you. I
yeah,
believe it. That's
yeah.
Xerxes. That's him."
But anyway, yeah, some great names from the past. To be fair, their names were a lot cooler than what we got now. Let's be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lucius Verus is a great name. But anyway, so all that was going on, and like I said, the Parthian War is attested to him, right? Not Marcus, even though he was emperor and he gets all the credit. But so that you had that going on. So I wouldn't say that it was like truly all peaceful, because that was pretty brutal war. But also during his time, a lot of Christians got, Although
Hmm.
there's once again nothing like that is attested to him. He wasn't hunting Christians. He didn't put any edicts or anything like that. But it was ongoing, and he just didn't involve himself.
Didn't
Uh,
intervene. He did not
no, he
intervene.
didn't. And you of course have the and of course with all that you had Justin Martyr. Wonder where that word went on to have meaning.
Mm.
The Tertullian, of course. And then that was all the Christian stuff. But then, of course, we have another thing that happened under his reign. We had 2 years of a plague that actually bears his name, the Antonian plague, because his name is Antonian.
Mhm.
And of course, that is estimated to have killed about, I don't know, 10 million people.
That's a lot back then, especially.
Yeah,
That's lots of people. There
yeah,
wasn't that many people, Chester. That's a lot.
yeah. Now, of course, there is a column to him, and there's a statue as well that still stands in Rome, which was built posthumously, of course. But
Yes.
so yeah, we remember him for meditations, is what we
He's
remember him for.
probably the most well-known emperor besides Caesar himself, who was never actually emperor, uh, because of the movies. A lot of
Mhm.
movies, not just Gladiator, but other ones, are set in his time where he's the emperor. I don't know why, but they just
Yeah.
are.
Well, I think a lot of men secretly love stoicism. They just don't speak out loud, especially around the ladies,
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
or
No, he's
amongst them.
the propaganda. He's the OG George Washington. Like the propaganda around
Yeah.
Marcus
Oh yeah, a lot,
is
a lot.
is unbelievable. And Washington wrote many doctrines and memoirs and things on how to live and his own personal standards and things. So I have them actually. I've read them. Like one of them is you should never scratch a place that is covered by clothing in public. Is one of his rules for etiquette.
Yeah.
And that's fine, except for you have to understand back then they literally covered themselves from head to toe. So they didn't just walk. He was walking around itchy all day long. Old George was. Didn't
Yeah.
scratch nothing.
Yeah, that's true. But no, I actually I do that as well. So,
Yeah,
yeah, I don't
yeah.
scratch anything in public.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was one of
Um
his things.
Now, of course, his son, Commodus, succeeded him.
Yep.
And Commodus, of course, he is, of course, he's attested with a really big war with the Marcomannic Wars. That was a pretty bloody time. But anyway, we're not talking about Commodus. We're talking about Marcus. Now,
Mhm.
so to answer Mr. Musk's question, I would say, could he have done more? Um, I don't know that he did very much as emperor at all, actually.
Right. Exactly.
I think he was more interested in learning to be a stoic and his own personal life. I think he
Mhm.
let things go around. It's not like he was absent. He did involve himself. I mean, he was consul of Rome, what, 3 times, right?
Yes.
So I mean, it's not like he wasn't involved, but I just don't think he involved themselves in the little stuff. He's almost Trumpian. He let people who are really good at what they do their thing, and he didn't get in their
And
way.
guess what happens?
Success.
Mostly success.
Yeah,
It's fine.
yeah. I mean, because there was war, but they won that war, right?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
plague was an unfortunate thing, which we can't really put on the emperor per se. But
Right.
that you just think about 10 million
Probably
people dying
probably the damn
today.
Chinese. Is probably what it was.
Well, it
Every
might have
time
been.
it's the Chinese.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a lot of people at any time in history, especially when you go back in that period, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
goodness gracious. Um,
Just
uh,
once.
and of
That's
course, there's a lot
big
of.
die off.
It is really bad. Um, and it was certainly an epidemic. It wasn't pandemic as far as we know. But it was a epidemic in the Roman Empire anyway, which was
So
a big
wait, Chester,
place.
did they inject themselves with mysterious chemicals to solve this problem, or did it just kind of solve itself like every virus ever?
Of course, it ran itself out as
Ah,
they always do.
yeah,
Now, of course, they were fighting over. This is I told you the Eastern Wars, right? The Parthian Wars. Well, it was
yeah,
soldiers coming back from that brought the plague with them. You see,
right.
uh,
Yeah, it's
and
probably because the Chinese. I'm telling you, it's always the Chinese with plagues. It always comes from there
well,
or
they
somewhere in
weren't.
that direction.
It wasn't that far east. But
Yeah, but they
here
were traveling. They were caravanning all the way over there by that time
now
from
there
China.
are two arguments on what this disease was based on all the evidentiary information we have. It was either the smallpox or it was
Early
the
form.
measles, an early form of the smallpox. Now, the smallpox we have basically eradicated these days, and it wasn't like it wasn't a problem because it was a problem. But a
Oh
lot
yeah.
of a lot of doctors and stuff think it was actually more than likely the measles. Um, uh,
Interesting.
so either way, it was an introduction of something that we had to deal with for a long time after, and we're still
Mhm.
dealing with measles, of course. You know,
See, that's why you just don't go east, Chester. If we just stop going east,
yeah.
everything will be fine. Just stay out of the east. Nothing good comes from the east.
It's true. Now, the plague did break out a second time, I do believe, in eight 189 maybe. If my under Commodus, but that was a very small die off. It was very small.
Oh God. Oh, Ellen's funny. Sorry, that was the worst time. Yeah, all these people died. I just start chuckling. Oh, it was bad timing, but Alan's a funny man. He made me chortle. Just I chortled.
Yeah, yeah. Is that Lucius Verus is the final boss on a JRPG? Um, is
Sounds like
this?
one. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. So maybe I'm a little behind. I don't see what you're looking at.
Oh, he said slave teeth over wood teeth. Martha hates splinters. George Washington. As
Fair.
if that's a quote.
That's fair. A quote. A good quote. Good quote. Good quote. Yeah. Well, it's he was
Mm.
known for having those lacquer teeth, but which is kind
Right.
of weird because a lot of European nobility at that time would have had ivory teeth.
Right.
Was actually quite
Well, ivory was
popular
probably fairly hard to come by at
in the
that point. And
colonies, maybe. Well, that
yeah.
was one of the problems they were having was
Yep.
supply, and of course the taxation as well. But it's kind of weird. People don't understand how many wars, maybe like all wars, are actually about money. Like the
Yeah.
Civil War, like, no, we're going to save the slaves. No, it was about
Yeah.
money.
Man.
The
That's
slaves
taxation.
became a useful tool in the process, right?
As the man famously said, all wars are banker wars. Every single one of them.
It's
It's
true.
always about the money and
It
who
is
gets
true.
access to it and control over it.
Yeah. But anyway, I think we've answered Elon's question, don't you think?
We have. Well, it's interesting that he chose Marcus because my a better question for me would be Octavian. That would be far more interesting
Oh
because
no,
that
no.
man did some things
No
and some
way he
stuff.
could have done more, dude. There's no way. It's
There's no
ridiculous
way he
what he
could have
did.
done half the things he exactly. There's no
Yeah.
way he could have done half the things he did, but he did them.
Well,
It's outrageous.
Octavian must have been the most badass manager in history.
Yeah,
I
brilliant
mean,
tactician and strategist, like on a different
absolutely.
level. Yeah.
Because what he accomplished in a lifetime is not possible without an army
Yes.
of people out there
But
working for you.
listen, in 100 years, people are going to say the same thing about Musk. There's no way. There's no way he did all that by himself. He
Yeah,
managed how many companies at that level?
yeah.
No
Or
way.
or Trump.
He did. Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
history is going to look at him very favorably, actually.
Yep.
But just for simply his accomplishments and work ethic. So Octavian, it's hard to explain Octavian because of all his success. But do keep in mind most of the modern governance and just simple stuff like province management. Taxation and how things are spread out. I mean, all of these things are really coming from him. The whole world probably doesn't even know that they're using an Augustan system, although they are. Now, to be fair, Kublai and his Manchurians also quite alive in a lot of the governance of the world today as well.
Mhm.
Octavian was definitely a ridiculously important human, and now that's a dude, by the way, because he doesn't get I don't have they ever even showed us a movie of Octavian? He's usually just in the little end pieces talking about Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, right?
It's usually
Um,
about Caesar, yeah. See, well, because Caesar's far more dramatic,
it
with the
is,
with the
but
with
he Octavian did
Cleopatra and
take
Mark
out Mark Antony
Antony.
though. He did take out
Oh,
Mark
he
Antony.
took him right the fuck
Yeah.
out. He
Um,
did. He didn't play no
but
games with Mark.
but the thing I wanted to mention about Octavian is that is a dude you do not cross. You
Correct.
you do not do it. That guy
It's
was
just
brutally efficient.
going to end badly for somebody,
Yeah,
probably you.
yeah.
Don't do it.
He's not even
Yep.
that. Talk about
That's
vindictive.
in Chester.
Yeah,
That's what we need. To sort the mess, to right, because
yeah.
that's what Rome needed. Let's be honest. Rome
It
was in
is.
trouble.
It made
It was
Rome.
in trouble.
Actually, it made
Yeah.
Rome. Yeah,
And he came in and he cleaned the house.
yeah.
The house
But
got cleaned, sir.
and we have to give credit to Julius because
Yes.
Julius, as successful as he was, and him knocking against the stupidity of the Republican senators
Yep.
and their nonsense that was going on, he's like, we need to change, we need to expand, we need to improve, or we're going to die. People don't give
Yep.
Julius credit for that. All they do is he's a warmonger, and a bunch of senators killed him. That's
Right.
Brutus et tu, Brute. That's all we get, right?
Yep.
But the reality is, Julius saw a problem that needed to be fixed. It wasn't petty. It was
And he
quite
had the
He
balls
did.
to
Uh,
cross that damn river
he did,
and
which
take it.
was in Germany. It's nowhere near Italy. But
Yeah.
he was magnanimous in it, right?
Yes. He was
Truly,
also beloved. Him
he
and
was.
I mean, we'll talk about. We started this with George Washington. They're neck and neck for the two most beloved politicians to ever live,
Yeah.
Caesar and
Um,
Washington. It's real close. It's
but
real close.
Julius saw this kid, not his kid, right? And
It's
it
the
was like
genius.
a little kid. He was very young. He was like a teenager, right?
Yeah,
Skinny,
I think it was like
scrawny little teenager. And
13 or
Octavian
14.
was
He was young.
always scrawny, by the way. Um,
Yeah.
he was never a field general like Julius, never, right?
Yeah.
Julius saw this kid and he was like, "Wow, that kid, that kid's going to change the world," and he adopted him, right, and made
And
him
then
his
2
son,
months later,
right?
he got stabbed in the back.
He did,
Um, literally.
literally.
It's crazy. No, Caesar, I mean, the term Caesar has become so ubiquitous with ruler or emperor, all throughout
Well, they all
the
took his
Western
name,
world.
didn't they?
Yes,
Yeah,
and it went even further. So even into the Holy Roman Empire, they called them Kaisers. The
Khan.
czar just comes from Caesar. Khan comes. It all comes from Caesar.
Yeah.
All of it.
Oh yeah.
Which is crazy that his name basically became like the term
Synonymous
for
with king.
king
Yeah.
or emperor. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
as
wild.
emotional. Now, keep in mind, we say Caesar because Jewish Hollywood. But
Yes,
at the time, it would have been pronounced Kaiser or Kaiser.
yes,
Yeah,
which
so
is even
Kaiser
better.
is the more
It's even
correct
cooler.
pronunciation.
Kaiser.
And
What's that? Oh, he rules. Well, I believe you that with a name
yeah,
like that. That makes sense. That
yeah,
checks out. I wouldn't want to cross Kaiser. That sounds like a bad time.
yeah. And no, everybody picked it up. Everyone
Yeah.
uses it. Of course, Khan was the Byzantine transliteration of it, and of
Yep.
course, most people apply that to Mongols for some reason. I have no clue why. Um, but whatever. That does irritate.
Hollywood.
It gets in my craw, Thunder.
Hollywood. Hollywood
Yeah.
bullshit.
The
Um,
the thing is like John Wayne as Genghis Khan was ridiculous. No, it was more accurate than most of the shit we get.
Pretty
Actually,
close, actually. His
they
hair
just need
wasn't
to
quite red enough, but other
give
than
him some red
that,
hair, yeah, and he'd be better. But because they don't understand it, and of course you can't tell the Mongols that they have absolutely taken possession of that thing.
that's right. Yeah.
Um, but
I
whatever.
mean,
The question
he's
was
pretty
to.
cool. He was wicked and evil, sure, but he was pretty cool. The
Oh yeah,
stuff he
yeah,
accomplished,
yeah.
old
He was.
Changus.
He was his little coup d'état there,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, he was quite successful. And of course, what he did was is he extended the reach of the Byzantines. And
Yeah.
a lot of us today would argue that the Byzantine Empire got as far as the Americas, right?
Probably.
Because they had all of China after Kublai, right?
Right.
The Japanese are insistent that they never fell, even though we have 200 years of them being on the map as being part of the Tartarians, right?
Hmm.
So I don't know what that is, but nevertheless, we know that they had mapped the whole West Coast long before that. I mean, even when we have the stories of Marco Polo, he was a
Yes.
cartographer, right,
Yes.
for Kublai. But nevertheless, a lot of us think that they did get into the Americas, and when you get these mud flooders, and they're talking about the founding, all these buildings that are all these Capitol buildings and beautiful buildings out in across America, especially in the Midwest and the West. And if you look at their construction in 1 year, that's a freaking 10-year project. What are you talking about, right?
Yes.
It's all bullshit, and there's probably some truth to it. And I think the whatever happened around 1600, because something really bad happened, right?
Right.
I think it happened in America, and that's why it's not recorded anywhere because there was no one to record it, and the Tartarian
Yeah.
Empire was crumbling already,
Well, there
right?
was some people, but they were, backward savages who didn't even have the
Well,
wheel.
I know. I
So,
think I think at that time you did have the most eastern extent, or I guess they would call it the most western extent of the Tartarian Empire. Once again, you can call it whatever you want. And I think they were already in crumbling mode because they were too extended. And whatever happened, a volcano or a space rock or whatever it was, blasted them to hell because when they came
what
in,
if
they
it
found
was a what if it was a small release of the caldera and pushed them off the continent? The Yellowstone caldera, the one
maybe.
that's supposedly could blow any day
I
now.
mean,
We don't know.
when we came in, that thing is hot as hell. Still is.
Yep.
Still is.
Yep.
But it was something. And I think it was in America because that makes the most sense because no one had any accounting of it. But yet we have this absolute cataclysm worldwide. I mean, it threw us into the little ice age, as historians
Right.
call it, right?
Hmm.
Something really bad happened. And when we came in, just down in Mexico and south of that, there were civilizations, road, trade, religion. I mean, all kind of shit. But then up in the north, where it was more beautiful and a better place to build, you have these primitive savages running around murdering and literally eating each other. That doesn't make
Yep.
sense at
No.
all. And of course, they will argue, no, no, we built this, which I think comes down to money. Let's be fair. But
Hmm.
we do have certain things throughout the Americas that they can't argue. Arizona, Phoenix being a big one, which I mentioned a few weeks ago. But that entire place is a beautifully man-made canals. No one knows who built them. Well, they create some illusionary native tribe that built them.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, someone
Without
built
the
them.
wheel,
Even
by the
though
way.
it's yeah,
Didn't have the
even
wheel.
yeah, that's right. Even though the canals, if you go look at them, are very, let me see, reminiscent of a certain culture. What culture do you think it could be? What culture could it look like?
I'm
Do you think?
guessing you're gonna say Byzantine.
Yeah, Roman.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
guess. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because Byzantine
No,
is Rome.
it's
Yeah.
listen, as a representative of the red man, I'm
Hmm.
saying it right to everybody's face. They were savages.
They
They
were,
just were.
but if
Like, they
my
didn't even have the wheel. They didn't have writing in most of them. They didn't barely had a language, a lot of them. Like,
it was bad. It was bad.
these weren't humans,
They
really. They
weren't.
didn't have
But
any civilization.
if you look at the theory, and it's not a hypothesis, this is to the point of theory, right? That there was a cataclysm. Then those red people at one time were part of the greater Tartarian Byzantine Empire,
Mhm.
and they were quite civilized.
Yep.
They were,
And then
and of
something
course, if
wiped them out.
that's right, and if you look down in the south in Mexico and beyond, with those civilizations that were still intact, they were in absolute turmoil, though, right?
Mhm.
So if you had this major cataclysm and a trading partner just disappears, a major trading partner disappears, right? Because they
Yep.
didn't know much about the East, as far as the Europeans, it seems, but they certainly would have been trading with them, which of course is coming into Eurasia, right, from the other direction. Um,
Right.
and the fact that they were in complete disorder and chaos, and the Spanish so easily could come in and rally the troops in the area to take it and take out Montezuma, um,
Yep.
it makes perfect sense. They lost a trading partner. There was a big cataclysm that would have affected them too, just less so, right? Like the
Right.
rest of the planet. And it makes perfect sense when you look at the big
I think it was
picture
the
of it.
caldera,
It
especially
might have
since
been.
it's so much of it's you had massive shifts of the earth, which is very volcanic stuff.
Yep,
There was weird weather for a long time, like the
it
little ice
was.
age.
Yeah.
That's very volcanic sounding, like a
It
big
does. It
volcanic
sounds
event.
like a volcano. Yeah. Now, a
Yeah,
space rock could put up debris in the atmosphere too that stays there for years.
yep,
It can.
yep,
But no, I don't think that's a problem, especially how hot that thing is. And
yeah.
it's been since we found it, right?
It's not
It
good.
has been
It's
mega
actually real
hot.
bad. It's
Yeah.
real not good for everybody living here. I'm okay if it blows. Most likely, according to all the stuff I've seen, if it like fully blows,
Oh, dude, the whole planet
I
will be in trouble, dude. The whole planet.
yeah. If it
Yeah.
fully blows, I've got like maybe a week before I'll eventually just be dead. Maybe.
Well,
But the rest of the
to be
planet will slowly struggle.
we
It'll be a
always
struggle.
we always survive these cataclysms, and they're far more frequent than you think they are, right?
Yes.
We always survive them. It's not like they wipe us out. Even the Younger Dryas event, which boy, that came close to wiping everything out. But we
Yeah.
survived it. So it's not like we won't
Somehow.
survive. And in modern time, not unlike 400 years ago, our technology is such that we'll survive it better than most cultures of the past, for sure.
Yes.
Especially, because one of the problems you get from that, not in the local area, you're screwed. But for the rest of the world, is growing food. That's the problem. When you have a lot of debris thrown in the atmosphere for years, it's very hard to farm traditionally. You get
Well,
very low
especially
yields.
there. If that
Oh
blows
yeah,
where
no,
it
that
is,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
that's the most fertile ground in the
yeah,
world.
yeah,
Now we just lost the
yeah.
breadbasket
But
of the planet.
maybe that's why it's so fertile.
Oh, that's absolutely
It
why.
gets
That's
replenished,
you have the
right?
Mississippi that flows in, the Mississippi that and all of its whatever they're called, the tributaries and subsidiaries,
Okay,
that flow off of it into that land straight into Yellowstone.
sure.
And then underneath of it, you have this constant churning heat and,
Yeah,
and fire and mineral and everything. And then
yeah.
every so often it goes pop,
I
and
think
then it
so.
replenishes that soil.
I think so. I've never looked at it, but I bet you if I went and looked at it geologically, looked at a topographical map, I might be able
Yep.
to, or anybody listening might be able to say, "Oh, well, that looks like a big pop." It's all green now, but I mean, those,
Yep.
things green. You can have things green up in a week, right?
Yep. Doesn't take
Doesn't
long.
take long.
It's
Um,
crazy how fast a desert can
yeah,
turn green very
yeah,
quickly.
no, yeah, yeah,
Very
yeah. We've
quickly.
seen some good examples. Jews,
Yep.
actually, good at
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
But
Well, yeah, a lot of the West in America, we've greened it out. It
yeah.
it was more deserty.
Yeah. Well, let me give you a little piece of trivia though, because you mentioned the Mississippi, and of course it's vital, obviously,
Yeah.
always has been. But
Mississippi.
well, there's a bit of trivia. I don't know if most Americans realize this, but you do realize that the Missouri River is actually longer than the Mississippi,
Correct.
technically,
Yep.
right? Now it doesn't have the mightiness of the mighty Mississippi, but the Missouri River is actually longer. But yeah, that's one of the things that makes America so viable is we have so many water resources.
It's the most valuable land in the world, the
It
Mississippi
is.
River Delta or
Oh yeah.
basin. There's nothing more valuable from a pure raw. That's why the billionaires are buying it all up from a pure raw soil and land in the world. Now that could change, and there's actually some people who think it's going to change as the planet supposedly gets warmer and more of like Siberia thaws,
Yeah.
because that land has been untouched for who knows however long it's been frozen,
Yeah.
for the most part. So there's a potential if they find good water up there that that could change, which would actually be better for everybody because only having one
Sure.
breadbasket is a terrible idea. That's not good for anybody.
Yeah, that's fair. And I don't know how much actual melting we're going to get,
Yeah.
but because we're real close to falling into a little bit of an ice age again.
Yep.
Because our the hot water river that runs in the ocean is having issues right now. Which
Not good.
happens sometimes. Not good. But yeah, I get your point. But here's another thing: it's hard to study because modern anthropology and history is really very, very European focused,
Yes.
unfortunately. And in certain cultures, it's hard to get in and really do any work to get good information, like say India and China is really rough, right?
Yep.
And if you find anything in China, they're going to lie anyway. Because understand the China, what with the modern China you have is nothing but a costume. Right, it's a
Right.
lie. We have 5,000 years of civilization. No, you don't. Shut up.
No.
You don't. You have
It'd be nice if you
history.
did.
Well, they
Be
have
great if we did,
history, but I mean, you don't have
but
5,000 years of continuous
every
civilization. What the hell's wrong with you?
everybody has 5,000 years of history. We have a lot more, in fact.
Yeah,
We don't know
everybody does,
all of
but
it,
you know what I
but we
mean
have it.
with Chinese. And the funny thing is, they're always these days the Chinese are always talking about all these great philosophers and golden age things in the past, which were never real, by the way, right?
Yeah,
But
you
of
made that
course,
up.
then they completely missed the point that the communists are the ones that burned all the books, killed all the scholars, destroyed all the temples. But now these days they act like they're the preserver of history. I mean, it makes you want to slap someone in the head, dude. It
It's
really does.
very, well, communist of them
Yeah, it
to
was.
to
Um,
be the problem and then lie about being the problem and pretend
that's true.
they're the solution. I mean,
Now,
that's about as commie as it gets
yeah.
right there.
Now, keep in mind, I'm going to go out on a little bit of a limb, and I'm going to say that civil war has begun in China.
Think so.
Yeah,
They've had it over
and
there.
and the voice of the revolution, interestingly enough, is a woman. Hmm.
That's not that uncommon, actually.
No, it's not.
When you look at history.
But
Which is why it baffles me that Hollywood can't find a powerful woman to make a movie about. So many of them have been
it is weird,
revolutionaries
isn't it?
throughout history,
Yeah.
but yet we get all these fucking race swap, gender swap boss bitches. I'm like, listen, you want to make that? Those actually existed.
Yeah, go
Go
find
make
one
it.
legitimately. But I'm going to go on a limb. Now, of course, the CCP might well just murder a few million people and deal with it.
I mean, they've
Um,
done it before.
they have.
Once or twice,
So
yeah.
we'll see. But it's kicking off real serious in China. I've been warning of this for months, years, really. But yeah, it's
Who
not.
should we
It's really
arm?
not good. Huh?
Which faction should we arm? Should we support the CCP faction because they're the stable one, or should we support the rebels? Who
I
should we
say.
send? Chester, where do we send the guns? All
I
right,
say
this
we
is what
stay
America
out of
does.
it. To be honest with you, but
Oh,
you're
that's
right.
less fun.
It is less fun. But no. Unfortunately, the answer is the students, as it usually is. But do you
Yeah.
think they're going to build something better on the other end? I
No,
don't.
but I don't care. Let China burn.
Let it
It'll be
burn.
great for
Yeah,
America if China goes down. That's a
fair
good
enough.
thing. That's a
And to
good
be
day for
honest,
us.
I think this is why Trump is just staying out of it. He's putting
Yeah.
pressure on them economically. He's trying to crush them, and it's a smart thing to do. But he's just staying out of it. And I think that's the best thing to do. Let them
Yes,
burn, because China desperately needs a change. They
they do.
desperately do. So we'll see.
And the
But
only
my
way that's going to happen is if they go through the fire. It's
right.
the only way.
But I sidelined myself, because India is another place. It's probably the greatest remnants of our amazing human past is in India, right?
Yeah.
And we can't really do the type of archaeology we need to do because of religious and cultural differences, right? But
Mhm.
my point being is so much of the history today that you see in media, which is what everyone on planet Earth consumes, right?
Yes.
Doesn't matter which race or country you're from, everyone consumes the media, and it's all very European American focused. Now,
Right.
if you can get around that, and you can get in and do some study of these cities that line the old Silk Road there, the northern one, and of course now has the Russian Trans-Eurasian railway on it, and you see
Mhm.
all those cities, and you go do some research, you realize like, oh, wait a minute. Russia,
Hold up.
all through that Siberia bit, was way more civilized than they let you believe, dude.
Yes.
There was a lot of gigantic cities in what we would call the east of Russia, right?
Right.
So that's a whole nother little bit of history we don't really follow. But anyway, I do need to get to our actual entertainment
Let's
stuff
do
today.
it. You
But it
know what's a
was,
shame? The big shame about India,
mm,
besides the Indian people, is the fact that they have all this history.
yeah,
They have this rich continent. It's beautiful part, but a lot of India is gorgeous. It
yeah,
really
yeah,
is.
yeah. That's true.
Uh,
Filthy, but yeah.
there's all this stuff there, and it's literally buried under shit and trash.
Literally, yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Now there are people who I watch in India, because Indian, if you want to try to involve yourself with other cultures that aren't English based, India is one of the easier ones because even though they do use Hindi words, they speak English, and I mean that with a Indian, no India English, right? There's
Right.
a lot of English that they use mixed with their Hindi. It's a pidgin, right? It shows
Hmm.
you the effect of the British upon them, and they do this. Everybody. When you go to India, you're not going to find anyone really who speaks pure Hindi. It's all just absolutely peppered full of English. So it's a language that if you're patient with, you can actually start to understand, right?
Right.
And there are certain people in India who are either semi part of the Indian historical societies. Now, keep in
Yeah.
mind that India Modi is doing some great things. I think he's the leader that they need, but it's not like they're not totalitarian because they are, right?
They are, in fact.
Um,
Yep.
but there's also some freelance, let's call them historians over there as well, that are working to uncover this stuff. And I pay very close attention to them as well as their Russian counterparts, because these two places, which we know so little about, are filled with ancient human stories.
Right.
India and Russia too. India is absolutely spectacular. If you get into studying their temples and their construction and the things that they did, these people were freaking geniuses, dude, geniuses. And now keep in mind, they're not alone because they were part of the great trading system that evolved in the past. But they're just kind
Right.
of the remnants. Unfortunately, a lot of stuff in the Mesopotamia, the Sinai, particular the Levant, and of course Egypt and stuff. It's all desert now. But if you look at the cities we dig up, it's almost as if they got blasted to bits in some kind of war,
Mm.
right? And some of the most Western Indian ones are obliterated like that too. But when you get deeper into India, you find intact structure of the ancient time, uh, beautifully intact. So I know, "Oh, that's a stupid conspiracy theory, Chester." I don't know, because they look like it. You have scientists say, "Wow, why is this radioactive?" And then you look at their ancient stories, and they talk about their great weapons in their flying ships. And they describe how they explode and what they look like, and it sounds just like an atomic bomb. But whatever.
Yep.
That's too much. I get for most people. I get it, and it is just a question. It's not it's not proof. But these places do look like they were obliterated, especially the Mesopotamia and how absolutely you don't want to live there. You want to go live in Saudi Arabia? Have you seen it?
No, thank you.
But yet,
Thank you. No.
if you read the old stuff and you even see some of the old paintings and descriptions, it was gorgeous. What happened?
Yeah.
Northern Africa was all beautiful rivers and forests. It wasn't a desert, and it's not. I'm not saying millions of years ago, like the stupid damn historians say. We have maps showing Africa of being completely green with rivers. What happened?
Yes.
You know, and
Probably something to do with that big eye thing that's in the Sahara. That's just there. The
yeah,
big
well,
eye in the Sahara.
they don't want to talk about that. Shh,
Yeah. Yeah.
shh.
It's interesting how there's
That
this
large
thing that's
circular glass
yeah.
thing. Yeah, yeah. You know,
How did the Sahara get the way it is? Well,
right.
maybe start in the very weird shape, a very weird circle of glass that's right there in the middle. I don't know. Maybe start
Yeah,
there. Let's
yeah.
figure that out.
And one thing you got to keep in mind with maps, this is interesting little point, and I swear I'll move on after this. Is this making maps is stupidly expensive. Now, these
Yes.
days we have satellites and various things like that. It's not expensive at all.
Allegedly.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's not expensive to make maps now. It's much cheaper. But in the
Yeah.
past, that was stupid expensive, man. Just ridiculously expensive. And of course, every little area was making their own maps, and they would trade in maps, by the way. It was a currency, dude. Right?
Right.
And because of the expense and the time involved in making new maps, which was happening all the time, they would often just rely on older maps because it's cheaper, right?
Right.
We're doing cartography on this coast. Well, we got to give a map for this year or this decade, right? Well, we're not doing all this other stuff. Well, we have old maps. Just use that, and they would trade for that. And this is why you see so many maps, especially when you go back to like the Piri Reis map and some of the more ancient stuff from Roman time, Greek time, Egyptian time. And you see these maps that have the entire coast of the Americas, Antarctica with cities and markings and stuff on them. And if we look at the actual history we understand, there probably at that time the map was made, there probably wasn't stuff there. However, The reason why they're there is because they're just taking older maps and adding it to what they're currently working on. And that's been going on for who knows how long, right? Keep in
Right.
mind, in the Mesopotamian records that we have in the tablets and stuff, a lot of that is referencing antediluvian times. It's very specific about it, right? So we probably have map remnants coming from 20, 30,000 years ago, because if you look at a lot of the stories and a lot of the information, it seems like 20, 30,000 years ago was quite the golden age. And if you look at what it was, we're in an ice age, but the old equator that we were sitting on, that was absolute paradise on that line, right? Now, you don't want to live in the north unless you're a white person and literally built for it. But everybody else was on that little strip. And it's very interesting when you look at the old equator and you look at that strip, what's on it? All the ancient wonders we have are on that strip. And that's where
Yeah.
all humans were living, was in there, in trading, right? And it makes perfect sense when you look at it. And it was that ice age lasted a long time. But the interesting thing about an ice age, it's stable.
Yeah.
You don't have volcanoes and earthquakes popping off all the time. We don't have evidence during that period of huge numbers of space rocks just smashing into the Earth like we did during the 800 period of the Younger Dryas. It was stable. Now imagine 50 to 80,000 years of basic stability. Which, keep in mind, in our 6,000 years of modern history that we have, we've had
Mhm.
zero stability. Zero.
Right.
We're getting smacked and beat up constantly. But imagine humanity going for just say 20,000 years with no big issues, what we would accomplish. And I think that's what we're looking at. Now, some people like to say, "Oh, well, it was like space age and stuff." I don't know. It could
Maybe.
be, but it
Could have been.
certainly was at least Roman level.
They at least had the idea
They most certainly had the
of that stuff.
concept of it, yeah.
Yeah.
But and they were certainly better when it comes to stone, sound, water. They were
Yeah.
better than we are. That's for sure. We know that. But it is really
Speaking of
interesting.
stone,
Yeah.
real quick, because I haven't heard anything on it, and I haven't looked, to be fair. But under the pyramids, did we
Yeah.
ever get a follow up, or are we just going to leave that hanging?
Oh
Gonna leave
no,
that dangling?
there's a whole bunch of follow up. There's a lot of work going on with that, and we'll have to wait because it's too soon. But what they have been doing is using the same technology to look under other pyramids, and they're finding stuff.
Uh huh.
Yeah, but you're
Hmm.
right. You're not hearing much because the Egyptologists are in full panic mode, and they're trying to shut
Yeah.
it down
That
as much as they can.
their myths are falling apart. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And of course, you're going to see more of that. Right now, there is a lot of concentration on the Thutmose II's tomb, which is being opened, and many other things. But no, no, no. It certainly has not been forgotten. It's just being suppressed. But
They'd
they
like
won't.
it to be.
Yeah, they're trying. And to keep in mind, Van Lake hasn't been completely released yet, so nothing can be talked about completely open, but that will be opening in the next at least year, 1 to 5 years. I don't think it'll be that long. And when they start talking about Van Lake, it's going to change the world. It's going to change
Yep.
the world. It's going
Well,
to
if
change
we
our
figure out
history.
what's going on underneath those pyramids, it's
Hmm.
going to change the world.
Well,
Because that's some mega structures they found.
yeah, yeah, no,
Mega structure.
nearly 2 kilometers. That's just
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I mean, just imagine the hole you have to build that up. The amount of water confluence that they're using. It's just mind-boggling. I don't know that we probably could do a project like that these days, but we would never ever spend the money. Look at the
No.
Saudis, and they want to build their line and all these other things they want to build, and they have these great ambitions. Everything is falling apart because of the
Too
money,
expensive.
logistics. It's just
Yep.
insane, right?
It's a
Um,
nightmare.
it is, and it's
A
a shame.
nightmare.
I love what they want to do. It's cool as
It's
hell,
a good
dude.
idea. It's a good
But
idea.
that's hard.
I
And
wouldn't I wouldn't live there, even if they got it the way they wanted it, because fuck Saudi Arabia. I'm good.
yeah, but
I don't
I
want to live
might
there.
visit though,
I check
right?
it out.
Yeah,
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 I
yeah.
check it out.
But and the Saudis have become more reasonable. They're like, money's good. Anyway,
Yeah, but it's
um,
still Saudi Arabia.
but yeah, but
It's
no,
not a pleasant place to live.
but imagine digging a pyramid-sized hole. And of course,
Yep.
anybody who's dug a hole, which I have, you dig a hole bigger than it actually is going to end up being. You don't dig
That's
precisely the hole. That's not
considerably
how you do it.
bigger.
Considerably
Yeah.
bigger. So let's say a double pyramid with dimension hole, two
Yeah.
kilometers down.
Just straight down.
Yeah,
What did they do? How did they do that?
it's insane, dude. It's so insane. Now, to be fair, we do know that the Gaza plateau, what they call it plateau, is there is some natural things that were clearly used, but it's all artificial.
Yeah.
And it's even more artificial than say England, because England is completely artificial. There's nothing there in England that is not manicured, right?
Mm.
Nothing. It's all none of the lakes or rivers or anything you see. Oh, the beautiful nature of England. That's all man-made, all of it.
We
So
cheated.
they're manicuring their environment. There ain't nothing wrong. Humans do that. But
They do.
but now you could make the argument that maybe there was like a canyon there and they
Maybe.
utilized it and they built on top of it. Now that would be easier, wouldn't it?
Yes, it'd be a lot easier than digging giant holes. Yes.
Right. But then
Because people
again,
don't understand. People don't understand how hard it is to actually dig that deep.
it's
It's
insane. It is insane.
insane.
We've been deeper. We humans have been
Yeah.
deeper, but that is ridiculous. Now, but even if this suggestion is true, now you have another problem because what process involves filling that shit,
Yeah.
right? Um,
Yeah.
yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it's really cool, is what it is.
It
It's
is.
really
It
really
is.
cool. Yeah. But and we'll see how that comes along. But like I said, really a lot of people are breaking through this concept, and I don't really blame the historians initially because they didn't know, and they were just setting up their genuine theories, what they genuinely believed. Some people were cheating it here or there, sure, but as time went by, it became an institution. That's the problem, right? But we're having a lot of people break through, and this internet thing that allows us all to speak freely is what's doing it. And you're seeing a lot of people push back against it and start to say, "Hey, that's all well and good, but let's sit here and speculate and talk about and chase after what our history could have been." And why
Right.
not? Now, in the end, when it all comes down to it, more than likely our ancient human history was probably rather mundane because that's how we are, right? It's
Boring.
just yeah, well, but what is the mundane of the time is what it comes down to.
Mhm.
Like for us today, having jets that are going, upwards of Mach 10, Mach 12, some say even Mach 20, is
Which is
mundane.
wild.
But for an ancient Persian, maybe not so much.
Oh, they'd lose their shit. They
They
saw these big
would.
metal birds flying through the
Yeah.
air. What the hell is that? It's a dragon. They'd be
Well,
freaking out.
well, keep in mind just to look at the progress of time, or what it can be. If you take the George W. Bush, is it George H. Bush? Yeah, I think it's George H. Bush. Our biggest, most badass aircraft carrier,
Yeah.
right? Just that, not its carrier group, just it, right? That one
Mhm.
gigantic carrier with all its planes and all its things it can do, and it's bad. Even today, you can set that sucker off of a country, and that country's done.
Yeah,
It's
shut
done,
down.
right? Now, the simple reality of that one boat, if we took it back to World War II in the Pacific against the Japanese, that boat would destroy everything and take Japan in half the time.
Mm.
One boat, not the thousands of things we actually built to put into service, right?
Right.
But so our progress is relative, isn't it? But
Oh.
nevertheless, whew, let me get into it. You ready?
Let's get into it,
Because I'll just
Chester.
keep
My
talking. You know how I am, dude.
gosh, this
I know.
guy, huh?
Jesus.
Fantastic Four box office facing another huge drop, worse than the Thunderbolts. That's not good. That's not what they wanted at all. That's the
No,
other. They wanted the other thing.
and we're
They
going to
wanted the
take
other
a
thing.
yeah. They did want the other thing, and we are going to talk about that. We've been talking about this because this is what I would call karma.
Yeah.
You because from all accounts, this movie is pretty solid fun. It's got a couple little wokey things, but it's nothing that irritating.
Nothing
And it
egregious.
no, it sounds like a really fun movie with a good premise. Everyone does a good job. It's a good 6.5, maybe some would even call it a 7. Fun movie. It's a good movie. It's better than Superman. Everyone agrees it's better than Superman. Superman's making damn money though.
Doing all right.
This
It's doing
thing's
all
going to
right.
lose $200 million, right?
Whoopsie.
Whoopsie. And now you're like, okay, well, why is that? Why is a movie that, by all accounts, is good? Even the people who fight the hardest against the wokies, some of these reviewers and people on YouTube and online who are just in full warfare against Disney and stuff like that. They are like, yeah, it's not bad. Critical
Fight
Drinker
the mouse.
liked it a lot,
Fight the mouse.
right? But yet it's bombing.
Yeah. Fuck them.
So
That's all.
it's karma, yeah? It's karma.
Yeah, just fuck them. That's it. The
Yeah,
answer to your question is fuck them. People are
yeah,
so tired
yeah.
of Disney. It's not even. See, here's the thing. You're talking about the anti woke people, which I guess we're kind of in that camp too. Um,
Yeah,
it's
no,
not even the
to a
wokeness
point.
for
Yeah.
most people. It's the condensation that they've been doing. How,
Condescending. Yes.
yeah, that's the one. How arrogant they've been. How
And they're quite
how
smug.
uh
They are. Yeah.
how much they've talked down to their audience and to the general public in the way they've treated the people who've supported them. That is what got
Yeah,
Marvel in so much trouble.
that's
The
what
reason
pisses people
why
off. Yeah.
it's not that hasn't happened with DC is because for all of DC's faults, by and large, they didn't do that. They still did woke shit, but I don't
Yeah,
remember
they
unless I'm
backed
just
up
misremembering.
quicker though. They backed up pretty
Yeah,
quick. Yeah.
I don't remember them having these big long diatribes from their stars about how shitty the fans are and they're just a bunch of blah blah blah. Pick a buzzword of the day, right?
No.
I don't remember that. Maybe it happened. I'm just not remembering it. But I don't remember any of the DC guys even before with James Gunn doing that, and James hasn't really done that either. So
No. No.
I don't.
I mean,
We know Henry didn't do it because Henry would
no,
never
no.
do that. But
Individually, they might have been involved in something, but not
right,
related to their job. No, that's true. Yeah.
right. Which Marvel and DC, or I'm sorry, Marvel and Disney have absolutely not only been a part of, but they've gladly been a part of. They were 100. It wasn't. See, most of these companies have been strong armed into this bullshit.
Yeah.
That's just the fact. That's why it's all going away. They aren't. Disney's on board. Disney's not only on board, they're one of the tent poles of this
They're true
bullshit. And they have
believers.
been
Yeah.
for a very, very long time. They don't care if they lose money, clearly, because they just wouldn't stop for half a decade or more, really a decade. And we knew it was going to happen. And they to the point where they took one of their most prominent investors and basically tried to run him out because he was tired of it, because he wasn't on board, but everybody else was. The board was on board, even a lot of the shareholders were on board. It wasn't until it got to the point where we're at now, where that brand has become not just Marvel, but the brand of being woke has become a death sentence. If you get it, if
Yeah.
it sticks to your project, it's over. Your project's not making money.
And they did that to themselves. We already talked about that. They shot themselves in the foot with that.
Yep.
And what really happened, unfortunately, in him talking about time frame, Perlmutter, they were finally able to
Yeah.
sideline him because he was what kept it successful. So it's kind of funny. His touch made it successful, but because of the success, Feige was able to push him out. Isn't that sad?
Yep.
But that's what happened. Yeah.
Suffering for his success, Chester. Victim of his own success. But he was also pretty old, Perlmutter. He's up there in his ages there.
But he was right, though.
yeah.
Dude. He was right.
Oh, of course he's right. He's been doing it for a long enough time. As long as his brain still works, of course he's right. like you don't have that level of experience and be wrong unless there's something wrong with you. He understands on a basic level what the market wants, and it's not to be preached to.
No. Yeah. Now, of course,
condescended to. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, condescending. It is a problem, and I could give a good example of that. Smugness, right? We all have seen it, but I think this one I saw just recently is a really good example. You had this girl, and she's someone had said that I don't know who said it. Probably it wasn't a MAGA person. It was someone else. And what they love this kind of encapsulate everyone into MAGA. It's like, which isn't really, you can't do that, but whatever. They said MAGA. Someone had said MAGA doesn't have school debt. And the girl's like, Of course you don't. We know you don't have school debt because you never went on to further education. You are small brained little people who know nothing, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's like, well, okay, let's take that for a minute. Because when we look at intelligence, it seems that more of your trade school people, farmers, carpenters, electricians, things like that, seem to actually have a much higher educational value and understanding of the world than you kids who went to university,
Yes.
right? That's the data we're getting.
College-educated idiots.
That's right. So you could take the average, say, millennial or even older Gen Z electrician is much smarter and more capable than a fully degreed a person
They're
of the same generation.
definitely more capable, regardless of
Well,
what
way
a
more capable,
Florida
but we're
IQ
also
test.
talking
Yeah.
intelligence. So,
Yeah.
but this kind of smugness, they're just so smug.
Yes.
Oh, if you don't have a college degree, you're nothing.
Uh-huh.
Well,
That's what happens when you don't beat your women.
fair enough.
Yep. And the
Grimlock
men who
comes
act
in
like the
hot.
women. He just comes in beating
Yeah.
women. All right, hey, let's.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Oh,
I
no,
agree with
see,
you, Elrod.
I'm glad I came in at the right time
You
because
did.
you got that smug faggot on the screen.
Well, that's true. We're not
And-
arguing with you.
and it failed. And in the words of the immortal Drew McIntyre, I prayed for that. I prayed
for this
and
and it happened.
fucking happened.
I prayed. Oh, by the way, speaking of wrestling, I heard John Cena is a good boy again.
Yeah, he's a good guy again. Just because, why not? That was the reason. Basically,
Sure.
they didn't really. They just like, all right, we're done with this. He's almost done. Let's go have
Yeah,
fun.
let's
That's
just
basically what it was.
The strange redemption arc of John Cena continues because he brought back Brock Lesnar when everybody else was scared to. So
He did. Brock is
Um,
back.
No, Brock
The-
Lesnar.
the-
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
The sir of the human race. He's sir. I don't
he's
care.
definitely sir.
I'm fine. That's sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Every time I see him, I don't care.
Yeah. I've actually never seen him in person. I've only seen him on videos. But it would be impressive, I think, because he is truly impressive. But no, Elrod is making a really good point here with this whole problem with the Avengers and the MCU disasters, because we have the greater question here is because it even says this in the headline: the Thunderbolts failed. Once again, another movie that it had a little touches of wokeness, but in general, a lot of people were like, yeah, that was kind of fun. And there were
was
certain
fine.
characters that were like, oh, I really like that character, John Walker being pivotal, prominent amongst them. But that failed miserably. And that, of course, was, the new Avengers. And now you have these big failures, characters they don't want that they want to use going forward with Secret Wars, Avengers Doomsday. They're kind of in a pickle. And we've talked a little bit also about the Avengers Doomsday, where a lot of the people that they announced are supposed to be in it are like, what?
Wait
Huh?
a minute, huh? Ooh,
Right?
wait, huh?
They're in serious trouble, dude.
They are.
yeah, and but it's all self-inflicted.
It
and
is.
I don't feel
You're right.
sorry for them
You're 100%.
Self-inflicted
Because-
wounds.
because had you had actually listened to your fan base and not the faggots in marketing who only got a hold of an IP because it was popular. That's people have to remember that Disney did not buy. Disney created nothing in the Marvel universe. Not a single
Right.
thing.
That's true.
No, it's all
Everything
coming out
for
of Paramount.
failure.
that was
Yeah.
there
Except for failure.
came
They created a lot
at
of that.
least at least 50 to 60 years before them.
Yes.
Well,
Even the shit I don't like Miss Marvel and Riri Williams, they didn't create.
no, that's
The
true.
problem is they bought, and this is and I will say this is not exclusive to Disney, but they bought something popular simply because it was popular.
Yeah.
They have
Yeah.
no knowledge of this brand.
Well-
They have no knowledge of its history, and too often, and I'll say, Chester, this is something you can put on younger people. They don't fucking want to know the history.
No, they
Because
don't
if
read.
they
They
knew
don't
the
research,
history,
Yeah.
because I've heard so many people, especially when it comes to the Fantastic Four in particular. Oh, well, they're not that important. Really? You don't have Marvel as it exists today without the success of the Fantastic Four. And to
No,
say, oh, they're not really that important,
no,
that's
they
that's
are primarily important. But
Premier.
you know, Grimlock, it's very interesting you say that. It's almost as if I coached you for a segue.
Uh-oh, here it comes. Coming in hot. X-Men 97 creator rips Marvel. Horrible. Meetings, no respect for comics. He's not happy. Or
Now,
she or it.
this is
Not
exactly
happy.
no,
what
no,
Grim.
that's Bo DeMayo, and you know
Yeah.
what? I would be more on Bo DeMayo's side had he had stepped up earlier and told them not to use him as a DEI hire. But when they was trotting him out there and all they was doing was talking about him being black and gay, he was quiet. He should have
Mhm.
nipped that in the bud in the first place, but he didn't. That's the only reason I'm not more on his side.
Well,
He took the
Because
paycheck
if,
and went
if
home.
well, he's
because
done.
if it's true, when he was on The Witcher, he had problems over there
He did.
working on The Witcher because he wanted to follow the lore. So people knew this about him going in.
Right.
So
Right.
that's if that's true, let's take that on face value. That's not news to him. But when they were sitting there and there was puff piece after puff piece about him being black and gay and having an OnlyFans,
Yeah.
Mr. DeMaio, you should have been the one who had nipped that shit in the fucking bud, and you didn't.
Now, I understand your point on that. However, he does agree with you 1000%. And
Yeah.
and he does an interview, and we're about to see it, because he's ripping into them legitimately for the right reason, right? Now, his creation, X-Men 97, a continuation of the old classic cartoon that everyone loved from the 90s, was generally successful, right?
Yeah. It was.
And people enjoyed it. And he's talking about in this interview his experience dealing with Disney, Marvel, and Kevin Feige. And boy, is it enlightening. Holy shit, dude. We're going to actually read this entire interview. We're going to do it. It's getting done. All right. Now, he was sitting down for an interview, of course, and this is just his explanations. Now, he doesn't get into James Gunn or DC because he has no experience working with them, but he's just talking about his experience with Marvel, which fair enough. That's all we need. So I'll start out here, but we're going to read, guys. So we're going to flip off. All right. So this is his opinion when it comes to firsthand experience. He said, to those asking why I'm not so hard on Superman, the answer is I've never worked with Gunn or DC, which I just said, like Mac Shankman and the writers of Fantastic Four. I've sat in the creative meetings at Marvel Studios. They're horrible. He claims
Horrible.
he claims the process revolves around Marvel Studio president Kevin Feige and co-president Louis D. Esposito, which no one talks about. Louis or Louis, however he pronounces it, steering pitch meetings toward their own rushed ideas. But you go ahead and read that, Grimlock. Go ahead.
Let's see. You basically sit in a room with Kevin Feige and Louis D'Esposito and try to pitch your movie while realizing that Kevin just wants you to dictate his rush thoughts. I
Interesting.
can believe that.
So Kevin doesn't really give a shit what you want to say. He has his idea, and it's why you're even there is kind of the point. What's the point? Just tell me what to do,
Well,
sir.
I mean, look at Phase 4. People could talk about. People could get mad at Nerdrotic for calling it the MCU all they want, but that was Kevin Feige. That started with Kevin Feige saying before Captain Marvel even fucking premiered that he wanted to do that. So no, why should people be surprised at this?
Yeah. Now this next comment here is talking about. I think we should just read it in sections. I'll finish this one and let Thundera do the next section, and then Grimlock. But this right here is he's talking about Victoria Alonso. No
Who
relation
deserves
to
to
our
be
wonderful
fired.
Hall Comics. Yeah, no, she was fired. In one of my Blade meetings, she just showed up with sugar cookies she'd baked to help improve the morale. So he's talking about his experience with it, sitting down, and it seems like they wanted him to do a lot of stuff because he's black and gay, of course.
Yeah.
But anyway, go ahead and read this next section here, Thunder.
Don't pitch ideas from the comics, was apparently a quote. According to DeMeo, comic book references are discouraged. You're even told not to try to pitch ideas from the comics because Lou isn't a big comic guy and it'll turn him off.
Stop.
Instead, he says, okay,
Stop.
go ahead.
Read that again, please.
You're even told not to try to pitch ideas from the comics because Lou isn't a big comic guy and it will turn him off.
Okay. Do I need to send ninjas or something?
You should, in fact. They could be useful.
I mean, think of that statement. Lou isn't a big comic guy and it turns him off. Well, maybe Lou shouldn't be involved in comic book fucking movies.
Maybe Lou.
No, not just that.
Go.
Lou shouldn't be a high-ranking executive in the biggest comic book company in America that you spent how many billions on? How much did Marvel go for when they bought it?
A lot.
A lot.
Was it like $6 billion or something?
It was a
like
lot.
that?
Yeah. Now I understand that, Alan. We're not saying anyone's good or bad here. We're just looking at the and of course, Grimlock's comments about DeMeo are fair. We're just kind of looking at even how a guy who is perfectly groomed, tokened, and checkmarked into the system is sick of it. Is what we're looking at. Okay.
He's sick of it.
He's sick of it. Yeah. Go ahead, Thunder.
You sit and talk about craft and story and characters, only to have Kevin and Lou say, yeah, well, all we need to do is make sure it's fun. Okay. In their defense, they're not wrong. They do need to make sure it's fun, but that's not all you need to do.
Yeah, but they fail at that constantly.
Yes. That should be your end goal, is to make sure this is fun.
Right.
At the end of the day. It's a movie. We want it to be fun, right? But if you're doing that by insulting the audience, if you're doing that by insulting the legacy of the characters you're talking about, if you're doing that by being insulting at all, then you're not doing it. And that's why these movies suck. They're insulting on every level. They're insulting creativity. They're insulting from the legacy of the comic book characters and its readers, and they're insulting to my intelligence because they're so bad. They're just terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible movies.
They are. And of course, Booster, that is a good point. Roger, they've been doing that piecemeal for a decade. Let's see here. Kevin Samuels credit for that comment. Fair enough, Alan. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Grimlock.
Well, but even in that comment that Feige makes, that's condescending as fuck to begin with, because you're sitting there and you're mostly adapting shit that you didn't have a hand in creating to begin with.
Yes.
And the whole reason Marvel is what it was to the point where you felt the need to buy the shit was because these stories were seen as fun or great.
Right.
Nobody talks about the coming of Galactus if they thought the story was shit.
Yeah, but we don't want to upset Lou, though. We don't want to Lou doesn't want to have a bad
fuck
day.
Lou.
Poor Lou.
As a half Italian, slit his fucking throat, throw him in a fucking a fucking barrel of acid.
Let him sleep with the fishes, huh? Get him out of here.
Nah, not even with the fishes. Sleep in a
Wait, why is a man named Lou? Why is a man named Lou making comic book movies? That doesn't sound like a comic book movie name to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
It should be somebody else. There should be Kevin Feige. At least I can see him making comics, but not somebody. Lou just sounds like the name of a bookie or a pimp. Lou. Lou.
Especially as his name is Esposito. So
yeah.
Anyway, continue, because DeMeo is not happy.
DeMeo is furious. Marvel is a slaughterhouse factory. That's a redundant thing to say. Where you watch fresh meat get spoiled as it slowly makes its way through the assembly gears of mediocre thinking and this weird hatred for their own product. And not just their own product, Senor DeMeo, their own audience. Yeah. They clearly don't like their audience. They don't want them. They've grown tired of them.
Now, everyone, do keep in mind, this is a black, gay, OnlyFans creator who also
Yep.
makes movies that is saying what we've been saying for a frickin' decade.
That's right.
It's incredible. It's finally
him a
come
while to
home to
catch up.
roost. It's finally come home
Yeah.
because he is the poster child of this bullshit.
Yes.
And
They've
look at
lost
what he's
even him.
saying. Holy
They've
crap.
lost even him.
A slaughterhouse, fresh meat spoiled to the assembly gears of mediocre thinking and the weird hatred for their product. Hallelujah, amen,
Because-
brother gay man.
Because what people I don't think they realize yet how big of a failure Fantastic Four was. Like I know that they're trying to soften that blow for their next fucking executive meeting, but the best way to describe that, like me and Captain Canada was saying a few weeks back in the Discord, both Superman and Fantastic Four was in the same position.
Yeah.
Where it's like you're in the bottom of the ninth in Game 7 of the World Series.
Yeah.
You're down by 3, but the bases are loaded with 2 outs, and you need a grand slam to win because there is no other game.
Those are the best games, though.
And and instead of hitting the grand slam that you need, you hit a single, and you're trying to celebrate.
Ooh, yeah, that's fair. But contempt for comic creators, Diamao says this attitude extends to comic book writers who create the characters. Grimlock, why don't you read this section here?
Oh, that's fun. There is no spark. There is no vision. Marvel is a slaughterhouse factory where you watch fresh meat get spoiled as... okay, I read that part. Well, no, he actually says it again. All right. Yep. It makes its way through the assembly gears of mediocre thinking and this weird hatred of its own product. That is why Rob Liefeld isn't just some bitter old man. Talking about the comic book writers is met with open contempt. I had to fight to get the Leewalds involved in X-Men 97, and even did the dismissive news with Dana Velasquez Eberhardt spoke about them, basically telling me the OG creators were meant to be seen, not heard, to appease fans. I wanted to co-write an episode with them, and that was Dana's response.
Wow.
He also says his request to collaborate with major comic legends were shut down. I even remember wanting to talk to Chris Claremont and being shut down, or wanting Joe Madureira or Rudia?
Madureira, yeah.
How do you pronounce that?
Madureira.
Madureira. Do posters, and I was just scolded for being too friendly with fans. Well, that also explains why Larry Houston was never brought back in.
Yeah.
Question. Here, I just had an idea that I actually has probably been brought up before, but so you have comic book posters for these movies, right? Everywhere you go, theaters, you see them, blah blah blah. It's not a big deal. They put them up, you can buy them. Awesome. Why, in the name of all that's holy, if the original artists for the character that is being portrayed are alive, why didn't they get them to make them?
Yeah.
And then sell them for a premium, because it was made by them.
Yeah. No.
Why not?
Because they were so busy hating.
Yeah, that's why. And we have the answer. Because they hate them. They hate
do.
the OG artists.
And he's telling you very clearly what they're telling him right here. And of course, imagine having some posters done by actual wow, what a genius idea. No one else could have possibly had that. Imagine Alex Ross being given time to, we got a movie come out in a couple of years. You want to put something together for us? Oh, thank you, sir.
It would be Louvre-worthy, is what it would be.
No, wait. Imagine Alex Ross having a pitch to you for the Fantastic Four, knowing that you're trying to revive the Fantastic Four because you're trying to make a movie about them in a couple of years, and sales have been mediocre at best because you decided to shelve them for 5 years out of spite.
Yep.
Rather than have one of the most regarded comic creators, not just artists, but because he actually tells good stories, one of the most highly regarded comic creators of the last 30 years have a pitch. What did you do? You gave the Fantastic Four to Dan Slott, one of the more despised names
Yeah.
in the comic industry
Yeah.
amongst fans
So
for no other reason than spite.
Mr.
No
DeMeo
other reason.
wanted to talk to the living legend himself, Chris Claremont.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arguably the greatest living comic book writer.
Mhm.
And they said no. Nah, you don't need him. You don't need this guy who the reason the X-Men are successful and probably even still exist is him. Nah, you don't need him. Get him out of here. We don't need this guy who knows this art form, this medium, and these characters better than any of us could ever possibly fathom.
Revived and saved Marvel even.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you
Don't need
know,
him. Get him
but
out of here.
to give
Get him
DeMeyer
out.
credit, he was trying to. He clearly loves comics. He was trying and studied it because he's trying to get people involved that were part of it, and which makes
Yep.
perfect sense to any normal person. But of course, this Everhart lady said, "Well, basically, the old creators they're meant to be seen, just for the fans, but we don't want to have their opinion."
Did he
Yeah,
slap
part
her?
of that is also they
he
still
should
don't want to pay.
he should have slapped her. Just slap her just one time. Boom. Shut up, bitch.
Well,
And there's a point where you
part of
have
it
to
is also
slap him,
they-
Chester. There's a point.
There is, yeah.
and I think part of it is they don't want to pay those guys either. That's the other part.
Maybe, but look at the amount of money they're burning,
Those-
dude. Hundreds of millions of dollars. What do you talk? They don't have money to pay a freaking artist.
Well, they have it. They just don't want to pay him.
Well-
is what he's saying. It's not that they don't have the money.
Well, Chester, I want you to think about this. Within a month's time, Peter David and Jim Shooter both died, and they died broke.
Yeah, they did.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
There's no reason on God's green earth those two should have died in the financial position that they're in. The fact that Bill Mantlo is still staggering around, and I'm only saying staggered around not to be funny, but because he had a accident years ago that has left him permanently disabled.
Yeah.
And Rocket Raccoon being bigger than he's ever been, and he gets nothing for it.
Nothing. Yeah, that's true. That's true. A lot of
Chester,
that
I'm
is
about to
going
put
on.
something in the Discord chat.
Uh-huh.
I Googled old Chris Claremont because I wanted to make sure he was still alive because I couldn't remember.
No, he is.
Yeah, he is. But apparently, he just released a new Wolverine
He did.
that he wrote.
That's right.
I
talked about it here. I talked about it.
Interesting.
Yeah, but the X-Men relaunch has done so badly that even some of the good writers, they can't keep sales afloat because Marvel thought it was a great idea to give their flagship books to fucking Jed McKay and Gail Simone.
Yeah, no, the Marvel is not righting the ship. They are not. DC, on the other hand, is fighting to try to bring it back. They are trying. With these absolute series that they got going over there, they are trying. Marvel, it doesn't give a shit, and we see the problems right here, right? I mean, simple fact of the matter, he wanted to talk to Chris Claremont, arguably one of the most important people in comic book history outside Stan Lee, right?
Yes.
Chris Claremont is, and I know if Elrod is still in here, he's going to yell at me. However, Chris Claremont is important whether you like what he did or not.
He also has a comic book sounding name. That sounds like a comic book character.
Fair
Chris
enough.
Claremont.
But not only would they not let him talk to Chris in regards to the project, they chastised him for being too friendly with the fans. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Just so we're clear, this is the same company, at least on paper, at least legally, that Stan Lee was the man of.
Yeah.
Who was, I mean, everybody loved Stan because Stan loved us. And he was open about it. He wasn't ashamed of it. He loved his fans.
He spent his entire life promoting Marvel and trying to sell it and make people love it. And it's like, if you're making a project, the first thing you should think about is the fans. And then see if you can't pull in more fans. That's what you should be doing. But Disney in particular, and many other groups as well, it's not just Disney. We know the problem. Because they hate. They want to destroy. This is all about hate. And the fact that they're openly, this poster child for them is coming out and calling them out for literally saying, how dare you even bring the fans into your thought process? Holy shit, dude.
Well, I think you're going to start seeing a lot more of this from people who actually, whether we agree with their personal lives or not, people who genuinely seem to care
Well, yeah, because
about
people
comic
are
books
people. Who
and the
gives a
source
shit who
material.
they fuck? I don't care
They
who's in your bed.
they do not want. A lot of these people have been quiet for a very long time. Like a great, he won't do it, but he should. A great example is Henry Cavill. He's got all kinds of tea he could probably spill about the Witcher production and how pissed they made him, for similar to Mr. DeMeo, I'm sure. But he never will. But I have a sneaking suspicion that a lot more of the people at this level will start to speak out,
Yeah.
no matter what their politics are,
Well,
because they're just, it's incompetence is what it is.
it is.
That's all.
And,
That's what
and
it
we're
is.
seeing the pushback. Christopher Priest is made a major pushback recently. Now, keep in mind, Christopher Priest, which Grimlock, what's his real name? I always forget his real name. Because Christopher
His
Priest
real
is
name is
known to Flume.
James Owsley from Queens.
There you go. But of course, this is known to Flume as Christopher Priest, which we know him by, arguably the greatest Black Panther run ever done. But and he was working for Marvel, but he left because he was like, dude, I can do things that aren't just black people, you know.
Yeah.
He's a black guy, if you don't
His
know.
his Spider-Man Wolverine
Yeah,
crossover was great.
but they wouldn't give him it, so he
Um,
left. Then they brought him
Yep.
back, and what did he do? He made Black Panther white to just say fuck you. And I love it. I love no, because Christopher Priest cannot stand this shit, and obviously DeMaio doesn't like it either. Even though he's purely a degenerate, because I don't care who he sleeps with, but you have an OnlyFans, fuck right off, dude.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's move on here. Let me see here. His unused Blade pitch. DeMaio also revealed his early idea for Blade, which tied into Marvel's Doctor Strange storyline. Okay, makes sense. See, the one thing about DeMaio I'm getting, because I didn't know much about him, but from reading this interview, is this guy does his research, which is what we've been
Yep.
begging for years. He does. This guy knows the content, whether he's a comic book fan before or not, doesn't matter. Just like Hugh Jackman knew nothing about comic books, but he sat down and studied it, right?
Yes.
This guy's clearly done that. One of my
And
drafts.
he also got it once he did that. He was like, "Oh, I get it now. I get what people want."
Yeah.
Here."
And that's cool. You know, we're talking about Hugh Jackman. But
Mhm.
you know, this guy is doing his work, which I appreciate. Anyway, one of my drafts opened with Deacon Frost tricking some British explorers to trek up to Mount Wundagore. Now, we're starting getting Spider Woman here and Hydra and all that kind of stuff. If for those of you who don't know, where he does blood magic to reveal the vampire spell used by Varney, which you know, once again, if you're a longtime comic book fan, you know Varney is one of the early, you know, vampires kind of to not do Dracula, but Dracula,
Yeah.
right? It's a very old character, Varney, and his followers during the days of Kull. I'd start trying some. So this guy has done his research, dude. Damn. I'd start trying some of these threads together. Trying tying, maybe is what he wanted to say. I even had the same monsters from Doctor Strange show up to kill the explorers before Deacon reveals he's a vampire and kills them. Up until that point, he'd been covered against the cold and daylight, meaning he was wearing covering. This was set before Doctor Strange 2, so a lot of the stuff played ironically, while also having Frost give us more details about Chthon, which of course would bring in Scarlet Witch, who we only glimpsed in Doctor Strange 2. He says the story would have connected Blade to the Darkhold and Chthon, which perfect, tying it all together, right? And Feige
Right.
liked the concept, but others didn't, including Esposito and Marshala Ali. Interesting. To Kevin's credit, he liked the idea, and as well as my pitch that magic is to Blade what snakes are to Indiana Jones. Fair enough. He hates magic. But then Lou felt it was too comic booky. While Mahershala bumped on there being magic in the film tonally. And then well, you got vampires, dude. But Ali, I don't think really probably doesn't know much about comic books. And then I watched as they, and Nate Moore picked it apart, and we were off to a new draft. So this, this is interesting because his idea of tying that all into what they were doing. So he obviously had been able to see the script, or at least knew what was going on with the upcoming films, and he was trying to tie his stuff into it, which is what you should do. He had a good idea. That would have been fun. That would have tied in Doctor Strange beautifully, and it would have tied in quite a few other things as well. But no, can't have that. But this jackass guy who I don't even know, Esposito. This guy seems to be Feige's a problem too, but at this Esposito guy, this comic book hater, who the hell is he,
This
Grimlock?
guy's, I don't know. He's flown under the radar for quite a long time, but you know the old saying, what's in the dark comes to light, right?
No, it's true. I don't even know who this guy is, but he's clearly a major problem. Let me go over and see if I can't um, bring him out here. Let's just put in Marvel. It should be enough. Okay, let me see if I've seen his face before. No, I don't know this guy at all. He's certainly an insider. Has
Looks like
anyone
the
know
type
this
of
guy?
man. No, he looks like the type of man who's visited the casting couch on many occasions.
Yeah, but he looks like he's some Italian mafia boss. So
He,
what
he looks like he owns several legitimate businesses
businesses?
throughout the
Yeah.
city.
Now this is another.
I didn't know there was still
Esposito.
Italians in Hollywood. I thought the Jews ran them all out. All right, well, there's one. We found him.
Well, we're making assumptions, but yeah, I don't know who this guy is, but he's clearly a problem. And if you look at him, this doesn't scream guy who knows comic books at all.
No.
And
No.
now I can understand the
I'll
argument.
be honest.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say, I don't think he's ever read a comic.
No, and having someone around who's just a movie business guy isn't not a problem, right? But having him in charge of complete decision making in that regard, that he's clearly bullying his ideas even past Feige. He has more power than Feige. He overruled him. Holy shit, dude.
Apparently.
Well,
he's
if
worm
that's
tongue out
true,
here.
if that's true, then that makes because I don't know if you remember this, but when She-Hulk came out and Miss Jessica Gao was bragging about how she was able to basically just go in to Feige's office and put the bullshit she wanted in, basically just bullying him. If he's doing it, then it makes what she says more fucking legitimate, which makes
Right.
that even worse. Which
So maybe
also means
Feige,
Feige should have been fired, which just goes back to the further. He should have been fired years ago.
maybe he's just a simp. Maybe that's the problem.
Well,
Maybe
if
that's
your
the
job
problem.
is to be the man, the problem is your job is to be the man, and if you can't be the man, you get the fuck out the way.
You can read the closing comment here, Thundero.
A broken machine. In the end, DeMeo says Marvel's arrogance ruins projects. It's a broken machine, and so I can see where Matt Shackman, which he's a pretty good director, and his team probably had great ideas, only for Marvel's arrogance to destroy them. To those asking why I'm not so hard on Superman, the answer is I've never worked with Gunn or DC. Like Matt Shankman, and I think he meant Shackman, and the writers of Fantastic Four, I've sat in the creative, quote, big air quotes, creative meetings at Marvel. They're horrible. You basically sit in a room with Kevin Feige, and then it goes on with the... Well, I can read the whole thing if you scroll down. I don't care.
Oh no, we've already read this. This is
Yeah.
what we just read, right? But this is interesting to me because, well, we've already said why, but I mean, here is their poster child, DeMaio, exactly what they
Yep.
want, and they frustrated him to the nth degree. And they were bending over backwards to let him do what he wanted, but yet, as long as it didn't in any way make fans happy, That seems to be the main onus, particularly of this Esposito guy, is we don't want to make the fans happy. They're the enemy. Let's make sure we do nothing for them whatsoever. Also, comic books, who gives a shit? We're not comic book people. We're making movies.
Yes.
Yet the Paramount stuff we got, which Disney inherited and had to carry on that arc, we're all about the comics.
Yeah.
We look at
Yeah.
the original stuff, it's all about loving the comics. Now, I'm not 100% happy with the way they introduced the character and just killed it off when they could have done more with it. However, those early Marvel movies were all about love of comics.
I
These
wonder.
days,
This is
it's
a
not.
complete crackpot theory, but I wonder because think about it for a second. After Stan died, is when this stuff really started to go sideways.
Yeah, it
I
really
wonder
did.
if there might have been something to do with him. I don't think he was involved, but I don't know if there was something they had signed. I have no idea to where they had certain, because there's allegedly a thing where he has certain rules for specific characters that they're not allowed to breach.
Maybe.
Right?
Well,
In
we saw it
contract.
happen when Christopher Tolkien died, right?
Yes.
Same thing.
So I wonder if he had some kind of contractual stewardship to make sure they stay on the straight and narrow, because it's the same. This is why I have this question, because it's the same guy and mostly the same creative team except for a few people. At like Feige's still Feige. It's still him who's been doing it since Jump. So why is it so dog shit now when before? And it's like it's a night and day bad. It's not just a little bit worse. It's like a completely different person is making it. It's so much bad.
And keep in mind, when Stan died, his shit daughter, right? Because she's shit,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Who knows what kind of backroom deals she made, because she would have become
Exactly.
the adjudicator, right? Same
Yes.
thing with Christopher Priest.
Yeah.
As soon as he died, the children were like, "Dude, give me the money," right?
Yep.
They didn't care about
Cash
legacy
out.
whatsoever. So
Cash out.
you might well be true. But I just thought this was interesting because we've had other people say this. We've said this. Many YouTube channels have said this. But
Well, it's
here
obvious.
we have
Well-
the golden boy, the black gay guy, is calling them out for their bullshit. And that is this is
look at
important.
Well, look at this. Now, Chester, I just sent this to you in your DMs.
Uh-huh.
The one character we have been requesting for nearly 20 years now that they keep fucking up, the Chinese got right in a single fucking year.
Blade. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have you seen him?
No,
Marvel
I haven't
Rivals
played Marvel Rivals. I haven't played it.
Well, if you want, take a look at this trailer. I want you to, because it'll make you happy and make you mad at the same time, because it's like, how did they get it right and the rest of them couldn't?
Yeah, no, okay, I'll take a look at it. Although I'll probably get hit because it's China involved, but you know. Okay, here we go. This is Blade character.
And
Duelist. Looks good. Right.
notice that they're playing the music from the movie.
Yeah, they are.
Right?
I'm assuming each character has
When he
their
hit
own
the-
theme music.
In the trailers, yeah.
Actually, they don't.
Oh, in the trailers they do. Okay. Well, the sword isn't quite right, but all right. It's Chinese.
Still pretty cool looking sword though.
It is cool, and he's got the gun, which is nice. Yeah. Well, looks fun. Yeah.
Yeah, so when he hits his ultimate, that music comes out and plays. He's the only one that does that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
It's like-
no.
20 years we waited for this. They've got
Just
it
look at
right in
that.
6 months.
Look at that Phoenix right there. Look at that.
Yeah, it's great.
And what they did with Phoenix. How often have you seen Jean and the Phoenix as two separate entities?
Right. No, that's fair. That's fair.
They actually did that in the game. That's how they actually show up. The Phoenix is following Jean.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
right.
when she needs to do something more powerful, they combine together.
Right. No, it makes sense. But of course, the Chinese understand that the people who play these kind of games, for the most part, are men.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And so the rule of cool and sexy girl are kind of a thing when it comes to
Yeah.
men, right? And they understand that. They're not afraid of it, nor should they be.
it's shocking how well they've adapted these characters into this game.
Yeah.
Like most of them, probably all of them,
They-
but I'll say most just as a safe bet, are better iterations of them than anything Disney's put out. Anything.
They got
It's
the
not even close.
Fantastic Four, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I've seen those. Yeah,
The-
no, I understand everyone's enjoying it and having fun, and that's great. But of course, the Chinese are just going to simply, they want to make money. You know,
Yes.
that's all
Which
they care about.
is the whole point of having a business.
Yeah. Yeah. But there is no ideology in that regard but anyway, yeah. So I know it's being successful. I don't really play arena fighting games. I like other stuff, but I get it.
I
But
mean,
anyway,
I get it. I'm just saying, when you hear these people talk, and it goes back to what the Mayo is saying, there's no way you can say you actually like the product that you have.
Yeah.
When a foreign entity can come in less than a calendar fucking year, take something you've been fucking up for more than a decade. Because, I mean, not just before they signed Ali. Ali's been on that contract going on, what, 6 years, 7 years now?
long time. Yeah. Long time.
So he's been sitting there for almost a decade. We've been wanting another Blade movie since Blade 3, which was
Well, don't
2003.
talk about that movie. Don't talk about that movie.
I'm just saying, but I'm saying it's been 22 years since Blade 3.
No, you're right. But I mean that movie, dude. How the first one was great. The second one, in my opinion, was better, and then somehow the third one happened. I don't understand it. I don't
Executive
get it.
fuckery.
But it was bad. But anyway, very insightful. Very interesting. And honestly, I hope Thundera is right, and we have more of their poster children, their golden kids, come out and start pushing against the bullshit, because it is bullshit. It's wrong headed in every way. And I hope this Esposito guy, I hope he gets known. I hope he gets popular. I want everybody to know who that fucker is.
Can I
And the
point
man
out
is
real
head on a
quick?
platter.
This is completely off topic. Well, not really. This is kind of on topic. Can we give props to the people who designed that Deadpool costume?
It is good.
It's so good. It's the best one they've ever done. It might be the best superhero live action costume ever made.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It is great. It is great. And Ryan Reynolds is perfect for what Deadpool became. 100%. Yeah, he is perfect for it. He's a little bit too R-rated for me, but when it comes to Deadpool, but it's good. It's okay. But I don't know. I can enjoy degeneracy, but at the same time, I don't need it. Like South Park. Everyone seems to love South Park, but I've never cared for it. I mean, it's funny. I'm not going to take it away from it, but it's just degenerate. I mean, hardcore degenerate, dude.
Often, yes.
I don't need it. It's weird. I'm not a prude. I'm certainly not a Protestant. But I guess I am in some ways, because
Unless it's a cute little Japanese bartender, and
Well,
then
I
all of
mean,
a sudden,
occasionally is fine. Sometimes it's appropriate. But you know what I mean. I'm
Yeah.
not, it's a little bit too much for me. But
just
whatever.
I'm gonna have to go back to Tokyo and get me a picture. I gotta see this girl who turned your head this much. I gotta see her. I'm serious.
She was smoking. I'm not going back there. You crazy? I'll get in trouble.
No, you won't. You have a pass, sir. We've been over this. You just have to be smart about it.
Yeah, no. Well, of course I can't control myself, but yeah, that girl, boy, dude, howdy. It is rare that a girl catches my eye. I mean, I can acknowledge beauty anytime I see it. It's like, oh, a pretty girl,
Yeah.
like, handsome dude. I have no problem. But a girl that actually turns my head and makes me smile, that's rare. Yeah.
It's dangerous.
Very
That's
dangerous. That girl is super
dangerous beauty.
And she knew what she was doing too.
Oh, they know. They always know. They act like, oh, what do you mean? No,
Trying to be innocent.
Come here.
No.
I'll Kevin Sandwich you. I'll do it.
Yeah, Will. And she didn't. My wife was right there. She didn't even care, dude. Of course, my wife was preoccupied.
The worst.
She was timing.
It's the best, but the worst. It's the best for you because it's fun, but it's the worst.
It is the worst. But
that's a long drive home.
Well, you know what I think started it was she was smiling at me, of course, immediately, but Well, it's her job. She's a bartender, right?
Yes. Yes.
But when I asked her to make the drink, which I some reason can't even remember what I wanted, and she didn't know when
Oh, I know the reason.
she went and she snuck around the pillar. I could still see her looking it up on her phone because she never made it before. It was cute, and I smiled at her, I think, too much. And
Oh.
then she made it for me, and I smiled. Oh, that was very good. It was the worst I ever had in my life. It was bad. But then immediately I said, "How about a mint julep?" Because that was on the menu, and that actually
Uh-huh.
was really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think she caught my smile, and she said, I'm going to push my advantage."
I don't want to be a bartender forever. Help me, rich white man. Save me.
Yeah, Anyway.
I like flustered Chester. I don't think I've ever seen him flustered before.
Yeah. Well, it's
Oh,
super rare for me, dude. I got women coming at me all the time, but I don't
well,
care.
you're a kaiju. They're
Yeah, I know.
They're paying tribute, sir.
I know. I'm not saying why. I'm just saying for me, it's easy to deal with. Like I smile and I'm oh thank you or what have you, but it doesn't move me at all.
He better
Mhm.
be glad she doesn't know about the sex mountain. He'd have been doomed.
That's true. That's true, dude. I am extra super fertile.
Yeah, that's right.
I have gods behind my fertility. But
Ah.
yeah, no, it's
Been burning candles on that mountain and everything.
that's right. No, it's rare, Grimlock. It's rare that a girl turns my head.
You get
It's
that
rare.
stone moved. You get that stone moved real quick.
Yeah. Yeah. She was smoking hot though, Grimlock. You would have liked her. And
Well,
she
All right.
made-
Well, where was this place at in
Anyway.
Japan? I'm on my way.
No.
I think we need pictures. I think we need some pictures.
I certainly
Look at
didn't
you.
take a
Black
picture. I
and white,
guarantee
black-
that. That's not gonna happen.
Black and white and color too.
Yeah. The thing is, I probably dropped like $500 at that bar.
Yeah, she did her job then.
Oh yeah,
She's very good at her job. Yeah.
Of course, I was paying everybody's bill, so, and I'm
That'll
sure
do
that
it.
didn't help at all.
Oh, that definitely didn't help.
Yeah. Anyway, let me move on. Now, mainly today, I wanted to cover that, and I'm glad we did. It took time, but I'm on holiday, so I don't have any restrictions today. It's up to these guys what kind of legs they got for today. But I wanted to cover that because that I think is a little bit of a breakthrough for us. A little bit.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
But mainly today, I want to talk about horror movies and horror in general. And the reason for it is I'm going to start with this thing, which I'll get to in a minute. But we've seen a resurgence in horror recently, and
We have.
horror is always it is the most it is the largest genre of movies because they're usually cheap and easy to make, and a lot of filmmakers and actors start in horror, right? So that's always been true, and it still is. But we have seen some bangers as of late, some real bangers. And it's the only genre I know of that is actually pressing forward, right? And I want to talk about a little bit of it. Now, this right here is potentially related, but it's more connected to the prior than to the former. So let's get this out of the way first. Go ahead.
Hang on 1 second. Ana de Armas. Ana de Armas reportedly eyed for big Marvel role. Chester, did you know that apparently she is dating Tom Cruise? I only know that because Twitter decided I needed this information for some reason.
Good for Tom, I guess. I guess her name is Anna. But you're
I think it's
missing.
pronounced Anna.
Yeah, but you're missing the N lady.
I know. No.
De Armas, I guess, would be the last name pronunciation. I have no clue who this girl is.
Good for Tom, though. He's like 61, 62, somewhere in that ballpark, and she's like 37.
Yeah.
Not bad, Tom.
It's
not bad, my friend.
She's not particularly pretty, though. But I don't know anything about the girl.
Don't let Booster hear you say that. That's his woman right now.
Well, I
that's
don't know.
His current girl.
I don't know anything about the girl. She looks like a normal girl. She's not ugly. She's fine looking. I don't know.
Very
right. Riding
like
in with
her
his
eyes.
fedora as we speak.
Oh, fair. Yeah. But the reason I brought this up was I don't know who she is. I've never heard of her. I know she's in the Ballerina movie, which once again, no one wants Jane Wick, right, is the reason why it failed. It's not her fault per se. So she might be a great actress. I have no clue, but she is a hotness thing right now. Like I said, I don't know
Mhm.
what she does, but whatever. I mean, she's not a bad looking girl. But the reason I bring it up is because she's working and signing a contract with Marvel. Now they have some suggestions that she might be Enchantress or the new Black Widow, seeing as the Avengers, the new Avengers or the Thunderbolts failed so badly. I doubt that's true. These are really rumors. The big
Mhm.
one is because they've been talking about it, because Kevin Feige and I guess Esposito really want a female Ghost Rider. They really, really want it. That's much better than having
Why?
a man do it because men suck, I guess. But they've really been pushing that, and because of her build and her character she plays, I guess. A lot of people really think, because this isn't the only article on this, by the way, that she is being brought in to play the female Ghost Rider. Now, the reason I'm connected to the horror conversation, obviously, is because Ghost Rider is a horror character from Marvel, as is Blade.
Mhm.
Um, and yeah, I don't want a female Ghost Rider. It's not like you couldn't have one, as far as the
Well, see,
canon of
there
it, but I don't want it.
there has been one, but Alejandra Jones was never anything other than a plot device.
Yeah, I know.
Anytime she's been used, it was simply to further a story.
She is scanny though.
So,
Look at her.
and you and
She's
and
teeny.
you can't even and you can't even tell that story without Blaze, because the whole point Alejandra ever came into the fucking picture was because Adam tricked Blaze into giving up the fucking spirit of vengeance and used Alejandra because he trained her to basically be the vessel of his destruction.
Right, but when did they bring
So
the female Ghost Rider
either
in? When did they do this? When did this happen?
Fear itself, I want to say 2006, 2007. This is a long
So
time.
quite a while ago. Okay.
About 20 years ago.
Now, by the canon of Ghost Rider,
She's
you
only
could
been
have
used in 2 stories. That's
right, but that they don't care. Kevin Feige and Esposito, they especially
yeah, we
Esposito,
know.
it seems, has been given a mandate, and the mandate
Mhm.
is women and gay and black, not the white boys for sure. So I don't want anything to do with this. To be fair, I don't
Well,
give a shit if it's in the Marvel or not. I don't want it's done. If they do this, they're stupid. They
well,
will
he,
they will hurt themselves, and she will hurt herself. So I don't know how smart this girl is, but
well,
I hope she's got a little bit of wherewithal.
Well, she's
well,
hooking up with Tom
here's
Cruise. That's pretty smart.
well, here's the thing, right? Did they not? They just did this with the Fantastic Four, right?
Yeah.
And the whole oh well, yeah, Shala Ball was a Silver Surfer in a comic with
It's good, Alan.
in one comic in a fucking Elseworld 20 years ago. Yes, and how many people have stated they did not go to this movie simply because they did not give you Norin Ray?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's true.
And
And
and and and I've watched a bunch of people review this movie and say that the actress herself, as far as her doing her job, she did just fine.
yeah. And she
The
even questioned
problem
it
is,
herself because she did the study. Is like, isn't he supposed to be a guy? She even said that.
yes, but again, these are one of those. This is one of those things where you have a definitive version of the character. I don't care what your faggots in marketing tell you. There's only 2 Ghost Riders people want to see. If
Mhm.
you're not going to give them Johnny Blaze or Danny Ketch, and for people who don't know, they're brothers. They're always going to be tied together.
Yep.
So if you're not going to do that story with either one of them, most people don't care about Robbie Reyes. You've been trying to make him a thing for a decade. Most people don't care.
I didn't mind it so much, to be honest with you.
He's all right, but
It's
he's
okay. Yeah.
it's
It's not
considering what
Johnny.
the Ghost Riders were before then. And let's be honest, how the fuck do you go from two characters who have like biblical like lore behind them? You go
Yep.
from these characters are literally tied into the fate of heaven and hell, and third one is his uncle was a pedophile murderer.
Therefore, Ghost
Yeah,
Rider.
therefore Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Joshua makes a good point. Shalabala's Silver Surfer was only in 4
Yeah,
panels of a comic. That's true. Well, of course,
yeah,
and in the timeline that they set up for their movie, it would definitely be Rand. It wouldn't be Shalabala anyway. But
Yes.
we know why. Got to get rid of that men. The best you got to do
It's so
something, right?
so stupid too because Silver Surfer is very similar to Beta Ray Bill. It's a ridiculous character that should not work, but
Mhm.
because Rand is so awesome as a character, it works.
It
It's the
does,
only reason it works is because of him.
and
So bringing in somebody else is stupid. What are
it
you
is.
doing?
And if you look at the old Fantastic Four movie, which everyone seems to hate for some reason, the Silver Surfer presented in that movie was fantastic.
Yeah.
It looked
but
great.
it's it's not just that. One of the things about the Silver Surfer is is that he's a story of loss. He the
Yeah.
first
It's
time
tragic.
around he loses literally everything. He loses his entire life to save the people he loves in hopes that Galactus doesn't eat him, and then to save innocent people, he loses everything again. And not only that, he's banished.
Mhm.
Because remember, he becomes a prisoner of Earth's galaxy. He was not allowed to leave for a long time.
Yeah, no, that's true. That is true. Um, and of course, the other problem they had, if you're going to give us a female Silver Surfer, give her some tatas at least, please.
No,
I
just
mean,
don't fucking do it.
no, well, I
Just
know you're
don't.
right. You're right, but
If
we got this very unattractive, flat-chested girl,
yes.
and it's
You
like,
could have CG'd some titties on her.
you could have, and I've seen fan art which they do. We'll ask Amaran to do it. But nevertheless, now Eric says he went and saw Fantastic Four and he didn't hate it. That's actually a pretty low review from Eric because we know he likes a lot of that woke stuff.
That's well, no, well, see, but that's the problem. That is a low as fuck bar to cross.
It is.
When you're going again, the Fantastic Four and Superman needed to be home runs. They needed to be a movie that was so great that you get out and you call your friends and you tell them how amazing it is, and then you fucking go back and you watch it again with your friends, and then they call their friends and they go back and watch it with their friends. Most people are like, I didn't hate it. If I want to watch it again, I'll wait till it comes out on streaming.
Yeah.
That's that is such
Well, a lot of
that is
people
such a
probably will. A lot of
low
people probably will.
temperature. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's a low temperature fucking response. You needed motherfuckers treating this movie like people treated Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah, that was my exact thought. That's what you need.
Motherfuckers was going back to Maverick for what, 3 months?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
It had
Maverick was in there
legs. It had
forever.
mega legs. Yeah. That is
Yeah.
true. That is true. It definitely did. And that's a problem. These movies have no legs whatsoever. And because the reviews come out and it's just like, meh. Because a lot of people do wait for reviews. They really do.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. But Joshua was not happy with the hair or the toes. Fair enough.
Well,
It is weird. It
well,
does
well,
look
see
weird.
just look at how shitty the movies have become now. To where now, like before, people would they would go in sight unseen because they was already hyped. Like
And it's the
you
thing that
you
they
you
did. It's the thing they did.
you got
Yeah.
you got people who go into a movie like Batman and Robin just on hype.
Sure.
Granted, it turned out to be complete dog
Well,
shit, but
sure.
people went in just on
Well,
hype.
no, I used to go to the movies with my wife and my kids. We go to the movies all the time, and I didn't say we're going to go see this movie. We just went to the theater and picked a movie. We used to do
Yeah,
that all the time. Not these days. But anyway, I just wanted to mention this because, with the Ghost Rider mentions here, is of course the Blade debacle that is ongoing, and of course, if you do it correctly, Fantastic Four and the X-Men could easily be horror. Then Fantastic Four should be. So Marvel is even wanting to lean in this direction, although I have no interest in it. Further things, just to get into successful horror stuff that we have seen, let's take a look at this.
Man, my
Okay.
Discord's being very special in the head. New Final
I-
Destination movie in the works following Bloodline's big we What a surprise!
Right. Now we
Who
already
could have
talked
seen
about
that
it.
coming?
We knew it would. Now this movie did make money and it had legs and it's going to have more legs. Now to be
Yeah.
fair, as far as I'm concerned, it's the best Final Destination movie they ever made. I liked it a lot. I really enjoyed it. And it is very female centric, but it didn't beat you in the head with it. Kind of like Evil Dead Rise. It's very female centric, but it didn't beat you in the head with it. However, one thing this movie did wonderfully was wrap up the entire series perfectly. This is an ending point, not a beginning. Yeah. So I want to get into a little bit of the success they've had with horror movies. And Now this movie here, particularly, um, it did make some really good money. You can look just in America, it made 138 million for a horror movie. That's great, and it's going to make a lot more money going forward. The worldwide is 286. They definitely made money, right? These things are low budget. I liked it a lot. It was really well done. The acting was good. The story was interesting. But now that unfortunately, what has happened in this, just to surmise this article, is they're like, oh well, this movie was different because they went back in time and because it was wrapping up the series. Why did the Final Destination series happen? Well, they went back in time, then saw why it didn't happen, and then they flashed through into the future with the last of the people in the line of death needs to complete his ledger situation that is Final Destination, and it was
Mhm.
really well done. But what the creators and producers have got out of this, they're like, oh, so we can do things in the past and therefore people like it.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And
Oh
producers who
boy.
wanted nothing to do with Bloodlines were like, no, this thing's dead. And you had these other people come in, new eyes, new vision, did a really good movie. Now the old producers have come back and they're like, get out of the way, we're taking over. Yeah. I have no hopes for future Final Destinations. However, the main point I'm making is this movie was good. It was an actual good movie, not just a good
Yeah.
horror movie. And it banged. It made money. Now we've had other things like Longlegs. Now, to be fair, it has Nicolas Cage being good Nicolas Cage, and it was wonderful. But we've had a lot of really good horror movies come out. They are leading. This genre is leading right now. Um, and
Right.
uh, and I just want to get into it a little bit now. Um, this guy right here, who was, of course, involved with several movies, horror movies that have had success, including the Weapons, which I'll get to in a minute. Zach Krieger. He does have a movie here that he's written, and he's just kind of waiting because Zach Krieger really got his fame out of Barbarian. Now that came out a few years ago. Did you guys see that?
I have
No.
not.
No. Great little horror movie, wonderful little premise. And even though in the beginning you feel like, oh, this is kind of being woke, in the end, it turns around and the girl's wokeness actually, hits her in the ass. So it's a little bit subversive, the Barbarian movie in that regard. But it's a great little horror movie. And of course was very popular amongst the horror genre fans. But this guy is doing other things, and we're going to talk about his other big hit that just came out. But he also wrote this Henchman thing, which I thought was pretty interesting. We haven't seen it yet, but the premise is really, really simple. There's a henchman working for, I think, the Joker or someone like that, who by pure accident ends up putting a knock on Batman. Doesn't kill him. He just gets good hit, but it puts Batman down. And throughout the movie, you do kind of, or excuse me, the story, you do have Batman showing up here or there in the background, kind of like the shark in a way. But because he gets this good knock on Batman, he becomes kind of famous in the underworld scene, and him
Yeah.
trying and not thinking at first it's cool but realizing, oh no, that's not good. The whole premise is set on that. I thought it was really cool, and I've seen this guy's movies. He's a good director. That would be fun, dude.
Yeah. Could be cool.
and it's down to earth, street level too, which we keep yelling at them about doing, right? Like they did with the Penguin. Look at the success it had. That was pure street level. We didn't go anywhere outside of New York.
Right.
What you eating and
Oh
not
yeah.
sharing, Chester?
Hmm? What do you
So
say?
what you eating and not sharing, man?
I'm not eating anything. I'm smoking a cigarette.
He's being a degenerate, sir.
Hmm.
Get
With
a
a
little
degenerate
bartender flashes him a
hobby.
smile. He's over there smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, that's right. Pretty little girl. But Booster is like Henchman's idea is cool, but could you make a whole movie out of it? I think so. Yeah, yeah. Like an hour and a half, nice tight pace. This guy has his moment of fame, but it comes back down on him as he actually gains the attention of other villains. I wouldn't have, and it doesn't sound like in reading the article that Batman's the one that comes at him. It's the bigger, higher level villains that don't like the attention he's getting, and that's great. I think it'd be a lot of fun, actually. Just a little one-off
As long,
movie.
yeah, as long as it's a one-off, because you
Yeah,
know
yeah,
what the premise reminds me of, and I'm sure a lot of people remember this episode fondly, from the animated series, The Man Who Killed Batman.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Joshua just mentioned that too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, it's a great episode, by the way. It's one of Mark Hamill's greatest soliloquies as the Joker, actually. It's
yeah.
really cool. Yeah. But anyway, I just want to mention that this guy has had success. And I like this little pitch he's got. It's not being picked up to made into a movie, but he wants it to be. And I'm like, yeah, I think you should, because this ties in to what you got going over there at Warner Brothers. And this guy is a horror guy, so it's going to have that feel, which I think is great. However,
Yeah.
the new movie he's got out right now is Weapons, and it's got look at the reviews. Wow, for a horror movie, dude, this is straight up horror movie too. This isn't some mixed media thing. This is full on horror movie. Low budget, simple premise, same guy, Zach Krieger. Like I said, I like his work. I'm going to watch this movie. Even Red Letter Media liked it, and you know how they are. Um, but it's getting a lot of praise, and the premise is super, super simple. Why don't you go ahead and read the premise right there, Thunder?
When all but one child from the same class mysteriously vanish on the same night at exactly the same time, a community is left questioning who or what is behind their disappearance.
Yeah. And of course, the very first person that is blamed is the teacher, of course. And
Yeah.
she is your protagonist going through the movie, trying to because she has no clue, but she needs to figure it out. And it sounds like this movie's got some banger violence and gore in it, which a lot of horror fans like myself enjoy. Barbarian, of course, was really good with that. And it's interesting because you're a lot of the violence, because I haven't seen it, but a lot of the blood and gore that you're going to have in this is going to be child related. And you know how hard that is to pull off. I think one of the best movies to pull off child death was Mimic, actually. But so this is interesting. This isn't Village of the Damned type of situation. It's a little bit different. I think I haven't seen it, and I'm not spoiling myself. But I just want to talk about this guy as a horror creator who has done some really good stuff. And I know these two guys behind me aren't big horror film people, and maybe the chat isn't so much. But I felt I wanted to talk about it because horror is really showing up recently. It really is.
That's a
Eh,
good sign.
it is a good sign, and I'm going to check this movie out when I can. I'm definitely look forward to watching it. However, to kind of tie it down to people who don't know the genre, I thought it would be better to look at what is considered from Empire to be the top 50 best horror movies of the 21st century. So,
Uh-oh.
uh, yeah. And I thought we'd take a look at it. Now, I have kind of peeked at this list
Gonna
a
be
little
some
bit.
gay shit.
Well, no, I did peek at it because we do run into that problem. And at least the early stuff I see here, I don't mind. So let's get into it here. Let's take a look and see what we've gotten so far this century. Now it starts right off with Speak No Evil. Love this movie. This is a great movie. And I'm talking about here the Swedish one, not excuse me, the Danish one, not the American remake they did recently, although that's being praised as well. But it missed the point. It completely missed the point. And this movie is really talking about, you know what it's about? This movie is about cowardice, is what
Mm.
it's about, and how it's wrong. Don't be a coward.
Don't
Whereas,
be a coward.
right, whereas the American remake was all about women power. They completely missed the point, right?
Yes. What a
No,
surprise.
say it isn't so.
Yeah. And they use who's the guy, McAvoy? Is that the guy who did Split? Great actor.
Yes.
The American remake, they use him, so that's why it's good, because he's in it. But it completely missed the point. But this is a good movie. It can be hard to watch though, but then again, it is horror. And this is more psychological than anything. But that's not a bad choice starting off. The others, did you guys watch this?
I have seen the others, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. What did you think?
I don't remember.
That's not a good sign. How about you,
No.
Carmelight? Did you see this one?
No, I can't say that I have.
Well, this is the Tom Cruise's original other half, Nicole Kidman, Australian lady.
Yep.
And the spoilers, it is 24 years old. But basically, the idea is you have ghosts. She is a ghost. Her kids are ghosts in a house. But the whole movie is put forward that they live in the house and they are concerned about the haunting that is going on in the house, not really realizing that actually they're the haunting, and the people moving in over the century, are the ones who are suffering from them. That's the whole premise. And it
Ah.
works. It's not a bad idea at all. Yeah.
See, you have tickled Booster's fancy with this list so far.
Oh, he like Nicole Kidman? So he just chases after Tom Cruise's sloppy seconds, then, does he?
No, he actually likes the movies.
Oh, yeah, they are good. They are good. It had a mean twist. It was a great twist. It's actually one of the better twists in cinema, I think, because they do
What a twist.
well. They do a really good job of thinking that they're the ones that are being haunted. The ghosts, they're the ones dealing with ghosts in the house, right? You never assume they're ghosts. You never catch it. And then the end, when you get the twist, everything comes together. You're like, oh, okay. And it's happening over like 100-year period. From their point of view, of course, it's not, because they're ghosts. They're stuck in their routine. But it does a good job. It's a solid movie. It's certainly worth it. It's not. Whereas this is psychological horror. This is not a jump scare, bloody horror at all. Speak no evil. The others also isn't. It's more of a drama, really. So this, for people who aren't big horror fans, this would probably fit in your wheelhouse more.
Yep.
Yeah. Booster says, I chased after Tom Cruise in 30 seconds because it's the closest I'll get to a beautiful fucking penis.
Now, we don't know. I haven't heard any rumors about Tom's pecker. It might be
No,
gorgeous.
I never
It
heard
might be
anything about
gory.
it.
We
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah, yeah. He has a hard time holding women, so I don't think it's too impressive, to be honest with you.
Well, he's also psychotic. That doesn't help.
That doesn't help. He's an actual workaholic. Sinister. Have you guys seen this? I like this movie.
I never even heard of it.
Now, this one has Kevin Bacon in it, which we
Kevin
know what that means. That means instant success. It isn't quite as powerful as saying Kurt Russell's in it, but Kevin Bacon's a pretty good thing.
Does
right?
help.
And he's a writer. And he ends up going to this renting this kind of countryside place. We can go in with his family so he can write. But Sinister is pretty good. It's not bad, and it deals with an ancient pagan killer. But it's a fun little movie, especially the way that it's presented. Right.
Right.
Sinister's not bad. Dr. Sleep, I loved it. I like this better than The Shining itself.
Really?
Yep.
Really?
Booster says looks rubbish. No, it's not bad. If you like horror, it's not bad. Although, to be fair, the other four of the four we've looked at here, it's the least. Yeah. Have you guys seen Dr. Sleep?
Yes.
Any opinion?
It's okay.
It's okay. I liked it. I loved it because the reason I liked it more is The Shining, the book, but the
Mhm.
movie, which was that Kubrick or
I believe it was
Ooh.
Kubrick.
I don't think it was Kubrick. The Shining was too Kubrick-y, and it missed the whole point of The Shining. Because
Yeah.
if you watch that first movie and you've not read the book, you don't really get that The Shining is a thing. And Shining is
Yeah.
talking about psychic abilities or even psychic vampires, right? Is what it's really talking about. But the Shining, Kubrick's Shining, just doesn't really give you that at all. It just doesn't. It's a fun movie, but you don't get it. Doctor Sleep, man,
But
you get it 100%. They did a great
it
job presenting that.
The Shining did traumatize me to hate long hallways for the rest of my
That is
life.
true.
So,
And Little
I
Twins.
mean, it did something. Yeah, them, if
Yeah.
I ever see them, there's going to be violence. They better not be real,
Yeah.
because I'm going to jail.
So maybe the reason why I like this so much is because it really does tell the story of the book way better than the Kubrick one. It really does.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I
No,
love,
it's not bad.
I love how they
And
did it.
as for
It's
all
really
of
cool.
his bullshit, Ewan McGregor is a phenomenal actor.
He is. No, he is good. And of course, Rose the Hat in this plays by Rebecca Ferguson. Um, she's great as the psychic vampire leader. She really
Yeah.
is. But they really lay down the premise, what's going on, the knot, what it is. It does a great job of creating a cosmology of King's idea. Whereas The Shining, the movie The Shining, does not do that at all. You just think it's
No.
some ghost thing and he's possessed. You don't
Right.
and the boy Danny, who of course this is adult Danny, is why it's connected. Um, they don't really focus on the fact that he's the one that can see the ghosts because he has The Shining,
Right.
right? But anyway, I loved it. I thought it was great. Thing. Creep. I have. There's two of these. Have you guys seen this movie?
No.
It's a
The
Blumhouse,
only creep I
early
know is
Blumhouse.
Radiohead.
Yep.
Oh, fair enough. But this is an early Blumhouse. I wasn't a huge fan of it. It's basically like just a serial killer movie, a creepy one, and it's okay. I wouldn't. I don't know. I guess it deserves to be on the list, I suppose. Ready or Not. Huh.
Ready or not?
I don't know this. You guys know this?
I do not.
No, I do not.
I don't know this at all.
There's got to
So
be multiple movies named Ready or Not, though. But no, I
yeah,
don't know that.
this one seems to be based on hide and seek in a horror movie. Could be fun, but I don't know that one. The Ring. Well, I mean, wow,
Wait. Is this the American Ring?
the American
Yeah.
one.
Okay.
And to be
I
fair,
was
the
about to say,
American
I was about to say, because the Japanese one is considered by many to be a masterpiece.
far more superior. But to be fair, the
Yeah.
American one's fine. It's not bad. If it's all you have to go on, it's okay.
So this is completely stupid, and it's only my sense of humor. But for whatever reason, my buddy and I, back in 2002, were watching this on DVD, and we turned the subtitles on. I have no idea why.
hmm
They were just on, and we're watching it. And there's a part where somebody starts grinding on the floor, like grinding something. I can't remember the context, and it says, because it's for deaf people, and it just goes grinding furiously, and I cracked up for like 5 minutes because it was just so, what? Why would you put that? Like, I'm pretty sure deaf people could still see that the guy's sitting there grinding. I don't think
Right.
you needed to needed to reinforce what's
Right.
happening.
Right. They're deaf, not blind. That's true. But
Yes.
no, Busher said he saw this one. It's dumb but fun. And there's a lot of good horror movies like that, to be fair. But I don't know this one. But The Ring, of course, is classic, especially Japanese one. But
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with this movie. It's fine. Let's see, Ginger Snaps. I adore the entire series. All three movies I love. Have you guys seen Ginger Snaps?
Nope. She looks hot though.
She is. Now, and Grimlock says nothing, so I was assuming. Now, it evolved over the
I
three
don't
movies, of
remember if
course.
I saw this shit.
But
2000?
yep,
Damn, that was a long time ago.
and dude,
25 years ago. That's wild.
it is, and this is one of the best werewolf series you'll ever see. Plain and simple. The werewolves are great. The storytelling is fun. It's very interesting. Now, to be fair, the original one, this one, is really talking about in a weird way, a girl's coming of age and their menstruation. I know that's weird, but it's kind of the premise behind the werewolf thing that it's doing. However, it has that, but it also tells a werewolf horror movie story. And as it proceeds, it gets better in that regard. But I love the series. It's really one of my favorite. It also mentioned here in the write up about American Werewolf in London, of course, very, very popular. The Howling, of course, from the 80s. But even, which I'm assuming will be on this list, Dog Soldiers, which for most people is the best werewolf movie ever made. Have you
I think
guys?
it even mentions, yeah, it mentions Dog Soldiers right
It
there.
does,
So
it
yeah,
does. And of course, that's set in Ireland or Britain or something like that. It's an amazing movie.
yeah.
But I love the Snap series. And yes, it does have hot girls in it.
She looks hot.
No, it's not. I was a female teen wolf. It's not fun like that. This is dark and depraved, as it should be. Mhm.
Well, it's about women, so that makes sense.
Yeah, but it's not bad. Dawn of the Dead, the remake. I don't really care about it. You guys want to talk about that?
Not
Nah, not
particularly. No,
really.
Zombies Run.
Yeah.
That's there you go. The
Wolf
Zombies Run.
Creek. Now,
Mm,
there's
tired of them.
2 or 3 of these. This is an Australian one, and you'd be surprised how many good horror movies come out of Australia. Actually, it's kind of
Well, I
shocking.
mean, it's a continent of horrors.
It is. It is.
No
But
one should live there. What are
yeah.
you doing?
Yeah, I
Uh,
wonder how they're going to do horror movies now that you can't even have a fucking machete.
Right, right, yeah. But they'll have to do plastic ones. But
You're gonna have to fight off the serial killer with a strongly worded letter.
and this is a serial killer movie, and it's about a bunch of tourists that get picked up by this Australian killer. It's no supernatural aspect to it whatsoever, but it is brutal and it's well done. It's very Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like an Australian version. It's good though.
Mm.
It is good. But if you don't like those kind of movies, you wouldn't like it because it is 100% that, right? But it's pretty good, man. I like it.
Our Australians.
Fair,
Oh, yeah.
fair. That is kind of true, Booster. It's kind of true. But anyway, so fun if you. But this is definitely horror people. Like you guys who
It
don't like
sounds
horror, you're not gonna like it. Yeah.
it sounds a little bit like obviously well, no, never mind. I won't make that analogy. Let's move on.
No, it definitely is. It is a Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's what this is. It's just
Well,
Australian
I was
version.
thinking it sounds a little bit like House of a Thousand Corpses too.
Oh no, no. It hints at it a little
Mhm.
bit. But it doesn't go there fully. But that's actually not a bad that's a better reference than
Yep.
Texas Chainsaw, to be honest with you. Anyway, moving on. One of the greatest movies ever made, The Autopsy of Jane Doe. This is what I'm talking about. The man, the past 20 years has been banging. It's been banging. If you've not seen this movie, go watch it immediately. Immediately. And this is not one of those movies if you don't like slasher, horror movies. That's not what this is. This is not that. Go watch this. This is beautifully done. It's done in mainly one room, although it does move a couple times. But mainly it's done in one room, and it's done so unbelievably perfectly. The acting, the premise, this is a banger movie. I would give this movie an 8. That's me.
Interesting.
Yeah. Hey, you guys haven't seen it, huh?
Nope.
I know.
Holy shit. No, dudes, and this isn't that long ago. This is only 9 years ago. Go watch this movie. I'm not kidding. Out of all the
Ugh.
things we looked at, you got to see this movie. It's really it's really good. Really well done.
2016 was 9 years ago, bro. What the hell?
I know. Yeah. But this is so cool.
Oof.
And it's got a couple of really neat twists. And we never got a follow up. And I'm like, why? Maybe it didn't make a lot of money, I guess. But this movie is really cool, dude. So definitely go see that. And for those of you like Booster, it's got a naked girl sitting the whole movie just lying dead on a metal table.
And she
Perfect
has
for you.
pretty eyes.
She's pretty beautiful. She's beautiful. But it's one of those movies where there's nudity throughout the entire movie, but there is not a moment that is sexual. Not even a second. It's one of those things, and she's stunningly gorgeous. It's kind of like Life Force. You got that lady, beautiful woman, walking around naked the whole movie, but she's such a terror that you don't notice it. You know what I mean? But yeah, this movie's so killer, dude. Anyway, Wreck. I was never a big fan of this series. There are so many of them now. Have you seen this?
No.
Yeah, this was a non-Japanese trying to play off The Ring, is what it was. But it became its own thing. So
Interesting.
yeah, I'm not a huge fan, but it's a zombie movie, so there you go. Ah,
The It remake. The remake, I'm
yeah,
assuming.
of course it's the remake. This is the 21st century. Um, I don't know. Did you guys like the It and the It 2? It 2 sucked. The first one was this
I
one was
only
better.
watched the original, so
Yeah,
I have not watched the
it's
remake.
I kind of suggest. Obviously, the special effects in this movie are better. Obviously, it's 40 years later. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to hate
Does
on
it
it
end
though.
with a teenage orgy like the
No, they
book does?
never.
Ah,
None of
okay.
them do. Yeah, none of
Yeah,
them do. Yeah.
yeah.
It
Can we
did
lock
suck.
Stephen King up? That dude,
He's weird.
that's pretty weird.
He's
That's
creepy.
weird.
He is creepy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Alan agrees with me. It too did suck. It did suck. The first one, this one's okay. I just rather go with Tim Curry one, man, dude. It's just better. And the
Well,
Tim
it's
Curry one,
fucking Tim Curry,
it
brah.
is. But keep in mind, the Tim Curry one was a made-for-TV miniseries, therefore
Yeah.
highly restricted.
Yeah.
Right. And still, people
Yep.
pick that over it.
That's what
That
There
crazy.
definitely wasn't going to be a teenage orgy at the end of that one.
No, there wasn't hardly any blood in it. But Tim Curry just absolutely devoured that. No pun and
now,
no, sorry,
wasn't
pun
he
intended.
supposed to be more? Wasn't he supposed to be more book accurate though?
Tim Curry or Skarsgård?
No, the remake.
Oh, probably it was.
The remake.
Honestly, I couldn't slog my way through that damn book. You know how big that book is? It's
It's
stupid,
ridiculous.
dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got a problem.
Yeah, his short books, his short stories are much better.
He's a great shorts writer. He is. He's a much better novella.
And that's why so many of his movies so many of his books became movies, because they're short stories. That's why.
Right.
If you take Asimov, for instance, his Foundation series, which they tried to do recently and woke the hell out of it, by the way, that's hard, dude. That's hard.
It's
Right?
like Dune. It's just too big.
They
There's
can't.
just too much.
They can't. Let the Right One In. Now, this is the original Scandinavian one, not the American remake. The American remake is watchable, but this is the original Swedish one. Fantastic vampire movie. Fantastic.
Let the Right One In. Boy, does that. You can use that title for quite a few things today.
Yeah.
You could.
Is this a commentary on modern women?
And honestly, non-ironically, Grimlock, you could use it that way for this movie too, in a weird way. No, this movie is killer. It's really well done. Really well. The tone and pacing in this movie is fantastic. And the girl who plays I'm not going to give spoilers. You should watch it. Plays the vampire here, the main vampire. She does such a good job for a child actor. She does such a good job. But yeah, this movie's great. Once again, psychological, really. But it's also just dripping in. If a vampire was real, it would probably be like this. It's that kind of thing, It's really good though. Like I said, the American remake is fine. It's fine. But no, watch this one, dude. Go watch it in subtitles, by the way. The Orphanage. I've heard about this. I haven't. No, this is The Devil's Backbone. Sorry, I have seen this. I didn't know that the American name of it was The Orphanage. Why would you do that? It's very strange. Anyway, this is Guillermo del Toro. Need I say more?
Guillermo.
And this is old Guillermo when he was banging.
Yeah.
Guillermo.
One of the coolest ghost premises and presentations ever. Really good.
He does have an amazing mind, Guillermo.
He does, and his visuals are stunning, dude. Like I said,
Yep.
I know this movie as The Devil's Backbone, but I guess the American name is The Orphanage, which is nowhere near as cool, dude. And if you watch the movie, you'll understand why he called it The Devil's Backbone, by the way. Anyway, Guillermo del Toro, anything, go watch it. What are you doing? Censor, I don't know this one.
Literally never heard of it. Moving on.
Yeah, yeah, looks like a British one. British put out some pretty good horror movies sometimes too. They do. I don't know this
Yeah,
one
I
though.
heard the current state of London is pretty horrific.
It is. It is. Of course, I already talked about it earlier. Barbarian. Really good movie.
Barbarian.
No, really good. Really good psychological thriller that has plenty of gore for your gore hounds out there. Creepy. It's a really solid movie from that guy. Yeah. So this is once again Zach Krieger. Moving on here, The Invitation. I think I did watch this, but it didn't leave much with me. And I think it's because I don't like movies like, for instance, Castaway, right, with Tom Hanks.
You don't
Everybody's
like
like, oh,
Castaway?
it's such a great movie. Well, the whole movie is about a woman who is unfaithful and doesn't love her husband. That's what it's really
Yes.
about.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, but
he is
no
a
one
castaway.
hardly anyone gets that though, dude.
Well, because they're stupid.
That's
Chester.
fine.
What do you want?
But I don't like
The whole
movies.
movie is about his love for his wife. That is
Yeah.
the only thing that keeps him going. And in the end, she betrays him anyway.
And if you're paying attention, you know this before he even gets cast away.
Yes.
Because she's just a bitch to him, right? Her fake smiles. They did a good job. But the thing with it
They did.
is, I don't like movies that just throw women as just horrible wives. They always
Well,
want to make
Chester-
women horrible wives, and that's not even true.
Chester Schnookums,
Yeah.
they are very often horrible wives.
Well, not all of them.
You could never have that problem because you wouldn't have married a woman who would become a horrible wife, or you would
No.
have gotten rid of her.
No,
A
that's
lot
true.
of men
That's
get
true.
stuck. They marry a woman.
There is
Either
no
they
stuff.
think they don't have options, or they just don't want to deal with it, or she's a tyrant and they don't know how to, get away from her. Genuinely psychological abuse type shit.
Yeah.
Or everything's fine for a little while, and then he's not somebody who's good at reading women. He doesn't understand women. So it kind of like Castaway. It kind of builds up. Like anybody from the outside who knows can read women, it's like, oh, this isn't going to be pretty. But it takes a while. It takes them a minute. And then they get nasty, and then they get vindictive.
Right.
That's why. But
No,
so
I
like
did
one of the
know.
reasons why the evil wife, we'll call it, that trope exists is because it's real.
It
like there's a
is.
lot of men who suffer
Yeah.
under the yoke of an oppressive wife.
Yeah.
They just
But
are. Now they shouldn't. They should be men and take control of their damn life, but they do. They do.
No, fair enough, and I understand that. And Alan saying you didn't marry an American, fair enough. But you also have to keep in mind, Alan, me personally, I am the option.
Yes, he's got 20-year-old bartenders trying to take her home. So I don't know.
No, I think there was more to that. I think there were exterminating circumstances.
Well, yeah, you whipped out a fat wad of money. She's like,
moist.
Yeah, that's that too.
I like money.
Although
I like money, old man.
Mix-A on the X-A. My wife has come home, by the way. we won't be talking about that. She's in the other room right now. So anyway, let's see here. The Relic. This isn't bad.
Honey, why are you sharpening that knife?
Yeah, this movie is not so bad, but it's not worthy of much conversation. Saint Maud, haven't seen it. This one is super woke though. Oculus, actually, not a bad little movie, and it's got that girl in it. What's her name? This is Christopher Nolan, by the way. But what's her name? Katie Sackhoff, I think, or no, it's not Katie Sackhoff. It's Karen Gillan. Sorry, but it's a fun little movie, interesting thing. It's certainly worth a watch. But this certainly falls on more horror fans, because the stuff I'm trying to point out are things that is universal, right? But let's
Yeah.
see here. The Conjuring series, very popular, and
Pretty
people,
big.
Ed and Lorraine Warren, and they're well done. Have you guys seen any of the Conjuring movies or Annabelle movies?
I have not, but it's
Um,
interesting that this is on here because apparently there's a pretty popular comic mostly among women in America called Matt Rife, and he's really obsessed with like the occult,
Yeah.
stuff like that. So he bought that house, the Annabelle house. He bought where this
did
is
he?
based out of. He
Yeah.
now owns the property.
Oh, interesting. But this series is fine. Although this is much more commercial Hollywood generic horror, to be fair. But it's
Yeah.
fine. It's high production, good acting. It's very solid. But this is very much commercial. This is not indie at all, right?
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with the Conjuring series. It's a really good acting in it, and of course it's James Wan, and he's really good at what he does. Now Saw, I mean, do I even have to mention it? You could do an entire 10-hour series on Saw.
I mean, I'm gonna wait to see what's up here, but I would probably put this higher.
I would
The
too.
first Saw is really good.
Banging.
It's phenomenal.
Banging.
Yeah.
It is so good.
And I
It
don't
is so
like
good.
horror movies, and I'm gonna tell you, Saw. It's because Saw is what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
That's a horror movie to me because it fucks with you. It's not just jump scares and bullshit. That's like woo. And it's not a totally unbelievable premise, right? This guy is dying, right? Jigsaw's dying. That's the whole thing, and he's trying to make people, at least in this first one, it goes off the rails. But in the first one, he's trying to make people appreciate life by threatening to take it away, or quite literally taking it away. It's not a bad goal. He's a little bit brutal, a little sinister, but I mean, the goal is noble. He wants people to appreciate the life that he won't have.
Yeah. Well, this series has got, I don't even know how many. It's even got spin-offs. It's gone way off the rails. The acting becomes really bad. It's all about the dinosaur in a way, in the traps.
But of course, it has one of the most underrated men to ever act in Hollywood, in Cary Elwes, or Elwes, however you say his name. He's phenomenal in this. This is one of his best performances ever, and he's had some banger performances. So this is one of those movies that's like, it's like a microcosm movie. It just kind of existed. Yes, they made other ones after it, but those are all shit. This one though is really, really good.
Wife really went and had a shower. She's all wet and stuff. Nice. Now I'm getting yelled at. Don't say that. I didn't say that, guys. I didn't say anything about that. Now she's mad at me.
Tell her I said hi and she's lovely.
Yeah, Thundero says hi and that you're lovely. I love you too. She said she loves you too. Oh, very sweet. Very nice. Yes.
See.
Yes. It's weird how you compliment women, but they yell at you because you're supposed to keep the compliment private.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They get all shy.
They do. No. They do. But anyway, there's not much more we need to say. The other ones, if you like the kill traps, that's why you watch them. But this is actually a good movie. This is actually a good movie.
It is.
So, His House. This is kind of a serial killer movie about immigrants coming in, and it's okay. You guys stop me if I hit something. Kill List. Don't know this one at all. Oh no, I do
Definitely
know this one. No, I do.
Should not be above the first Saw movie.
No,
Definitely
but this is a British one. It's very Wicca, Eyes Wide Shut esque type of thing. It's I wouldn't even put it on the list, to be honest with you. The Devil's Back. Well, okay, so The Orphanage is a different one than The Devil's Backbone. All right.
It looks like a sequel or a remake. Yeah.
Maybe I gotta go check it out then, because I don't know that movie, I guess. But this one I do know, and it's excellent. Excellent. Yeah. We already talked about it. So moving on. Martyrs. All right, now, have you guys seen this movie?
No.
Booster is saying that he thinks Get Out is going to be number one.
It probably is. He's probably right.
It shouldn't be number one, but I think it deserves to be on the list, though.
That's a good movie.
Now, what would you guys think is number one, since we're getting the top 20 here?
Well, this is the last 50 years, right? Or
this century.
What was the time frame?
The past 25 years. Yeah.
Past 20. Oh, so. Ooh.
Oh yeah, it'll be up there.
Honestly, the one I think should be in it, number one, was already mentioned. So
I don't
but
know.
no,
That's tough. The last 25 years, because the last 25 years, I don't know, man. They're not my style for
I
horror
get
movies.
it.
There's a
I
few of
get
them in
you're not
there,
horror
but they're not
guys.
my style.
I just want to mention because horror is is the genre that's banging, dude. It really is the only one that's banging right
Yep.
now. What about you, Grimlock? Do you have a suggestion for number one?
It's probably going to be one of Jordan Peele's fucking movies.
Probably, and I think they
White liberals
deserve to.
can't help themselves.
Get Out particularly should be on the list, but it isn't in the top 10 for sure. But this movie, let me take a second here because most people have never seen this. I do think it's European. Um, uh, Martyrs. First of all, my first thing I'd say, don't watch it ever. This is one of the most out of control, brutal movies. I'm surprised it was even allowed to be on film. This is one of those movies where they said, we don't care what the rules are. We're going to do whatever the hell we want. This movie is bad, brutal. But in that, the horror fans are just lose their shit over it, right? And the
Yep.
ultimate vanity of the plot twist is a bit much. It's very haughty European thinking, let's be fair. Um, but if you're into just gore, just ridiculous torture porn, this is a movie for you. It's harsh, though. I really suggest you don't watch it. I'm not kidding. Seriously, guys. It's bad. Anyway, it follows. It's all about STDs put in a horror film movie, but it's really well done. It's a good movie. It deserves to be on the list. 100%.
Yeah.
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 100%.
It's pretty good.
Lake Mungo. This is about trying to figure out why a girl died and how she died. I wouldn't put it on the list at all, to be honest with you. But it is an Australian movie, and I know a lot of people like to praise it, but I watched it and I was like, It's one of those mixed found film movies.
Yeah.
Type of thing. But I wasn't a big fan of it. Nope is Jordan Peele, of course.
It is. I like Nope. I thought it was fine.
Yeah, I think a lot of people like, it's worth sitting down watching. It's about
that's exactly what it is, though. It's Sky Jaws. That's
Sky Jaws.
It's just
yeah,
Sky.
That's what it is. Yeah. But it's got a couple of scenes in it that are pretty good. Yeah.
Yep.
And I love the opening of it.
The opening's great. I actually really like the one of the last shot you see of him is really good too. It's really well constructed.
And this is, although it's certainly the female black character in this is mega racist.
Insufferable, but
insufferably
he's good.
mega racist.
He's really
he's great. And of course, Jordan Peele loves to, white people bad. He is a racist.
Yep.
Let's be fair. But this movie, it does
With
have
his white wife.
Well, maybe it is, but the black girl in this movie is real bad. But it's not a bad flick, though. Not a bad flick. The Wailing. I've seen this. It's okay. It's a Korean movie, I think. Oh yeah, there it is. A Korean movie. But this one is more about family, having family responsibility and, how much is enough, how much is okay. And this movie goes way beyond accepting what you should accept as a daughter in this case. But it's a long, boring ass slog, though. I wouldn't suggest it. It is a boring ass movie. I don't know why it's on the list, to be honest with you. The Host, this is kind of CW, kind of, kiddie horror, teen horror garbage. At Blumhouse, I wouldn't put this on the list at all. They've done better. Done better. Man Hating, the movie. Okay. Let's see here. Session 9. Actually, this is excellent. I'm not going to tell you a single word about it. And Caruso here, the guy who is so insufferable on that, what was that show he did? Miami something.
Yes. I can't remember, but yes.
Yeah, some cop thing. About. He's insufferable. He's great in this. You go watch this movie. I wouldn't even call this a horror movie, to be honest with you.
Interesting.
It's a psychological thriller, but it's not a horror movie. But it is really good. But this movie is for older folks who actually have an attention span. If you don't have that, unnamed person, don't watch this. Yeah. Let's see. The Audition, once again, don't watch this movie. It's brutal hard, and there is a series of movies that are female based about women just hurting and destroying men who don't deserve it. That it's like female horror porn,
Yep.
and it's what it is. Yeah, I wouldn't suggest this movie at all. The Invisible Man, the remake.
I have seen that.
It's not a horror movie, but what do you guys think?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a horror movie personally either.
No,
It's weird.
it
It's a very
is.
strange film.
It's not
This movie
bad
here.
though. It's
It's
certainly worth
not. It's just
watching.
weird. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nowhere near as
Like
good as the
it's
original, but I mean, it's not.
no,
Yeah,
no. It's just all over the place, I guess is the best way to put it. It's like I don't know. I don't think they knew what tone they wanted. But it's not a bad film. They still
yeah,
pull off
no,
something that's good though.
it's worth watching. It's better than you would think it would be.
Yeah.
And CSI Miami. Thank you very much, Dave. And he said, "Ooh, Audition is nasty." Yeah, I wouldn't suggest it to other people. Yeah, the chimp thing in Nope is the best part of the movie. To be honest with you.
It's great. Yeah.
It is good. But now the only thing that kind of kept taking me out of this movie um, is it's a female revenge movie, is what it is. Just
Yep.
nowhere near the level of Audition, but that's what it is. But the only thing that got me here was this girl. I know they throw her in stuff. Elizabeth Moss, I guess.
Yep.
And she does a good job. She's fine in it, no problem whatsoever. But she's supposed to be, I'm not going to give away the premise because you probably it is something worth watching. But she's presented as something that is desirable, that is
Yeah.
demanded, that is
Obs-
possessed.
Yes.
Possessed.
Could be obsessed over.
Yeah, it could be obsessed over. And
Yep.
no, dude, this is an incredibly unattractive woman, which isn't her fault. But this is a very unattractive woman. I don't see any dude in the world wanting to possess her.
No.
Yeah, I don't. It just doesn't sell. Yeah. Shane Gillis' review is the best part of it. But I mean, you can watch it though. It's worth the watch. It's not bad. Ju-on, The Grudge. Is this the original?
Looks like it.
I guess it is. I thought that was from the 90s. But alrighty then, because they did an American remake, which the American remake I think is better than the original Japanese one, the first movie.
I've never seen either of them.
But they're both good. It's interesting. It's a pure ghost story, pure, and that's great. Yeah, it's a great feel. It's got good tension. It's not a gore fest. It's not. It's an actual ghost story, and it's well done. It's really well done. Like I said, I think the American one, it got dumb, but the original, The Grudge, the American one, is quite good. Talk to
I like
Me.
the original.
You like who?
I like the original.
Yeah.
Ju-on.
Yeah, no, I like them both, but I just felt that the second, whereas The Ring, the original is certainly better than the American one, but they're both watchable.
Yeah.
I don't know this movie at all. Talk to Me.
Never
I don't
heard
know
of it.
this movie. You guys know?
Nope.
It looks like they go to the Philippines or something. Oh no, that's his name is Filipino, Filipoyo or whatever. Okay, whatever. I don't know that movie. The Babadook, great movie. This is not a horror movie though. This is a psychological thriller about loss and family. This is not a horror movie at all. It is well
It
done.
also sounds like a dance from the 50s. The Babadook. What do the Babadook?
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. This is worth a watch. It's not much of a horror movie though, but it is really good. My wife actually liked this movie. Raw. This is why is this on the list? This is kind of dumb. It's a cannibal movie. A girl at med school, and I don't know why this is on the list. It's not a good movie at all. Why is this here? I don't get it. Because this movie was getting a lot of praise, to be fair though, and I went and watched and I was
Yeah.
like, I'd give it a 4.
Ooh.
Yeah. Heredity, great movie. Is it a horror movie? I don't know if I call this a horror movie. This is a demon worshiper, cult thingy. And it's definitely got psychological thriller vibes, and the tone and presence of the movie is impressive. It is a good movie. Yeah. But I don't know if I call it a horror movie. Have you guys seen Heredity?
I've not.
It's got a fun little twist in the end.
I don't remember if I've seen that.
It's got one of the best kid deaths in any movie ever. Which that's hard to pull off, kid deaths. Let's see here. Moving on. The Witch, excellent. This is Robert Eggers, of course.
It's of course Mr. Eggers. I mean, come on.
Excellent.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Mr. Eggers don't miss. I love Mr. Eggers. I know some people don't.
I love him. No, I love him. Because it's never what you expect. It's never what you expect.
No.
His feel is different than you think it's going to be in a good way. At least for me.
He subverts your expectations.
He does, in the right way. Yeah.
That's right.
He's like the actual good J.J. Abrams.
Yes. If J.J. Abrams had talent.
That's right. Although, to be fair, because this movie was so early for him, he could put a little bit more balls on the table, though, dude. He could. He was being a bit cautious with this, because he could have done. This could have been more brutal, but it's great though. This is a really good movie, in so many ways. This is one of the movies you could sit down after watching it with your friends and discuss it. It's one of those kind of movies. It's great. They were top. That's number 9, by the way. Number 10. This is a really well acted and produced movie, though.
Since I haven't seen most of these so far, I would still say Saw should be much higher. Probably at number 10.
I would put it in my top 10 for the. I would for sure. I don't know if I'd have this in the top 10. It belongs on the list though. This is definitely amazing. Let's see here. Drag Me to Hell. Now this is one of those little teeny bopper movies. Initially, you think it is.
I remember that silly ass movie.
Right, because it definitely has that silly ass teenage horror movie feel to it, but it also has this raw edge to it. I actually love this movie, and I don't know if I'd put it number 8 though, but it would be on my top 50 list for sure. I loved it. Have you seen it, Thundero?
I've not. I gave up on Raimi after Spider-Man 3. I know it wasn't all his fault, but I was out.
Yeah, but it's the first time I've seen Raimi be Raimi.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Fair.
He went back to his roots.
He did. Now, Grimlock, where would you put it on the list?
This movie?
Yeah.
I spent way too much of this movie laughing.
I
thought this shit was fucking comedy.
There are points that I get your point. I get your point with that, but I really liked it. I love the tone and the pace of it's really good, and the ending is fantastic, dude. I wouldn't put it at 8, but it belongs on the list. Let's move along here. Of course.
I figured. Yeah, I was wondering where it was. Yeah.
Surprised it's not higher.
Yes, the first one is pretty good. It's more I think it's more psychological than anything. The problem
had great marketing. That shit was everywhere.
Yeah, great marketing.
The problem with this one is the ending is ass because they changed it. The studio made them change it. They said it wasn't what audience wanted, so they Hollywooded it up. Instead of leaving you in suspense about what this creature is, you literally see her face morph into the demon or whatever.
Yeah.
And then that's the end of the film. Yeah. It's so stupid. That was such a dumb thing to do because you just took away everything that was great about what we didn't see happen.
Yeah. Now, I personally did like this movie. It was fun. It would not be number 7 for me at all. However, it gets extra points because I'm too old for this movie to have really hit. But my
Yeah.
my son watched this movie with me, and he was terrified. It hit him hard. So congratulations, Paranormal Activity. You
This
remember
is
that, baby?
one of
Yeah, he was really hit by this movie. Really
this is
scared.
one of the best depictions of actual the name Paranormal Activity, actual hauntings. What they very often people describe and experience is stuff like this. That's in now. Obviously, it goes over the top by the end, but the leading up to that, like you just your sheet gets pulled, or
Yeah, yeah,
your
yeah.
door
Yeah.
closes, or something rattles in this house where you're not, or a light turns on. Like that's very. That's probably why it's so effective because
Yeah.
it's a more
Well,
realistic take on a
for
haunting.
that generation, it was really good, scary movie, and I understand why it's so high.
Yeah,
And no, this movie's way better than Blair Witch, dude. Way better.
yeah.
I didn't care for that at all, and that's of my generation, right? But yeah, I didn't care for that. Although I do have to make note, my wife now has her T-shirt tied on the side, as the
Nice.
sexy girls in the '80s used to do. What was that?
You get yelled at. You got yelled at.
Yeah, I did get,
Chester's in
I
trouble.
did, I did. Descent, great, fun,
That's good.
monster movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
good stuff.
2005,
Yeah,
20 years
good
ago.
stuff.
My
Good
God.
stuff.
Holy
Uh,
shit!
yeah, this is a good movie, and I prefer the director's ending to the theatrical one for sure.
Yeah,
Right?
I agree.
Um,
Yeah.
I think I saw the director cut to this one.
yeah, no, this is a pretty solid horror movie, but it's a monster movie. Let's be fair. Let's see here.
Got way too
Trained.
many sequels.
What do you say?
That thing got a bunch of sequels, didn't it?
It did, but you don't need them. Just watch this one. And this is another British movie, by the way, a good one. This right here, you guys know my opinion on Korean movies. I've given it. However,
Yeah.
this movie is excellent. Train to Busan.
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
It's really well. If you want to do surviving a zombie apocalypse movie, that's how you do it. Plain and simple.
Interesting. So
And
this was during the zombie golden age that we had
yes,
here
yes,
recently.
yes.
Everything was zombies.
But to be fair, it's one of the better
I didn't
ones
watch
ever
it.
made, dude. It's really good. It's really, really good. And if you like that kind of stuff, go give it a watch because it's solid done. Baby, you remember Train to Busan? Yeah, it was good. Yeah. Now this says
That's true.
Train to Busan, and in Korean it actually says The Last Train to Busan.
I have told you this repeatedly for years.
Yeah.
There is a Korean series, there's two of them that I think you'd really like, and it's got nothing to do with horror, but it's called Along with the Gods. I
Yeah.
think you'd like them.
My wife watched it.
You should watch.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, it's
No.
good.
no, I can't tolerate.
You didn't
Korean.
like it?
I don't like
Oh,
listen
it's
to
so
Korean
good.
that long.
It has so much heart, Chester. It has so much heart.
I don't
And
like
just
the
like that,
sound of
Kaiju
Korean.
becomes Archie Bunker.
It's fair. It's fair. Train is awesome, Ellen said.
Well, tell Junko she has great taste, unlike her husband.
Yes, well, she watches a lot of Korean stuff. You see, she is from the Korean drama age. She's
Yeah.
of that age where all the ladies watched all the Korean dramas and cried. So yeah, whatever. Moving on. A Quiet Place. Now, here's the thing.
Yep.
I've never seen it.
Me neither.
Although it is
I hear it's phenomenal.
highly
though.
loved.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I can't say if it should be there or not.
How
But
about
I have heard it's quite good.
Yeah. Grimlock, have you seen this one?
I know.
No. Yeah, I've never seen. I should watch it because all I've heard about it is pretty good, but I haven't seen it. So I don't know. Top 4? No clue. Don't know.
There we go.
Here we
This
go.
is the one. When you asked earlier which should be number one, in
Yeah.
my opinion, it's The Mist.
I didn't know it was.
This
I thought it
movie-
was 90s. Is why I didn't think of it.
This movie, bro, that ending is the most gut-wrenching ending in maybe
Ever.
the history of cinema.
Ever.
Oh my
Ever.
God! It's a perfect. What's the Greek tragedy where he's walking his wife out of hell? Orpheus.
Orpheus.
He's walking his wife out of Hades, and right
Orpheus.
before he gets to the edge of the underworld, the gate of the underworld, he was told, just don't turn around. If you don't look back, she'll walk out with you. And right as he gets to the edge, he gets scared and he looks back, and his wife's there, and then she disappears. It's
Yeah.
basically the same story, but far more brutal of an ending.
Oh, this is way more brutal. But
Yeah.
and everything from beginning to end is also amazing. It's really well
Yeah,
done. The
it
special
is.
effects are beautiful. The tension is great. The argument that it takes place in this movie is also really good, and it's hard to say who's right. This is just a good movie. Now, the series they came out with is absolute shit. Don't waste
Yeah,
your time.
don't do it.
You don't need it. Watch this movie. It's amazing. It definitely, and in all honesty, it might be number one for me.
Yeah, if he just wait, like Booster said, if he just waited 5 more minutes,
I
just
know
5 more minutes. Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
it is. It is great. It is great. Anyway, I this might well be my number one. Anyway, let's go see
Yeah.
what two and one are. We already know what they are, I think. 28 Days Later. No, I don't agree.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
no,
don't
I don't
agree.
agree.
I haven't seen the last one, but I've seen the first two, and they're okay. But no, it's not. Should it be on the list? Sure, why not?
Yeah,
But no, not a, no, 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 no.
not number
Anyway,
2.
and of course,
There it
everyone
is.
was
Yeah.
right. Get out.
It should not be number 1. Get Out's
No,
a good movie though, but it should be number 1.
yeah, it
Mist
should be
should be
on the
number 1.
list, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be number one.
For no other reason than the ending of Mist is just everybody is horrified. I don't care. I don't care how old you are. I don't care if you're a man, a woman. What happens at the I'm not going to spoil it. I don't care if it's a 20-year-old movie. I'm not spoiling it. What happens at the end of that movie will fuck with you forever. Forever.
It will.
I told you them white liberals couldn't help themselves. I told
No,
you.
you're right, because this is actually not a bad movie, though. It is a
No, it's a good
solid
movie.
movie, but it's not
It's
number
not
one.
even close to the best movie.
No, no. I
No,
put it on the list. I put it
Look,
somewhere down in the
if it wasn't
50s,
for the
40s.
fucking ball sucking of white liberals, because they have to have their pet niggers,
It is,
yeah.
it is, and that
this movie
oddly, that's
would be.
exactly what the movie's about, though. Oddly enough, it's
But for
this.
me, if I'm being honest, I think I like Nope better than Get Out. For me, and I think it's just because the not the main character, not the girl, but her brother. I really like him. He's an amazing character. He's so well done.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe that's just personal taste, though. I really love the second protagonist of that movie.
In some ways, though, the way they pull this movie off, I know that wasn't his intention. Peel is just, white people bad. They take everything. It's the concept that white people have taken everything. The whole world has taken everything from black people because they invented everything, as you know, and now the
That's
rest
right.
of us took it from them and
That's
keep
right.
them down.
Yeah.
That concept. But that's what this whole movie is. But it's almost ironically slapping its own face, kind of like Barbie did
So-
with Ken.
So it's black people all over the. All right, makes sense.
Yeah.
Can't get out of their own way. Got it.
But I mean, it's a little bit. I know Peel didn't intend that because he is a racist. But I think it's when you go too far that you come back around, type of thing.
Could be.
And
Could
I
be.
feel that
Yep.
this is definitely not number one. My number one would be Mist.
Yeah, Mist
I think
it's so good.
you know.
I actually want to watch it. Right, I might go watch it. It's so good.
Yeah. But there are other
It will
things.
mess with you.
It will. But there's other things that's on this list. Why isn't Longlegs on this list? I definitely would put it somewhere at the bottom.
People seem to love it.
It is good.
People seem to love it. What about that one? I don't. Is it a horror movie? The one about what's it called? Damn it. The color one. What's it called?
The
It's
Color
got-
Out
it's-
of
it's-
Night. The Color Out of Night.
Yes.
That is
Yes.
the H.P. Lovecraft
Yep.
book story with Nick Cage again. It's the best rendition I've seen of it. It's really good.
Yeah.
I'd put that on the list too. But I am a little bit, biased in the Nick Cage direction. But it's pretty good.
Well, it's also good HB. It's also good Lovecraft, which is so rare.
It is good.
So it's nice
It
to
is.
see.
Yeah. It does deal with really well, and that's a situation where Nick Cage casting was perfect, because sometimes
Yeah.
Nick isn't really the right person to be in the position, right?
Mhm.
But he needs money. We know Nick needs money. Other times
Well, I think
he
he's
is
good now. I don't think he does anymore. I think
Well-
he got himself all caught up.
You know what I mean. And sometimes he's not. However, Color Out of Night is really good. Longlegs. Some people have critiqued it, saying they would have rather had someone other than Nick Cage in it. But I'm like, are you
Well,
kidding me? He's
that's
perfect.
just the wrong answer.
It
That's
is
the
the
wrong
wrong
answer.
answer. Sometimes it is the right answer. I agree, but not in that movie. But nevertheless, I thought I'd go with Empire because I've never looked at theirs before. Mostly the list was fine though. But
Yeah.
Grimlock's right. They can't help themselves. Let me just.
Well,
No, I
what's
know
funny,
because
Joshua? What's funny, Joshua, is it is kind of funny. It's funny in like an absurd, morbid way. The end of The Mist, because it's like, oh my god, when you know what I mean? Like it's one of those things that if you heard a story like that in real life, you would almost chuckle because it's so ridiculous. It's so absurd, but it. Oof. Anyway,
Yeah. To
I mean, hell,
the
look, I don't watch. I don't watch a bunch of freaking horror movies. They didn't put Silent Hill up there. I enjoyed Silent Hill
well,
way
this
more
is
than.
this is 21st century though. 21st century. Okay.
Well, Silent
I
Hill came out in the mid 2000s, somewhere
Are you
around there.
sure?
the
I thought
movie.
that was late 90s.
No, the movie
No,
was.
Silent Hill.
Okay. Well, then
No,
they're wrong. It should be on the list. You're right then. Hills Have Eye remake is pretty good, to be honest. Twin
What
Peaks
about
is good.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Let me look something up before I ask a stupid question. Hang on.
Bones and All, pretty good movie, by the way. I'm just going to run through this list real quick, see if there's anything different on here. Under the Shadow, good movie actually. We already mentioned that one. Dragon Mahal already did. A lot of this is, of course, could be the same. Presence, eh. Once again, eh. Sinister.
want to bet
Um,
Get Out's number one again?
yeah, you're probably right. But this is the Hollywood Reporter. Sinners wasn't a bad little horror movie. I don't know if I'd put it in my top 50 list though. It was a solid little horror movie, even though there was a couple of moments you just put that in there because you're racist. I mean, there's no other reason for it to be there, right?
Yeah.
But if you ignore that stupidity, it's a solid little movie. Have you seen Sinners?
I have not. I do want to see it though.
No.
It's on
Yeah, it's
streaming.
a
I'll probably
solid
check it
little
out.
thing. I said it's got a couple
Chester,
stupidity in it, but it's not bad.
on that other list there, you know what wasn't on there? One of the movies that I know you love, Bone Tomahawk.
Terrifier.
Oh, you're kidding me. Is that 20th century, 21st century? Oh, the
Yeah,
bastards. No, that movie's amazing.
2015. When did that come out? Yeah, 2015.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the original Silent Hill, excellent. It should certainly be in a top 50 list. Bone Tomahawk is top 10, dude.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, without question. Saint Maud, once again, this is a very feminist movie. Others, I wouldn't put it that high. Nosferatu, still haven't seen
The
it,
new
dude.
one.
I haven't seen it.
It's on streaming now. I might check it out.
Yeah. Us, this is not very good at all. It's the premise
Not
is
surprised.
dumb. No, it's Jordan Peele again, hating on the white people. But it's just dumb. So whatever. Of
You know
course,
what's ironic about the Jordan Peele movies? Is up until Get Out, he was seen as a comedian that does white people comedy because most black people I know shit all over Key and Peele.
yeah, that's true.
When
They're too
they
white.
had their show,
Yeah.
they shit all over them too. And then all of a sudden Get Out comes and all of a sudden, oh my god, this meta commentary about racism in America
Yeah, it's
and a
dumb.
horror movie. I'm like, nigga, get the fuck out of here. Like we have not
Yeah,
Oh wow, what if Guess Who's Coming to Dinner was a horror movie?
right,
Deep premise, motherfucker.
right.
Really deep premise.
Well, Key and Peele was the white people's blacks, right? For sure. Pan's Labyrinth didn't realize it was
Like I
in
said,
21st century.
they're decent, but I mean, holy fuck, the amount of cocksucking that
I
started.
thought they were
happening
annoying,
after
dude.
that movie.
To be fair. Anyway, Pan's Labyrinth.
Like,
This is early Guillermo del Toro. Not a horror movie. Awesome though.
Not
Go
a
ahead.
horror movie.
Not a horror.
I'll say this: not exactly a children's movie.
No, but it's not a horror movie at all. It's a psychological
Holy
thriller.
shit.
It's a fantasy. It's great. It's fantastic. But it's not a
'Cause
horror movie.
when El
Hey,
Capitan
Adrian.
gets shot in the end.
Hey,
Yeah, well,
you both need to watch Nosferatu because I would like to get your thoughts on it.
yeah, no, I
because-
gotta watch it. I just have not because I don't think I want to watch it with my wife.
Yeah, I would probably ex-nay watching it with the wife.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna watch
Yeah,
it. Now she's in the room. Thanks, guys. Now I want to watch it. She said.
I don't know.
Everybody, tell her no. Tell her no, wife.
It is not. It is not Nosferatu that you're thinking it's going to be Nosferatu.
No, I know it's Eggers. He's always not what you think.
Yes, It's very Eggers too,
Yes.
and it's very.
And I love him for
I
that.
thought about that movie for like a week after I watched that movie, and I
Yeah, I
don't
know.
get that way with
I
horror.
I just gotta pull the trigger. I gotta watch it. I just don't want to watch it with her. The host, I forgot this also was 21st Century. This
Yeah.
is an amazing Korean movie, a monster movie. This is great. Babadook, really good movie. Let the Right One In, the original, fantastic. Get Out. Oh, it's number 2, guys. Therefore, what's number 1?
Mm, it's number one.
Under the Skin. No, fuck off. Fuck right
Nah,
off.
that's not a horror movie.
It's not a horror movie at all. It's
It's a
like a
dumb movie.
sci-fi zombie fantasy thrill psychological thingy. It's no horror at
I
all.
thought it was a crap movie, is what it was.
It's
Somebody
kind of,
slid some bullshit in because they're like, we can't have Get Out be on both number ones.
yeah, but this,
Yeah.
I'm not going to knock on Scarlett, but she's not really a leading lady. She's a character actor, and she's good at that. This movie is kind of boring. The only interesting thing about it is scenes in the movie. She literally went out in public and talked to people directly, right?
Yeah.
If I was
So
Scarlett Johansson, I would have kicked her agent's ass because you wasted all her prime years on bullshit.
they did,
Yeah.
but
Really stupid stuff.
that's true. Although if you're a big Scarlett Johansson movie, you get full frontal from her in this, if that's your thing.
Yeah, you do. But
And she's very much the normal mom bod. It's like everyone's
That's
going on
fine
about.
because
Yeah, go ahead.
That's fine because we'll take the normal mom bot over the normal Walmart bot.
Oh well,
there.
fair. No, it's fair. I mean, she's very normal though, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's kind of like in Swordfish, everyone's going on about Haley Berry showing off her tits, and it was like, well,
Oh
I
boy, here we go.
really wish she
Here-
hadn't
here-
because those weren't
here
great
we go.
tits. Those were not great tits. They were
You think
lopsided
Jamie
and
Lee Curtis
unequal.
was
Now my
hot?
wife's looking at me
Okay.
again. It's your fault.
You thought Jamie Lee Curtis in the 80s was hot. That chick was an ironing board with a hair piece.
It was the tits, dude.
All right, let's do it.
finally, let's get
Let-
back
let-
to
let-
this conversation.
Nope, let's get him out. Let's see a nude scene of Jamie Lee Curtis and a nude scene of Halle Berry, and let's see.
Well, you can these days because Haley has gone complete whore. You seen what she's doing? Jesus, she's out her mind. She's putting out what is it, TikToks with her, just before coitus about I'm good about this man's about to drill me into the bed. Meh, meh, meh. Like, what's wrong with you, lady? She's my age. What the hell?
She's horny.
Yeah, that's fine, but I don't need to know about it.
I don't know. 'Cause the voices in my head told me years ago TikTok was a bad idea, and
It was right.
I'm actually glad I listened to them in that regard.
It was right. Yeah, it was definitely right. So, Adrian,
I
what
do
did you?
agree. It is travesty that Silent Hill is not on that list.
It is travesty. There's a Bone Tomahawk
ridiculous.
too. How is that not on there? Because that is a horror movie.
But I heard it's good.
It is amazing. What would be your number one pick of the 21st century for horror?
I would probably put The Mist as my top
Yeah.
one way as well.
That's good.
I actually really liked The Ring. The Ring, the original, was very disturbing to me originally when I was younger.
Yeah. No, it was good. You're 100% right. That is excellent.
I'm
Now, this movie here.
trying to think.
This movie here is a Persian movie, and it's on here because it's Iranian. That's why it's here. So, movie.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting movie, but it's not really
It's
that
not.
horrific. Just
No, it's not. Yeah.
an interesting movie.
I'm gonna be honest. That title sounds like every
The
white
Dead? No
little
way.
woman's fucking idea of
Yeah.
horror. A girl who walks alone.
Oh, it's a vampire movie.
It's a
She's
vampire movie. Yeah, he's right. But it's on here because it's Iranian. That's why. That's the only reason.
Yeah,
it's
that's the
here.
only reason.
Land of the Dead, Romero, yeah, whatever. One
Yeah, I
Cut
don't know.
of the Dead. Once again, this movie
Mm.
really likes foreign stuff. Final Destination, fair enough. Fair enough. The
I
first one
liked
was-
Final Destination.
Yeah,
The
first one was
first
great.
one's good.
I love Bloodlines. You see the new one?
Not yet.
Yeah. Suicide Club. I forgot about this movie. This is a pretty good movie, actually.
Mm. Yeah.
Slit Dude. How is this not on the list?
Slither. Yeah, that's a creepy ass movie.
Now, this is a nerd page, so it's going to be a better list. Let's be fair.
This is a good page.
It's a really.
Yeah.
This is James Gunn
How come
too,
Human Centipede didn't end up on any of those lists?
because it's shit movie. Dude.
Right.
It's
It may
not
be
a.
shit.
It was
No,
influential though.
it's-
It
You
was
had how
influential.
many Jordan? Wait. You had how many Jordan Peele movies on this fucking list?
No, you're right. You're right.
You can't quite claim quality when you have that. When you have a bunch
It
of
is
those.
creepy as hell, the original one. But it just got dumb after that. The others, once again, every list. No, fuck that. Dawn of the Dead, more Romano, Saint Maud, Super Feminism, Raw. We talked about it. Saw, great movie, should be way higher. Quiet
Yeah.
Place,
Oh
never
yeah,
seen
Saul
it.
should be probably in the second or first place as well. In my
Yeah, no,
mind.
you're right.
Like,
Yeah, Saw's great. Yep. I don't know this movie. Dragon Me to Hell. I like it. Grimlock says it sucks, but I like it.
I didn't say it
I
sucked.
never
I just
watched.
thought it was. As to me, to be a horror movie, it kind of failed. Like I spent more time laughing
Fair enough.
at some of the shit that happened in that movie than I should have. Like, come on, I forgot that whole part with the gypsy family.
Yeah, that was a little bit awkward.
Well,
To
anything,
be fair, yeah.
That shit was hilarious. Like,
anything slasher, I'm not gonna put on the list for horror because it doesn't I'm not. It doesn't scare me.
This is more demonic possession.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't deal with those too much because I like demonic possession movies for the most part.
No,
I have not seen one of these Jordan Peele
it's
movies.
it's Skyjaws. It's all right.
Yeah, that's what,
Killing Sacred. Now,
Mm.
that is a
I
psychological
heard that's an
thriller.
interesting movie.
It's not a horror at all. It's a psychological thriller, and it's really good. But this is once
movie
again.
didn't make it on this list. You
What?
guys remember Orphan?
Oh
I
yeah,
do.
no, the original Orphan was great. Second one wasn't bad either. It's a bit of a guilty pleasure for me. Yeah, no, the original Orphan was amazing. This movie right here has got Colin Farrell. End of conversation. Okay.
Yeah.
But
In the conversation.
yeah, end of conversation. However, this is once again not for the youngins. You need to have a attention span to watch this movie. This is not
Yeah,
for
it's slow.
youngins. Yeah. My wife has just passed me a note.
Uh-oh. She would like to go shopping, Chester.
Yes, part of that, and also visiting. Yeah, no, you should. You've been very busy with stuff. You should go do that. 100%. Huh? I don't need anything. I'm good. Now, and she just gave me a gift from her jazzercise teacher. Now, the weird thing is, her jazzercise teacher keeps giving me gifts every time I see her out in public by random thing. She's always eyeing me up with my wife with me, and my wife thinks it's funny. But this lady keeps giving me gifts.
Is she attractive?
Dude, no comment.
I'm evil. I'm an evil bastard. I'm okay with it.
But baby, what is the deal with your jazzercise teacher giving me presents? Yeah, so
she
you
give
give
you
her
a matching
little
spandex suit.
You give her little souvenirs, but then she gives you stuff for your husband. This doesn't bother you at all? Oh, no problem. Okay. She thinks it's funny. Great. Seriously, it's why do I getting noodles?
Japanese harem over there with this guy on a sex mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Tomato noodles. She thought I'd like it. No, that's great.
Tomato noodles.
Nigga buys a sex mountain.
Yeah.
And don't expect women to be coming for him.
Dude,
this guy.
It's funny. She is. I can't really comment. But what, baby? I didn't say anything. No. You can talk about anything you want. Thundera was being naughty.
I was. It's true.
Cool. Well, have fun, baby. Oh, I got a kiss. I got a kiss.
Aw,
all good.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you should
Let's
definitely
hope.
go relax a bit. I got shit I got to do this afternoon anyway. Nope, I don't need anything. I'm good. No, thank you.
Going jazzercising.
Now she did that this morning. She's going to go do some shopping and see her friend. She's been real busy taking care of her dad. Her dad is, in those final stages, right? And
Yeah.
she's like every day
Sorry
out.
to hear that.
She's like full on like an extra job for her. So she should take some time. Bye, baby. Thank you. Okay, she's gone. I'm safe. All right. Yeah, no, the thing with that lady is weird, dude. It is weird.
Mhm.
Yeah. But I shan't talk about it anymore. Overlord. This movie is great. Have you guys seen this?
I heard that's good. No,
I
I've
have
been
not.
wanting to see this. I heard it was good.
Now, this is a movie that has a black lead, but for no other reason than he's a good actor. There's no,
Yeah.
there's not a black guy in this movie because we need a black guy. Well, I don't know, maybe someone thought that, but that doesn't have anything to do with it, right? This is a great kind of zombie monster body horror. It's cool as shit, dude. If you haven't seen Overlord, go watch it. Now, to be fair, it leans much more into the horror fan than it does the not. But this movie's excellent. I'm glad I came over to the nerd page because it's reminding me of the great stuff we've had. Sinister, once again, good movie. I don't mind it at all. I don't think I'd have it that high. Train to Busan, amazing. House of the Devil. Weird little movie that should have come out in the 70s.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It really feels like a 70s Italian type of murder movie is what it really feels like.
That's what I've been told.
Yeah. It encapsulates that. As a matter of fact, when I watched it, I thought it was an old Giallo movie. I really did. But it's not. So if you like the old Giallo stuff, you'll love this.
Mm.
Yeah, but it's a throwback for sure. I saw the TV Glow. Haven't seen it. Heard it was great. Another thing
No,
that's not on here
never
just came
heard
to
of it.
mind was a Late Night with the Devil. That movie was really good.
I was gonna say, I'm shocked
It
that
might
that
still
movie
be.
was not on there.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Terrifier movie.
Might be on this list.
Yeah, no, Terrify show, but this is a nerd list. It's way better than the other ones, dude. Way better. Let's see what we got here. Mandy. Oh yeah, dude. This is such good Nick Cage, man. It's one of his better performances, actually. And
Yep.
yeah, no, it talk about trying to create a premise for a man to want to murder the entire world. They do that good in here. They do. Yeah. Mandy's excellent, dude. Dog Soul. Yep, this wasn't on the list either. It's like the best werewolf movie of all time, dude.
Yeah, that should be on the list for sure.
Yeah, excellent. And she's smoking hot, by the way. That
Not
lady.
bad.
No. She's
bad.
in dressed down country girl look, but anyway, so Wreck, yeah, I was never a big fan of that series, to be fair.
Yeah, I
Jennifer's
wasn't a fan of those.
now hold on, Jennifer's Body. Now this is kind of a lesbian thing, but it's not. It's kind of generational though, isn't it? Jennifer's Body.
Mm.
For that generation, it was a big flick, dude. This was a big movie for them.
Yeah, it was a big flick. Whatever. It wasn't that big of a deal to me.
No, not to us, but like some of these other movies, like Paranormal Activity. For me, it wasn't a big hit, but for my kids, it was a mega hit, dude. It really
Yeah.
it's generational. This is generational. So yeah,
Yeah.
this is a way better list, dude. We found it. Oh, there it is. I'd put
There it
this
is.
higher though, dude. This is a great movie.
Oh, that should be up in the fives, probably.
Yeah. So you
Higher
enjoyed it
than-
too. Have Thundar, you haven't seen Late Night with the Devil?
Oh no, I've seen it. Yeah, it's fantastic. I've seen it
Yeah,
twice.
Yeah, it is. It is
I
fantastic.
watched it upon his recommendation.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Yep.
good. Grimlock, have you seen it?
No, I have not.
Dude, This is a fantastic movie. Is it a horror, pure horror? Not really, uh, but uh, but it is
No, it's
fantastic.
the type of horror I like, though.
Oh, fair enough. Psychological thrillers.
The thing is,
Yeah.
yeah, I like horror. That see, this is where coming back to Nosferatu. I would actually probably put Nosferatu. I might be like this. Just might be my own opinion because I'm very different when it comes to horror. But I would probably put that up there in my top five.
Wow. Cool. Now I gotta watch it, dude. I love Eggers. Like I said, the only my wife's gone now, so I can talk a little bit more freely. The only
Liked it
reason I
better than
haven't,
The Witch.
yeah. Oh, you did. Oh, wow.
I
Because
did.
I like watching movies with her, and she'll watch horror movies, no problem. But this, I've from listening to critics, there's a lot of pretty raunchy sex scenes in it.
Yes,
That I really don't want to.
that's the problem with it. There is a bit of raunch in it,
Yeah.
but it is not. It's not sexy raunch.
No, it's
it's
just raunch. Yeah, and it's weird
it's
because
it's just it's disturbing raunch is what it is.
yeah.
I can't. That no, that whole movie is a is a disturbing movie. It just is
As
like
it, but it should
when
be
you watch
though.
it. And yes, that's exactly my point. That's why to me it's up there for horror because most horror doesn't get me thinking. Most horror doesn't make me like disturbed and like unsettling is another word I would use for that movie. It was very unsettling,
Yeah,
and I don't get unsettled by movies.
Eggers does that right. He's able to create that tone, that feel. He's good at that. Um, but yeah, I've
Yeah.
always been like that. I don't know about you guys, but it's weird because I'll have sex with the girls, but I don't really want to watch sex scenes with the girls.
They're uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't like it. I know some couples, and I've seen people, especially younger folks, they like watch porn together and stuff like that, and I'm like, well, no, no.
My
Oh
experience is
boy.
that doesn't work out very well in the end.
No, I just no. I have no. Yeah, yeah. No, no. Anyway, Lighten Up with the Devil is a really good movie. You're right. Overlord's intro is amazing, but Overlord is a really good movie. I'm glad I came over here and looked at this. I do have some free time, is why I'm still on. But today, because I'm off, my wife just left to, she has been real busy. Going out to see her friend is a good thing. But yeah, this is a way better list, dude. Way better. The Invisible Man, once again, it's watchable. The only thing it's unbelievable is that anyone would desire her to such extreme levels of
Yeah,
obsession.
she blew up. She blew up for a while because of Batman. She was really good in that show, but
She's a good
the
actress.
idea that she would be a desirable woman,
She's
no,
not, yeah.
come on, guys.
And there's plenty of movies she can do, but she's not attractive. She's actually
No,
unattractive, which, like I said, isn't
very
her fault,
unattractive.
and she's a good actress. But no,
To me, it was one of those movies. It's just like watching the trailer. It was like, no, I'm just gonna pass on this because I've watched the original, and of course, in the '90s, you had Memoir of the Invisible Man,
oh well, Chevy Chase, yeah,
and after seeing those two, and to me, I like both of those movies.
yeah.
There was nothing about like just watching the trailers that made me like go, I'll give it a shot.
Actually, the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen's Invisible Man is one of my favorite portrayals of the character. But
Yeah,
I need to go
I
back and
like
watch
that.
that movie.
Yeah, it's fun. It's one of my guilty pleasures. I like it. But honestly, in this movie, some of my favorite scenes are with the black dude. Who is the black dude in this? You guys remember who it was?
I have never seen this movie.
He's an actor
Yeah.
that I know. I just can't remember his name. But some of the best scenes in this movie are when he's in it, actually. Anyway, moving on. The Conjuring, we talked about it. The Ring,
That's pretty obvious.
that's the American one. It's fine. I don't know
Mm.
this movie. Cairo,
Mm.
Japanese one. Okay.
Japanese, yeah.
Midsummer, Feminist, the movie. Okay.
That is way overrated. The
It's
Lighthouse,
yeah, but dude, they have to love it because it's man hating the movie. They gotta love it, right?
yeah, obviously.
Lighthouse. Wow, I forgot. This is not a horror movie at all. Not
Mm,
even it doesn't even come next to the genre at all. This is a drama.
I think it's meant to be just. See, I don't know. Some people have told me it is horror, so I don't know. Like,
I've
I
it's
haven't seen this movie.
it's Eggers, so it's got to have that
Well,
feel. But
yeah,
no. But what I will say about it is, you want a character study movie? This is it. I mean,
yeah.
they kill it. This is the movie I saw that Pattinson. I was like, oh, he is an actor. You know,
That's what I've been told by multiple people
yeah,
that that movie was the movie that made them realize,
yep,
oh, he actually can act.
he does. And he has sex with a mermaid in the weird way you would think they would, and it's very weird.
Mm.
And Willem Dafoe, I mean, absolute
I mean, it's
monster,
William Dafoe, so
monster,
you know.
dude. Yeah. Uh, but yeah, once again, this is a movie basically set in one room. If you don't have an attention span, don't watch it, because this is one of those
Yeah,
movies you got to pay attention to. But it is
Right.
great.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not a hard descent. We already talked about good fun. Devil's
Hmm.
Backbone, one of Guillermo's best. This or Mama. Mama is a fantastic movie as well. But Devil's Backbone is so good. Yeah. Black Swan, get the fuck out. All right, fine.
What? Like mm, it's
No,
a
and
remake anyway. Black Swan.
fuck off, dude. Lake
No,
Mungo. I know this is popular. It's a found film, footage film. I'm not a big fan of it. The Babadook
I don't like
is.
that genre.
What was that?
I don't like the found footage genre.
No, I'm not a huge fan of it. Yeah, that's probably why I'm not a
Dude,
big fan of Lake Mungo.
I
Babadook.
remember Blair Witch when my friends were like, "Oh man, it's real." I'm like, "You guys are like
Yeah,
you're
well, that's
stupid.
true.
This
That is
is
based on a
actually
true
real."
story. That is based. You're right.
I know it is
Lake
based on a
Mungo.
true story,
Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
yeah,
A girl named Alice
found footage
disappeared.
stuff is just
It is based on a true story. Anyway, Babadook, once
yeah.
again, not much of a horror movie, but it is a great fun movie.
I've never seen this.
Yeah, I was shocked how good it was. Actually, I was surprised. Yeah, I didn't
Mm,
expect much from it, and I was impressed. Anyway, top 10 from the nerd's point of view. Let's see.
let's see.
Us. I wouldn't even put this in the top 50, dude. It's a dumb premise. The idea is dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't watched one of his films because I think he's a pretentious prick. So
Yeah, no, he is, and he's a racist. But Grimlock's right.
that's
They can't help themselves. They have to mention it, otherwise you're a racist, I guess. But I
Yeah.
mean,
yeah.
his Get Out and his Nope are fun little movies that I would definitely put in the top 50. But this one is a dumb movie. I don't like it at all. So no. 28 Days Later. Once again, I'm just not a big fan of the series. Some people love it though.
I like 28 Days Later. I didn't care for any of the sequels. I kind of want to see the new one just to see where they are 28
Well,
years
White Man
later.
bad though, so prepare yourself.
Well, I'm sure. Yes.
Yeah. Um, Yeah, no, that's kind of true, Booster. It's just a
Also,
dumb premise. Yeah, go ahead.
the main actor in that movie is that wasn't that like his start. That movie was his start. I'm pretty sure.
Which one? The 28 Days Later or Get Out?
Yeah, yeah. Colin, what's his name? I can't ever think of his name.
The
All I
Danny
can
Boyle?
call him now is yeah. No, I can't remember. Is that his name?
Killian
The guy that
Killian You're
plays
talking about Killian Murphy. Yeah.
yeah, Killian. Yeah,
Yeah.
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 The Scarecrow.
Yeah. I'm not against it. I just wasn't a huge fan of it. I'm not a big zombie guy. Let's see what number 8 is. American Psycho. Oh, Jesus. Well, first of all, this is
Yeah,
not a horror movie at all, even a little bit. This is a psychological thriller through and through. And
I
it
think
is
they
a solid
consider
movie.
some psychological thrillers for
Do
some
they?
reason.
Would you though?
I'm.
Well,
Uh,
if that's the case, then fucking Red Eye needs to be on the list.
Fair enough.
yeah, I was going to say that's not. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Speaking of Red Eye, we just talked about 28 Days Later.
Yeah, we did.
He's in that movie too, Red Eye.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. This is a
No,
pretty
I
good
wouldn't put
movie.
American Psycho on this.
No, I wouldn't either.
I don't think it's a good movie.
For me, it's a bit overhyped.
I think it's overhyped as well. I mean, I like it, but I think it's more overhyped than
Yeah,
people put it to be.
You know
I
what?
think it. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm surprised but pleasantly that Cabin in the Woods have not been on any of these lists.
I
Well,
was
I would have put it in my top
surprised that
50, though. I
But
would put it in my top
I
50.
hated that fucking movie. I thought that was so stupid.
Well, it was supposed to be tongue-in-cheek homage to the horror genre. Is the whole point.
yeah, I don't like
And
that movie.
for me, it would be my top 50 though, because I think it does what it wants to do. But American Psycho, I think the reason why it's always so hyped up is because of the twist. And this is an old
Yeah,
movie. If you don't understand the twist, he never kills anyone in the movie. That's the twist.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was surprise.
Yeah, it's all in his head. He's just a bat crazy guy. That's all. Which Christian Bale
He
does a
This
good
is
job
what-
doing. Let's be fair.
Actually,
No,
I think the
he
twist
does what
is
everybody
that
does on
he
the highway once a
does
week.
what everybody
Yeah.
does exactly. He
Yeah.
does what everybody does at least once or twice in their life, but he never actually does it just like everybody.
I don't know that I've ever
That's
wanted to murder anyone. I either murder or I don't.
You haven't driven on an American highway in 30 years. Now.
Fair
trust
enough.
me.
Fair enough.
If you drove around on some of the roads we drive around on, you'd want to murder some people.
I don't know. I don't know that I've ever truly hated anyone though. I mean, I've done my
Good on you.
job. I've been a bouncer, so I've been involved with violence, but I've never really hated anyone. I don't think.
Okay, Chester. Let me put the scenario to you. You're in the slow lane on the highway, and somebody almost plows into you because they want to do 90 in the slow lane.
Yeah.
Well, what I like is that people just make roads on the side of the roads now,
Oh, do they?
and they just pass
Wow.
you on the side of the road. That's a thing here now, by the way.
Oh, wow, that's nice. Hopefully
They've decided to become third world countries when it comes to driving as well.
Well, maybe that's the problem. But I'm assuming the state troopers are earning their pay then.
I mean, I have a road
That's their.
that I literally every day, at least every day, I have someone pass me on the side of the road. So no, state troopers are not doing their jobs.
Well, let's give you the juxtaposition of my world then, shall we? You're going up and over a mountain, and the person in front of you is probably 97, and they're driving one of those little teeny K trucks, and they're doing 15 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And the mountain road is so narrow, you're not passing on it. Ain't no way. Yeah, that's my life.
Yeah,
See,
that's
that's
mountain driving.
See, but if you was in a country where you had a gun,
Yeah, fair.
you'd shoot that fuck.
Solve the problem. And Japan's got a problem with too many old people. Let's be fair. I could
Well,
be
they live for long.
I could be a godsend. Let's see here. Moving on, number 7, Cabin in the Woods.
I spoke that shit like this.
Yeah. It would be in my top 50 though. It would. It would be way lower down, but it'd be in my top 50 because it's a fun little homage to horror.
Yeah.
And it does that really well. And it doesn't take itself serious for 1 second,
Sure,
which is
fuck
maybe
doesn't.
what
That
bothers you,
that-
Grimlock.
was part of my problem with it.
Yeah. But it is
was
fun,
not
and the
scary.
well, yeah, but no, it's not. It's not scary at all. But the monster work in it is kind of fun though. Yeah, but no, this
Yeah,
is,
Booster, I take the blame for that. I summoned this shit.
yeah, you did. He did summon it. But
Mm.
it is a fun movie. It's not horrific at all. But I think it's worthy of a top 50 list. Let the Right Win In. Already talked about it. Fantastic movie. Fantastic. As far as just a popcorn night, the
Yeah.
American one, it doesn't belong on any list, but it's certainly
I want the
watchable.
remake with Donald Trump.
Oh, fair. But this original Swedish film is a masterpiece. It really is. Let's see here. Number 5, Shaun of the Dead. Dude, a comedy.
I mean,
Yeah.
it shouldn't be on this list. I
No.
agree. I like Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah. It's a good
As
comedy.
far as zombie films go, and a comedy of zombie films, it's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
But,
And it's perfect Edgar Wright. It is a perfect Edgar Wright movie.
oh yeah,
Yeah, 100%.
definitely.
You will summon Tucker and Dale versus Evil. I love Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
It's
I
not a
like
horror
that movie.
movie. It's a
It's a
parodied
comedy.
one. But you know what it is? It's a Final Destination movie, though. Did you guys know
Yeah,
that? Did you know that? It actually is. The whole premise, they said, okay, let's take the Final Destination formula and make a slasher in the wood movie, is what they did.
yeah. Clearly, that's what
Yeah,
they
and they
did.
pulled it off beautifully. They follow the Final Destination series of kill perfectly. It's funny. It's a fun movie. It's a comedy, and it's great. It's a wonderful, fun movie. But it's not a horror. That's true. Number 4, it follows. No way, dude. It deserves to be in the top 50 of 21st century, I think. But this whole movie, the premise is about STD. It's about getting sexual transmitted diseases as a teenager. That's the whole idea, and they couch it in this invisible evil that never stops coming, right? Because
Yeah.
you can't cure it. You just screwed your whole life up, right? Is the whole point. So it's a
Mhm.
worthy little movie, but number 4, I don't know, dude. The Witch, sure, excellent.
Yeah,
Yeah,
should
excellent.
be up there for
Yeah,
sure.
Heredity, no, no,
Mm.
no. But it was nice seeing Linda Blair back, and of course, oh,
Yeah,
Get Out. Are you kidding me, dude?
can't help themselves.
No, they can't. And once again, it's not a bad movie. It's not.
Yeah.
It's a racist ass movie. But it's not a bad movie. But it doesn't belong number 1. Oh, whatever. I'm going to stop looking now.
No, again, it's not that it's a bad movie. It's just it's the fucking bullshit dick sucking that they act like it's some sort of a fucking masterpiece, and it's not.
No, it's
It's
not.
It is the
overrated.
horror version
Way
of
overrated.
it's the horror version of Black Panther, where people are going to pretend this movie is way fucking better than it is.
Yeah,
It's like no,
this
it's a
movie's better than
fucking
Black
five.
Panther, though, dude. This is definitely better than Black
No,
Panther.
they're
Black
not.
Panther's like a
They're
4 and
both
a.
5 or 6 out of 10.
I see.
If
I'd give
if
this
people are
movie a
being
6,
objective,
and I'd
these are
give Black
5 or
Panther
6
a
out of 10.
4.
To be honest, I'd give Panther a 2, but
It is pretty bad. It had rhinos in it, though.
because
Battle rhinos.
it failed on that was the coolest part of the whole
It
fucking movie because
was.
it failed at everything else.
It
You
did.
you could have
Yeah.
you could have told the Panther's revenge story, but you did. You
It.
should have saved Killmonger for the sequel, and you didn't. And then
Yeah.
you
Yeah, that should
unnecessarily killed Killmonger
Yeah.
after you killed Claw for no fucking reason.
Yeah, but the white ape was the best part of the movie, though.
And you did fuck all with him in the next
He
movie.
was cool as shit, though. You got to give him credit, man. He was badass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved him in it. What was that actor's
Oh,
name?
and trust me, the irony of calling a big black dude named Winston the white ape was not lost on me.
Well,
I forget
this
his
is one of the problems with the black community. They
Oh,
don't own color.
I
They
know
don't.
that, but it's still hilarious.
Yeah, but I mean, he's called the white ape in the comics because he wears the pelt of a white ape. Is he
White
not?
Ape.
I know, but let's be honest. If you was out getting into a fight with somebody and they're like, "Yo, we gonna call the white ape on you," and some big black dude named Winston comes up,
Yeah.
before he kicks their ass, you're gonna laugh a little.
Yeah, for a second or two. Yeah, but that he was cool though. He was best part of it. And people speak highly of the dude who died, and I get why. But honestly,
Yeah,
they had it all
and they should have
backwards.
recasted T'Challa.
They should have, but honestly, the I can't never remember his name, but the guy they had as Killmonger, he should have been T'Challa.
Michael B. Jordan.
He would have
No,
been a better
Michael
They
B.
T'Challa.
just should have fucking. They just should have
He
fucking
should have.
recasted T'Challa. They should have done what fucking Nintendo did when they casted Zelda. Get some young kid.
Yeah, that'd have been fine.
Because T'Challa was supposed to have been a young fucking king. That was the whole point of the shit.
You're right.
He
No,
didn't
you're
even do
right.
that
He's supposed
right.
to be young. You're right. Now, Alan has just created something that needs to exist, so I hope you copyright that, Alan. He says the vanilla gorilla. It even rhymes.
Well, we have it. He's hosting the show right now.
That's true. Hi,
Yeah.
I
You
am
should draw
vanilla
him as that on the next Jordan Quartered.
and a gorilla.
It's Thursday.
I am both. And I have way too many women giving me attention that I did not request. And I just got tomato pasta.
Joshua,
What the fuck am I gonna do with tomato pasta, huh?
The fuck is tomato pasta?
I
Nigga,
don't
get
even.
you-
I don't want to
Nigga, boil
know.
that shit. Get you some breadsticks and some
Gross
garlic and have a
stuff.
day. That's what you do with it.
Yeah, fair enough. But the thing, I don't get women though. I mean, right in front of my wife, they'll come right on her. She's not here now, so I can actually answer.
They'll come right on her. That's
Right on to me. With her right there, right? I mean,
it'll come all over me with my wife right there. Wait,
now
a
to be
minute.
fair, the lady, she
delete
is
this recording so the wife don't
right.
join.
Yeah, that's right. She's about our same age as us, older lady, but she's attractive. I mean, she's a calisthenics instructor, and of course she's in shape.
Yep.
And she's always got her. Every time I see her, she's got her daughter with her, and she's just as equally as annoying. But that lady, she's very clear about her intention. I'm going to tell you that. And I'm like, I really don't understand why my wife's not pissed off about it, because she's very clear about her intention. And she just today gave me here, this is for your husband. She does it all the time. My
Justin.
wife thinks it's funny.
Maybe your wife's in on it. I'm just saying. She keeps
I will
giving the
say
gifts
this.
to you. It's a little
I will say
weird.
this: your wife feels very comfortable in her position, to
She
where
does.
she is
She
not worried. Because I guarantee you, if your wife was black,
Oh, I would never.
you'd have to wear a fucking vest to bed.
Dude,
I would
dude,
never.
I would never. Ever.
You'd be
Yeah.
even though it wasn't your fault, you'd still gonna be your
No,
fault.
no. I won't.
All those years
I
being
do
a
not
degenerate, you
tolerate
never slept with a black woman? Chris?
Once.
All those years being a degenerate?
Once.
Once.
Yeah,
Yeah.
once.
Yeah.
Although I
once.
would
got
call her
one.
mulatto, but whatever.
Yeah.
No,
She
and
would call herself black, I'm sure.
Oh,
So,
100%, 100%. And she was smoke show, most certainly.
Yeah.
I actually, I dated her for a few months, longer than most girls I was with.
Interesting.
Yeah, she was a pretty girl.
Nice.
Kind of boring though.
Chester
Well,
likes things that melt in his mouth and not in his hand. That's all.
fair.
She's a
I do.
girl, Chester. Most of them are boring.
It's fair.
You don't marry the ones that you love, Chester. You marry the ones that love you and aren't boring. That's the trick.
Yeah, it is.
That's
It
the trick.
is.
Because you can
No,
learn to love anybody if
Sure,
they're not boring.
No, I married the right. I married my wife is absolutely perfect for that job, 100%.
Yep.
Yeah, but it is weird how I often get it. Like just bought a hat the other day, right? And just I don't have a lot of hats, but I have a few. And I wanted one hat, but my wife really liked the other hat, and the lady who was running the thing, I think she was running it, but I think she was also the owner. I feel older
Yep.
lady, like around my age, middle age. And she agreed with my wife, but boy, she was pouring it on too. I just can't escape it. Now the little 20-year-old up in Tokyo at the bar, I'm all right with.
You didn't want to escape that. Yeah, I
No,
know. I got you.
I had to
I
pull
got you.
myself away from that one.
There was
Adrian, dude, you
the-
should have seen her, man. Adrian, holy shit, dude. Anyway, go ahead.
at my wife and I's favorite restaurant that we go to on a regular basis. She doesn't work there anymore, but there used to be a waitress there who very flirty, very, very flirty. Her and I,
Yeah.
very, very flirty, to the point that even my cousin went there one time. She's like, "Oh wow, she really flirts with you, like a lot."
Yeah.
I was like, "Yeah, she does
Yeah.
a lot."
Sometimes they are clear. Now, I don't mind the flirty ones. I get that all the time. I don't care about that. I'm talking about the ones that are serious about it. Because most ladies
Oh
will.
well,
It's like a game,
Well,
right? Flirtation
yeah.
is kind of like a game. It's not that serious. I'm talking about the
Yeah.
ones that are serious about it. I don't know what it is.
you're a kaiju. You're the great white kaiju. You're the white Zilla walking around Japan, and he's like, why do these women like me? Because you're a literal walking fetish to these women,
I suppose
Chester.
that's true.
It's like cute Asian girls to people in like Comic-Con conventions and shit. Yeah,
So
that's just They can't help themselves.
So you're just telling me I'm an object. Fine.
Yeah, you're a sexual object for these women, sir. What a terrible fate,
Yeah.
son of a bitch.
I got to I'll have to bring Grimlock over here and let him take some of the flack for me.
Yeah, yes, let me take this horrible burden from you. Yeah.
It does get annoying, Grimlock. It does. You know, I know I kind of play into the humor of it, but it is a bit annoying.
You just see me walk into Chester's house and I'm like, I had to get the bartender again today, man.
Oh well.
How do
Yeah,
you
no,
put up
you don't
with
get
it?
to touch her. Excuse me, sir. You'll be given a list, and you will stick to it.
Do I get a
He's already
stipend
making
for
plans. He's not admitting it, but he's making plans. He's been looking up apartments in the city near him. He's gonna do it. He's gonna pull one off.
No,
this?
I wouldn't.
Hey, look.
I'm
Hey,
far
look,
too stubborn for that.
You're giving me a list. I am a welfare American. Do I get a stipend at the end of this?
Yes, you will. You'll get your list and a stipend, and even the second-hand car. How's that?
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Hey, look, I will fuck a bitch in the backseat of a car, especially if it ain't mine.
That's fair. That is fair. Well, you got to clean up afterward, though. Just keep that in mind. Yes. But no, I mentioned that I was looking at an apartment. It's not in Tokyo. It's in Fukuoka.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, I'll just get something cheap, just outside the city because we go up there and visit the kids. And it'd be nice to not have
Can't
to.
have them wandering in. Yeah, I see. No, I got you.
No, that's true kaiju there. He said Fukuoka. He's going for the food.
I am. Dude.
I know
Oh, yeah.
Chesterton.
But it's also my kids are there. My kids are there.
Yeah.
Adrian, you are muted, just so you know. But yeah, no, my kids are there, and it's just easier and constantly getting a hotel. We could stay a little longer, and then just because I don't want to spend tons of time in a hotel, right? Just burn money. So I have been looking at getting some cheap little apartments somewhere outside of town. Nothing much.
Nice.
I actually was looking at penthouses just for the shits and giggles of it, and I found that they weren't that expensive. And I was like, but I had a conversation with Eric, and he says, yes, but would your wife allow it? And I was like, no. Yeah, but I've never owned a penthouse though.
Sex mountain. Who the fuck needs a penthouse when you have a sex mountain?
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough. But actually, some of the apartments on the outside are not so expensive. I saw a whole bunch of them for under $100,000. It's not bad at all. Yeah, they're small, but I mean, housing in Japan is not so bad. It depends. Some places it's like, what the hell's going on? Millions of dollars. But other places is very affordable. And I'm only looking for some little teeny apartment just to go spend like a week to visit the kids, right? It doesn't have to be, a full-on house. It's just a place to have a bed, a little kitchen, a little living room, something small. And they're quite cheap, quite affordable. Because I was going to build something up in the there's like a resort area in the mountains with onsen, the Japanese natural hot springs, that I was looking at building in, which is more expensive. But I think I might divert that money toward this purpose because all my kids are up there, right?
Right.
And the food is amazing. Fukuoka's killer, dude. So But anyway. You guys don't care about that. Hopefully, there aren't any pretty girls at bars.
Yeah, Chester. You apparently can't control yourself, filthy old man.
No, I was a good boy.
Apparently, they can't control themselves.
Your mind wasn't.
No, that girl did turn my head. I'll admit that. Yeah. Do you have this problem, Adrian? Do you have the because this is the thing.
He does. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When you're married, women are or you're dating a woman. You don't
Thanks
even have
for
to be
answering
married.
for me.
No, I'm going to ask you. I just want to put a preference up for the chat. But when you're married or even with just a girlfriend, women find you way more attractive that you have another woman. It's like they become jealous even though they don't know you. Right?
Yes.
I've been told this.
Do you have this problem, Adrian?
According to my wife, I do have this problem.
That's why I said yes for him, because his wife says constantly about the women at his work who flirt with him all the time.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I probably do have that problem.
Yeah, and
One of the
it-
advantages to not liking jewelry.
It
I
probably
can't
helps
speak.
that I don't flirt back though all that much.
Is
well, I do.
I
Though.
don't I don't wear a wedding ring, so I don't get that attention, thankfully.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
my wife comes into work, so they all know I'm married.
yeah. No, it's it is a thing. It is a thing. Women are very competitive against each
I've
other.
noticed
Yeah,
in public women looking at me while with my wife before.
yeah. But I mean, it's all right. It's no problem. But I am a speaker. I'm a teacher, so my whole job is about speaking and communicating.
Hmm.
And being respectfully and tastefully flirtatious is very beneficial. It just
Yeah, that
makes the
makes sense.
world go round better. Plain
It
and
does,
simple.
yes.
Yeah. So it is what it is. But nevertheless, we went way over today because I could. And a fun day, interesting. Like I said, I know not everybody's into horror, but the horror genre is the one that's kicking right now, dude. It really is. Name another genre that's kicking right now.
I
Right.
don't know.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, superhero movies are certainly not kicking. When's the last time we had a great action movie that wasn't a superhero movie? I mean, what? Winter Soldier, right?
Yep.
When's the
Does
last?
none does
That's
I
a
don't
good
know because you
action
guys
movie.
watched it. Did Maverick count as an action movie?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, sure. It was great too. It was really good. Probably the best of that year. But it's just the other genres, they're just not kicking, man.
That Brad Pitt
Only
movie
Stadium?
where he's on a train. That's probably
Yep,
Oh yeah,
yep.
Bullet
the
Train.
John
Bullet
Bullet
Wick
Train.
Train.
films.
That was good fun too. That was good
These are
fun.
good
Yeah.
action films,
Yeah, but some of
but
the
they're
movies,
very rare.
they are rare. But by some of the standards of the movies we just looked at, Bullet Train could be considered a freaking horror movie.
Yeah, I guess.
Oddly enough, but it is a good fun movie. You're right. We do get an occasional nice little fun movie, but my point is just
Yeah.
consistently horror is really kicking, and it's getting better. The past 5 years
It's
for
better.
horror has been great. It has, and I'm all for it. And I'm going to
Yeah.
try to I'm going to try to see Weapons as soon as I can. I want to see Nosferatu. I just got to watch
Any
it.
Weapons is good.
Yeah, I hear so. I hear so. And that guy's a good director. He did the Barbarian movie,
Yeah.
which was excellent.
He did the Barbarian.
Yeah, it was an excellent movie. And that movie was kind of interesting too because in the beginning, it's the girl, the way she's I'm not going to give away the story. You should go watch it. But the girl is being very modern female, right? So it kind of starts off a little bit like, oh, here we go, woke female movie. But it kind of
Yeah.
turns on her in the end. So that movie is almost like a backhanded slap at modern woke nonsense. I don't know if it was intended, but it feels like it was. But Barbarian is a good movie though. Go watch it. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Anyway, that's what I got. And thank you all for coming in. 2 days, of course. The guys will be back. We'll be doing Dolmanwood, of course, with Bill. But other than that, yes, Krieger's is great. You like Miss March is his best movie, Booster says. I like Zach Krieger, though. He's a good director. Nevertheless, Grimlock, you got something to say to the folk?
No, man. Summer's almost over, man. We were in
Yeah.
August already.
Yeah, we didn't
Midway
get
through August.
we didn't get the great summer movie rush, did we?
I
Yeah.
know.
It's been a very lacking summer when it comes to film.
It has. It's unfortunate because we know there is a market. We know the cinema has retracted, sure, but there is a market. You can make money still, but
Oh yeah.
they're just not doing it, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, you got anything to say to the folks, Adrian?
Not really.
Oh, there you go, guys. Take that.
That's it. That's what you get.
That's what you get. He's got
all you get.
women problems to deal with. All right?
My
Oh, you have no
woman
idea.
is nicely satisfied in bed right now.
Oh, fair.
Chester, you have no idea how much trouble you just caused for our friend Adrian. Anyway, I'm gonna do this one because I like it, Chester. It makes me happy.
Yeah.
It's a nice little rhyme. What good have you done breaking two hearts to mend one?
That's right. Namaste.
Namaste.
Later, everybody.